The Mystery Playhouse, a rebroadcast for the servicemen and women of the United Nations.
Good evening. This is Peter Loren. The circumstances leading up to horror and tragedy are many times as innocent seeming as a Sunday school picnic, and the perpetrators of evil appear often as ordinary, normal human beings. Yes, but they are capable of conceiving acts of diabolic destruction, as you will hear tonight in the Mystery Playhouse. Listen now to Mr. Boris Karloff in Those Who Walk in Darkness. We look in on a scene taking place in a private room at Bayside Hospital. A man with heavily bandaged eyes lies restlessly in a bed. At his bedside are his wife, Valerie, a nurse, and a famous eye surgeon, Dr. Paul Wade. Dr. Wade looks strangely and intently at his patient before he speaks.
The dressings at midnight and again in the morning, nurse.
Yes, Doctor.
Well, Doctor, what did you find? Will I be blind? Is it very bad?
Now, take it easy, Mr. Denton. There's nothing to worry about. Nothing at all.
You're sure? You aren't just saying that.
I'm quite sure.
Valerie, did you hear that? I'm not going to be blind. Valerie, where are you?
Right here, darling.
Did you hear? I won't be blind. Isn't that wonderful?
Yes, darling, it's marvelous.
You don't sound very excited. Valerie, don't you realize I'm going to see again?
She doesn't sound excited because I don't want you to be excited, Mr. Denton. You've got to relax. Try to sleep.
Sleep? With this ungodly pain? My eyes feel as though they were on fire.
That will stop as soon as the opiate I gave you takes hold. You'll be comfortable, I'm sure. Now, good night.
You're going now, Doctor?
Yes, I'll look in on your husband in the morning.
Stephen?
Yes, Valerie?
Do you mind if I step out into the corridor for a moment?
But you promised not to leave me. I'm afraid, Valerie. Everything's so dark.
The nurse will be here, dear, if you want anything. I just want to ask Dr. Wade some questions.
Questions? But he's already told us.
Yes, Stephen, I know. But I'd like to find out about the treatment and how I'm to take care of you when we get you home, you know. Just little things.
All right. But hurry back. I want you near me.
I will, dear.
Good night, Mr. Denton.
Good night, Doctor. And thank you.
You're quite welcome. After you, Mrs. Denton.
Thank you.
I suggest we step into the consultation room across the hall. We'll have more privacy.
All right.
Here we are.
Thank you.
Well, it's been a long time, Valerie.
Yes, Paul, it has.
Almost 10 years, isn't it?
About that?
Strange that you should have called me, of all people, to treat your husband's eyes.
Oh, I was panicky, Paul. I didn't know what to do. It all happened so suddenly. Stephen was working in his laboratory at the house when suddenly I heard a violent explosion. I ran in and found him clutching his eyes and screaming, "I'm blind." First thing I thought of was an ambulance. Then you...
Why didn't you think of me 10 years ago?
It's not fair, Paul.
Was it fair to turn your back on me and then to marry a man almost twice your age?
Paul, please, why bring up ancient history?
It isn't ancient history to me. I've never forgotten you.
Paul, about Stephen's eyes.
What about them?
I have a feeling that you weren't telling him the truth.
You're right.
Oh, you mean he's not going to regain his sight? He's going to be blind? Oh, Paul.
You don't expect me to be terribly concerned, do you, Valerie? After all, he did take you away from me.
Don't be vindictive, Paul. It wasn't Stephen's fault. He didn't even know of your existence.
And you never told him that we were on the point of being married.
No, never.
It's rather ironic that we should meet again at the bedside of my rival, your husband, a man who may forever walk in darkness.
Don't say that, Paul. It's horrible.
But unfortunately true. A moment ago you told me not to be vindictive. I'm not, really. But if I were, I could have my fill of vengeance if I told him about us. And then told him that he'll be blind forever.
You wouldn't, Paul.
Or I might take another form of revenge. I could tell you that an operation is called for. A very delicate operation.
Are you trying to say that there might be a chance?
Yes. But supposing I refuse to perform the operation?
Paul, you're joking. You can't mean that.
Perhaps not. But you call me vindictive. Suppose I operate, and my scalpel slips. What if he dies?
That would be murder. You're not a murderer, Paul. You wouldn't risk your professional reputation. Why must you torment me this way?
You really love him, don't you?
Yes, I do.
Then forget the things that I've been saying. I want you to think of me as a friend. I want you to trust me.
I do trust you, Paul.
Thank you. Now as to the possibility of surgery. Here is the situation. The transparent film over your husband's eyes, the corneas, were burned and torn by the explosion. They've been so damaged that blindness will result, even though the eyes heal.
But you think an operation would cure that?
Possibly, although it's a very delicate job. The injured cornea must be peeled away and replaced by a fresh, healthy one.
Where can you get healthy corneas?
From the eyes of the dead.
Oh.
It isn't quite as horrible as it sounds, Valerie. You know, dying people often will their eyes for just this purpose. We maintain what we call a corneal bank. It's much the same as a blood bank, only but there's this difference. Corneal tissue can't be stored more than 48 hours. It must be fresh, or it's no good.
You have some available in the bank?
No, that's the trouble. I'm afraid we haven't.
But there's got to be some, Paul.
I don't know where, Valerie. Unless...
Unless what?
I was just thinking. Last night, one of the interns asked me to look at a charity case that puzzled him. He lives in a dirty little shack near the waterfront.
Yes, Paul.
I stopped by and examined him. I found an incurable condition. There's no way to save him. He won't live more than a day or two. But his eyes are healthy.
You mean you think he might...
I don't know. You'd have to have his consent, of course.
Take me to him, Paul. I'm sure I can make him understand.
Oh, it may not be so easy, Valerie. He's a strange person. A mystic and a spiritualist.
Let me try. Just take me to him.
All right. We can go there now.
How can anyone live down here, Paul? Wet streets and fog rolling in from the river. I shudder.
You'd be surprised where people are forced to live. That's the house over there. That gray shack.
Does he live alone?
No. There's a toothless old woman. I don't know where he picked her up, who keeps house for him. She's rather hideous and, I suspect, a bit demented. So don't be frightened when you see her.
I'll try not to be.
Here we are. There's no bell.
Those foghorns are giving me cold shivers.
Yes, they do sound eerie. Here comes the old woman.
Yes?
We'd like to see Chandra, please.
You can't. He's getting ready to go away. Chandra's going on a long journey.
Yes, we know. We'd like to see him before he leaves. We are friends of his.
Eh?
I said we are friends of Chandra. I was here last night. don't you remember?
All right. Come in. His room's at the end of the hall. You know the way. I have to stay here by the stove. I'm cooking something. Yes, something for Chandra's journey.
I see. Come, Valerie.
Something for Chandra's journey.
Paul, she's ghastly.
But harmless, I'm sure. Here, this is the room.
Dark in there.
Yes, but there's a lamp burning. But the wick is down. I'll turn it up. There, that's better.
Paul, they're on the cot. Is he alive?
Yes, still alive. Chandra. Chandra.
Who calls Chandra?
It's Dr. Wade. You remember me? I was here last night.
Yes. Chandra remembers, but it is too late. I am going away on a journey.
I know. That's why I've come. I brought a young lady with me, Chandra. She has a favor to ask.
Chandra has no favors to grant. Soon I will start to the other side.
Let her tell you what she wants, Chandra. Now go ahead, Valerie.
Chandra.
Well?
Chandra. My husband suffered an accident. An explosion. His eyes. Oh, Paul, I can't. You tell him, please.
All right. Can you hear me, Chandra?
I hear you.
So this young lady's husband just lost the sight of both his eyes. He'll be completely blind unless I perform an immediate operation. Unless I take parts of two healthy eyes and place them on his. She's asking that you give her your eye. Do you understand?
I understand I am visited by those who would rob me.
But you're going to die anyway.
Die? No, you are wrong. There is no death. I am going on a journey.
Please. Please help me, Chandra.
No. I will need my eyes. I will need them to see into the great beyond. To guide me through eternity. The eyes are the windows of the soul.
I'll give you anything you ask.
No. No, I said. No. No, Oh.
Paul. Something's happened.
He's dead.
Then it's all right. You can take his eyes.
No, I can't. He refused you.
Paul, listen to me. A doctor's first duty is to the living, to heal them, to make them whole. What responsibility have you to this lifeless thing?
It's a matter of professional ethics, Valerie.
Paul, you've got to do it. For me. Blindness would drive Stephen out of his mind. He's always hated the dark, like a little boy. Paul, please.
It wouldn't be right, Valerie.
It's a matter of life and death, not right or wrong. Paul, you have your surgical kit with you.
Yes, but...
Paul, please. I beg you.
All right. Close the door.
Well, it's good to be home again, Valerie. That hospital room was beginning to get me down.
It's going to be even better once the bandages are taken off.
Yes. Just another week, that's what Wade said. Oh, he's a good doctor, Valerie. I like him.
I'm glad.
Imagine being able to see again after all these weeks of darkness. I've never liked the dark. Why, it will be like coming into a new world. Yes. Tell me, what sort of an operation was it, Valerie?
Well, I don't know.
You don't... You sound like you're trying to hide something.
Oh, don't be silly, Stephen. Oh, that must be Paul. Dr. Wade, no. I'd better let him in, Stephen. I think Jenny's in bed.
Good evening, Mrs. Denton.
Good evening, Doctor.
Sorry I'm so late, but I had an emergency call.
Oh, it's quite all right.
Hello, Doctor.
Well, how is the patient?
Oh, fine, thank you. And anxious to get these bandages off.
Patience is a virtue.
Yes. But blindness is a curse.
Don't be so morbid, Stephen. You're very lucky.
Yes. I know I am. It's a warm night, isn't it, Doctor?
Yes, a lovely night. Stars and a new moon.
They say a new moon's a good omen if you look at it over your left shoulder. Did you know I was superstitious, Doctor?
Well, I guess we all are in one way or another.
Yes. Oh, would it be all right if we took a short walk in the garden while Valerie makes some coffee? That is, if you have the time, Doctor.
Yes, plenty of time.
Well, can't I come along?
Oh, no, this is a stag party. You fix some coffee for us like a good girl, and we'll be back shortly.
All right.
Here, we can go out through the terrace.
Here, let me take your arm.
Thank you, Doctor. What a gorgeous night.
Yes, isn't it? See how the moon is... Oh, sorry, old fellow. I forgot for a moment.
That's all right. I'll be seeing it soon enough, thanks to you. And now you're seeing it for me. Over my left shoulder, I hope.
Why, no. It's the right one.
That's bad luck. Oh, but you couldn't possibly bring me bad luck, Dr. Wade. Not after giving me back my sight. You'll never know what you've done for me.
No?
No. You can't possibly know how much it was because you're not in love with Valerie. Valerie's my life, Doctor. So young, so beautiful. Without eyes, how could I see her beauty? I'm getting on in years, you know, and there'd be very little left for me if I couldn't look at Valerie and see the warmth of her smile. Oh, I don't expect you to understand that. Nobody can understand it except the one who's in love.
Perhaps you're right. It must be very pleasant to see with the eyes of love, even though the eyes are borrowed.
Borrowed? What do you mean?
Oh, well, nothing. Nothing, really.
That's not the truth, Doctor.
Shall we keep walking?
No, I want you to explain what you meant when you said my eyes are borrowed. It had something to do with the operation you performed, did it not?
Now, look
I
over.
won't be put off. I told you I was superstitious.
Give me back my eyes.
Who said that? Dr. Wade?
Who said what?
Give me back my eyes.
There. A strange voice.
I didn't hear anything.
Yes, I heard a voice saying, give me back my eyes.
Give me back my eyes.
There it is again, Doctor. Oh, for the love of heaven, whose voice is it? Tell me. Tell me, I'm blind. I can't see.
I think perhaps we'd better go in, Mr. Denton.
No. I tell you, I heard a voice.
Oh, but you're tired. Now, come.
But all right. I can't understand it. I swear I heard a strange, hollow voice.
There was no voice, at least. None that I heard. Here we are. Step up. That's fine.
Back so soon?
I think you'd better go right to bed, Mr. Denton. You're tired and unnerved.
Yes, I will.
Coffee will be ready in just a few minutes.
Oh, I think I'll retire, Valerie.
Is something wrong, Stephen?
He's tired.
Oh, here, let me help you.
No, don't bother, please. I can find my own way. You stay with Dr. Wade. Doctor, are you sure we didn't hear?
I'm positive.
I see. Well, good night.
Good night.
I'll be in shortly, Stephen.
All right.
What happened, Paul?
I'd rather not discuss
Oh,
it.
please, you must tell me.
Well, it's something I've been worried about.
What do you mean?
I haven't brought this up before because I was hoping against hope that the thing I feared was not true.
Paul, you don't have to hide anything from me. Is something wrong with Stephen?
I'm afraid, sir. I'm afraid the explosion injured his brain as well as his eye.
Oh, Paul.
It isn't going to be easy to take, Valerie.
What happened in the garden?
He said he heard a strange voice saying, "Give me back my eye." Oh, I shouldn't be telling you this, Valerie. You're trembling.
Oh. I'm thinking of that Hindu, Chandra. You said he was a mystic, a spiritualist. Do you think it's possible that... Oh, no, it couldn't be.
No, Valerie. I'm afraid Stephen's brain has been affected. And the horrible part of it is that I'm convinced that complete insanity will set in eventually.
Stephen.
I heard what you said, Doctor.
Oh, Stephen.
It's all right, dear.
Stephen, darling.
Come back into the bedroom, Mr. Denton. I want to talk with you. No, Valerie. You stay out here. Or better yet, go and get me some hot water.
Hot water?
Yes, I think I'll change these bandages and I'll want the water boiled. So watch it for at least 6 minutes.
Very well. I'll go to the kitchen.
Now, Mr. Denton, shall we go into your room?
It's no use, Doctor.
Let me guide you. There. That's fine.
I know you're trying to cheer me up, but I tell you it's no use, Dr. Wade. I understand. I'm going mad.
I'm sorry you overheard. After all, I could be wrong. Although
you know it's true.
I may as well be frank with you, Mr. Denton.
Give me back my eyes.
That voice. I tell you, Doctor, I keep hearing that voice.
It's nothing. Your imagination is working overtime. Now, I'll get you a sedative. Valerie! Oh, here you are. I thought you were in the kitchen getting some water for me.
No, I didn't go. You didn't fool me asking for hot water.
Fool you? I'm afraid I don't understand.
You monster. You horrible
What are you
monster.
talking about?
Get away from that door. Let me go into my husband. Let me tell him.
Just a moment.
Get your hands off me. Let me go. I should have known right from the beginning. Instead, I trusted you, had faith in you.
Valerie.
Holding me. Make my skin crawl.
Valerie, I demand an explanation.
You'll get it, all the explanation you want. I suspected something wrong when you sent me for hot water. That was just to get rid of me. Get me out of the way for 6 minutes. But I didn't leave this front room.
Now, listen.
I did listen. Bedroom door didn't quite latch. I saw what you did. He couldn't see you because his poor eyes are bandaged. He's blind. But I saw your lips move, and I heard you say the words, "Give me back my eyes."
Valerie, will you please let me...
If you don't get your hands off me, you unspeakable monster. Trying to drive Stephen mad, playing on his superstitions, his fear of the dark, of the unknown, to turn him into a raving maniac.
Valerie, be quiet.
Quiet! Why, you filthy, desperate... What was that? Stephen! Stephen! He shot himself. He's dead. Oh, Stephen.
Valerie.
Go away. Go away.
Valerie, it was all for the best.
Best.
Let me talk to you, Valerie. I can explain everything.
You murdered him.
I did it for you, darling, for us. Come into the living room and let me explain.
You murdered him. Just as if you'd held that gun to his head and pulled the trigger yourself.
Please, darling.
Go away. Leave me alone.
Valerie, believe me, I did it to free you from a man who didn't deserve you. I did it so that you could know happiness with me. You're young, Valerie. You have years ahead of you. You're entitled to everything in life. You understand? Come into the living room. There, that's it. We're going to be so happy together. Let me close the door and shut out the last memory of what has gone before. Now, our life is before us. Here, sit down.
My head, Paul. I have a terrible headache.
I'll get you some aspirin. Where is it?
In Stephen's laboratory. I'll get it.
Let me help you. There.
I think it's on the middle shelf. Turn the light on, Paul. The switch is on the right.
I have it. Let me get the aspirin for you.
I can find them more easily.
I've been thinking, Valerie. After this is all over, we're going away on a trip. Perhaps somewhere off in the mountains, or... You've got the wrong bottle, dear. That's not the aspirin.
No. It's one of Stephen's chemicals. It's acid, Paul. Sulfuric acid.
Oh, Valerie, put it back on the shelf. That stuff will burn.
No, Paul. No, you cold-blooded murderer. You're going to know what Stephen knew before you forced him to take his life. You're going to know what it is to walk in darkness.
Valerie.
Forever.
Down my eyes!
There, my friend, is a young lady who takes literally the old adage, an eye for an eye. Thank you, Boris Karloff and cast, for keeping our growing reputation for horror quite intact. And now, ladies and gentlemen, if you'll follow me, please, I want you to visit the green room. The players are rehearsing our next performance. Come. Come, come.
Watson, what do you know about this man Damery?
Damery? What Damery?
Lord Damery, of course. You seem to have his photograph in all the society weeklies.
Well, naturally, the fellow's a household word in society.
Yes. He's a man of the world with a natural turn for diplomacy, and he's asked me for a 4:30 appointment, which I've granted.
You mean that Lord Damery's coming here, but it's 4:30 now. Look at the mess.
Oh, yes. Sherlock Holmes and the elementary Dr. Watson, played by Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce, respectively, will appear in our next tale of mystery. This is Peter Lorre closing the doors of the Mystery Playhouse. Good night. Sleep tight.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Lipton Tea and Lipton Soup present Inner Sanctum Mysteries, starring Boris Karloff. Good evening, friends of the Inner Sanctum. This is your host, to welcome you through the squeaking door into the land of ghosts, vampires, and other gay, hilarious people. Friends, are you looking for an apartment? Well, we have just the place for you. It's sturdily built, completely of marble, with cold running water every time it rains. You don't have to worry about the landlord putting you out. The lease is forever. All you have to do to get this little love nest is call your undertaker and get yourself a little bit dead.
Mr. Host, I assure you, no one is the least bit interested in your offer.
But, Mary, just think. Once you're dead, you can appear on Inner Sanctum. You know, we always have a ghost in our stories, someone whose voice comes back from the grave and gives advice to our characters. Yes, sometimes I think our theme song should be, My Mummy Done Told Me.
Well, that's very funny. But you know, Mr. Host, talking about voices coming back, that's what happened to me the other day. I heard my own voice coming back to me on the radio while I was eating breakfast.
No.
Yes. I just heard the new Lipton jingle, and then I heard myself. Yes, there I was, talking about Inner Sanctum and about Lipton tea, too. You see, it was a record, an electrical transcription that I'd made, all about Lipton's brisk flavor, how Lipton's always tastes fresh and full-bodied, never wishy-washy. And you know what? There was a man on the record who talked almost like you, Mr. Host.
An imposter. I'll kill him.
Oh, it was just in fun. He made spooky remarks when I talked about Lipton tea. But I did get a chance to say that Lipton's is the largest selling brand of tea in the whole world.
All right, Mary, you've had your chance. And now make room for the creepiest voice you ever heard. The curdling kid himself, the star of stage, screen, and radio, Boris Karloff. Tonight's story is called The Wailing Wall. It's an original radio play by Milton Lewis. And you'll hear Boris Karloff in the role of Gabriel Hornell. All set, friends? Then turn out the lights, curdle close to the fire, and listen. Night. And on the waterfront of downtown Manhattan, the fog creeps in like a crawling cloud. Tucked in between the towering skyscrapers, there's an old rundown mansion. An anachronism, a freak among the streamlined giants. It's the Hornell home. And tonight, leaping tongues of flame from behind the black shutters.
Yes, it's Johnny.
Is there anybody in that old dump?
They say an old guy lives there, owns it. Gabriel Hornell.
I hope he had sense enough to get out. That place is like a tinderbox.
Yeah, and pretty well gone. Casey, get that horse.
Hey, there is someone in there. Get the action, come on.
I'm right behind you. What? Get out of the way.
Hurry, will you?
I knocked it up. All right, come on in.
You see anyone in there?
No, we can't stay.
Hey, there he is.
Oh, the crazy coot. He didn't even have sense enough to get out. Here, grab his shoulder.
Yeah.
No, let go of me.
We're just taking you out.
I don't want to go out. We ain't asking you what you want. Come on, Johnny. Before this joint collapses. Oh, take me out. I can't leave the house.
Good evening, Mr. Hornell. I hope you're feeling... Mr. Hornell? Mr. Hornell? The head nurse. And hurry. Hello? Hello, this is Nurse Hopkins on the 18th floor. Gabriel Hornell is not in his room. The window is open from the bottom. There's a letter. I know, but I'm sure he's not alive. Oh, the letter? Yes, I'll read it to you. To whom it may concern.
By the time you read this, I shall be dead. There can be no mistake this time. Death holds no fear, no terror any greater than what I've endured in life. For the past 40 years, I've searched for freedom. I hope now I've found it. Even now, as I write, I can hear her voice, calling to me as she did that night years ago. I'd prepared everything while she was in bed. Just the last few minute little details had to be completed.
Gabriel? Gabriel, do you hear me?
What do you want?
What are you doing down there?
I'm fixing something.
Well, why don't you come up? I don't want to be alone here. I can't bear to be alone. Come up, Gabriel. What's the matter with you? Why don't you answer me? Oh, you're just doing it for spite. I know you are. Stop that hammering, Gabriel. You know I can't bear that noise. Now stop it, please. Gabriel, will you stop that noise?
Oh. You came down.
Well, of course I came down. Did you expect me to lie there while all this racket was going on? Now, you know I'm a sick woman, Gabriel. What are you doing there anyhow?
You can see.
Well, yes, I can see, but it doesn't make any sense to me. Oh, you've made a huge gaping hole in the wall. Now, what on earth did you want to do a thing like that for?
You'll find out soon enough.
And what are all those things?
Stonemason's tools, cement, plaster.
Well, I never dreamed you knew how to use them. Oh, I'm going back to bed.
No, Agnes.
No.
No.
Gabriel, that rope in your hands.
Yes. I've thought carefully about this rope, Agnes. It's the most merciful way. It leaves a little trace since there's no blood.
Gabriel.
You won't make it difficult, will you, Agnes?
Murder.
It's the only way.
No, Gabriel.
We couldn't go on like this. Your imaginary illnesses, your constant nagging. I have to be free of them, Agnes.
But murder?
This is best for both of us.
No, Gabriel. Send me away. Do anything you want. You can get a divorce. A divorce there, see? That would solve everything. You could have your freedom.
Stand there, Agnes. Just as you are.
I know. That other woman, Dorothy Carter, that actress. That's why you're doing this. Oh, you thought I didn't know about that, Gabriel. Well, I do. Yes, I do. No. No, let go of me. That rope. Help somebody.
It will be done in a minute.
Done? Oh, you'll never be free of me. As long as you live. Never.
The cat saw everything with its yellow eyes. The cat saw me take her body to the tomb I'd made in the wall. The cat saw me place her there and carefully seal it up. I worked quickly, skillfully, with infinite care. First the bricks, one on top of the other, then the plaster. Then the wallpaper to match the rest of the room. That wasn't very difficult. In a short time it was done. I was free. All I had to do now was to go to the police and report her missing. It was even simpler than I'd thought. I put on the coat. I was about to open the front door when I heard it for the first time. I thought it must be my imagination. I listened carefully. I rushed to the wall, put my ear to it. What I heard made icy perspiration ooze out of every pore of my body. The wail was coming from the wall. It was like the insane shriek of some creature of another world. Was she alive in there? She couldn't be. She was dead. I knew she was dead. And yet I heard her voice wailing. I could swear it was her voice. I couldn't go out as I'd planned. What if someone else should hear it? Would they go to the wall? Investigate? The doorbell. Oh, it couldn't be at this hour. It couldn't be, but it was. Who? Oh, I had to risk everything and answer it.
I'm sorry to disturb you, Mr. Hornell.
It was Patrolman Cleary. He was the officer on the beat. He was blue with cold.
I was passing by and I saw the lights on. I peeked in the window.
You looked in?
Yes. Since you were still up, I thought I'd ring. It's pretty cold out tonight, and I'd like to warm these old bones for a minute.
Oh, yes, of course, Cleary. Don't stand there in the door, man. Come in.
Thank you. I see you got your coat on, Mr. Hornell. Just got in?
Only a few moments ago. As a matter of fact, I was going to see you.
See me?
Why, yes. It's about my wife.
Hi, something wrong?
I hope not. I was out all evening. When I got home, she was gone.
It's not like her, Mr. Hornell.
No, it isn't.
Was she alone all evening?
Yes, at least I think she was. You know, she hasn't been feeling very well lately, and I hate to think it possible, but she may have destroyed herself.
Mrs. Hornell? No, she wasn't the sort.
Oh, she was ill, terribly ill. I tried to keep it secret until she recovered, but the doctors knew.
Insane?
Yes. Don't you see? The river.
I'd better get back to the precinct and report this. You'd better come with me. Missing Persons Bureau will... Hey, Mr. Hornell.
Yes?
You must be mistaken. Isn't that her?
That isn't a woman.
Of course it is. It's coming from that room there. Well, sure, it's your wife. I know her voice, and she sounds like she's in pain.
But it can't be. There's no one in that room.
But she must have come in the back way. Come, I'll show you.
No, don't go in.
What?
Nothing. There. You can see for yourself there's no one here.
No one? I could have sworn your wife was in this room.
Well, how'd you like to live in a house with wailing walls? Well, one thing you have to admit, things aren't so very dead in the Hornell mansion. Or are they?
Well, all I can say is I'm glad I don't have to live in that house with that awful wailing.
Why, Mary, there's a wailing, whistling kind of noise in your house, too. The first time I heard it, I was so scared I shivered in my shroud.
What? Oh, you're talking about my whistling tea kettle. Oh, goodness, there's nothing scary about that. Now, if you'd only try Lipton tea with its wonderful brisk flavor, that whistle would sound as cheery to you as birds whistling in the morning. Especially on these chilly mornings when a cup of Lipton's just makes you feel like the sun was shining inside of you. And, folks, if you want a sunny disposition, you should try relaxing with a cup of Lipton tea after a hard job like, well, maybe washing out your window curtains. Yes, and what's more, you can help your friends feel right with the world, too, by serving them Lipton tea when they come to visit you. Lipton's always taste so tangy and heartwarming, never flat or wishy-washy. Yes, that brisk flavor makes all the difference in the world.
All right, friends, we've given you a chance to warm your blood. And now we fondly hope to turn it to ice again, with the help of our star, Boris Karloff. Oh, let's hear the second act of Inner Sanctum. We continue with the strange letter left by Gabriel Hornell.
Cleary watched in silent fascination as the cat screamed and leaped against the wall. Would he notice the new wallpaper in the dim light? Suddenly, the policeman turned to me.
Yes, I guess that noise is only the wind. Strange how like a wailing woman it can sound, isn't it?
Yes.
Well, I'll be leaving now. I guess it'll be all right for you to stay here. I'll make a report at headquarters about your wife.
It's very good of you, Cleary.
If she turns up, you'll let us know?
Yes, I'll let you know.
Good night, Mr. Hornell.
Good night. He left. I locked the door and came back to the room where my wife was entombed. Was she still alive inside the hollow of that wall? I listened all that night. The wailing rose to a high, insane shriek, and then towards morning began to grow weaker, as though she were losing strength, and it seemed to die. The cat crept away. There was a merciful silence in the house. She was dead. She had to be by now. I sank down onto the sofa into a feverish sleep. Somewhere a bell was tolling, calling the mourners to the grave. Suddenly I sat bolt upright, shaking, trembling. Oh, I'd been dreaming. The front doorbell was ringing. It was night again. How long had I slept? The house was silent. Oh, there was nothing to fear now. I ran to the door, opened it.
Hiya, kiddo.
Dorothy.
Well, are you going to keep me out here in the cold?
No. Come in. I haven't been feeling well, Dorothy.
Is that why you forgot our date tonight?
I must have overslept. What time is it?
10 o'clock.
10? I must have slept clear through the day.
Well, aren't you glad to see me?
Glad? Why, yes. It's a delightful surprise.
Well, that's more like you. Come here, kiddo. You've got the blues, but Dorothy will wipe them away. Give us a kiss. What's that?
Just the wind.
Oh, no, it can't be the wind.
This is a very old house, Dorothy. You sometimes hear strange noises.
Oh, I've never heard anything like that before. Sounds human.
Was she still alive, even after 24 hours? Suddenly I realized that the doorbell was ringing again. There was a large pair of wooden sliding panel doors between the room that we were in and the vestibule that led to the street. I wasn't going to take any more chances.
There's someone at the door, Gabe.
Yes. You wait here, Dorothy.
What are you doing?
Closing these doors.
Why?
I'd advise you not to ask too many questions.
Evening, Mr. O'Neill.
Officer Cleary, who are those men with you?
Hey, I've got something to show you, Mr. O'Neill. You'd better brace yourself. It's not going to be pleasant. All right, bring it in, boys. You can put it over there.
What? What is it?
It's a body. A woman. Just fished out of the river right near here. She can't be dead more than 24 hours.
My wife?
Hard to say. You see, the body got caught in the propeller of a boat. It's not easy to recognize it. Unless it was examined by someone who knew her very well. Like yourself, of course.
Let me see it.
Take away the burlap. Look, Miss O'Neill. I know. It's pretty bad. Is it your wife?
Agnes? Yes. Yes, of course. It's her.
You're sure now?
Yes, I'm sure. Positive.
All right, boys. Take it away. You can stay here, Mr. O'Neill. I'll take care of everything down at headquarters. Good night.
Good night, Cleary. Luck, fate, whatever it is that seemed to control men's lives was playing directly into my hands. They'd never investigate now. The nightmare was over. This time I was really free. Suddenly, the panel door opened. Dorothy was standing there, a curious smile on her lips.
I heard everything, kiddo.
You did?
So you were married.
No longer, Dorothy. My wife died. Suicide.
So I heard.
Now everything will be quite all right, and we can get married in a few weeks. We'll have money, lots of money.
She left you plenty, eh?
She was very wealthy.
What's the matter?
Nothing.
Nothing. I see what happens to your face when you hear that wail. Did you kill her?
What are you talking about?
Did you murder her?
You heard what he said. She was found in the river.
You can fool a dumb copper, but you can't fool Dorothy. That wail. It's queer. Awfully queer. Look at what that cat's doing, will you? Jumping up on that wall like it's gone crazy. Yes, there's something about that wall. That's what the cat's trying to tell me. Something about the wall.
You better stay away from there, Dorothy.
I'm going to find out something.
Yeah, put that bookend down.
Not till I'm done with it, kiddo.
What are you doing there?
I'm going to break through that wall.
You crazy fool, stop it.
No.
Here, give me that thing.
You're too late, Gabe. I've broken a hole through, and I'm going to look.
Now you've seen.
Yes. Is it the hand? The hand of a woman. It's her. Your wife.
Yes, Dorothy.
You murdered her.
Yes.
Well, ain't you the kid?
What are you going to do about it?
What do you think? I want money. Lots of... That rope.
Yes. This rope. It leaves no telltale traces.
Oh, no, kid. Didn't you get it? It was all a joke. No, don't come any closer.
Don't scream, Dorothy. It won't do you any good.
Gabe, listen to me. I don't want a cent, not one penny. I love you. I tell you. I'll keep your secret. I'll do anything you want. Anything. That rope. Take it away from my neck. Don't, Gabe, in the name of heaven. Don't please. Oh.
She was dead. I took her body, put it in an old trunk in the storeroom of the cellar. I had to think of some plan, some way to get rid of those bodies. In my confusion, there was only one thing that I was certain of. I must never leave the house, not even for a minute. I never did. At nights, I would sit there, listening. Then it would come, the wail in the wall. I knew that after a week she couldn't be alive. What made the wail? Plans? I thought of 1,000 plans, but all of them would mean that I had to leave the house, and if I left, someone would hear the wail and find out, just as Dorothy did. Fire. Yes, fire. That would do it. The idea danced like a flame in my mind. But no. They discovered charred bones of the skeletons among the wreckage. No, it wouldn't be worth it. The only way I could be safe was to stay there in the house. I stayed. I, who had risked everything for freedom. One day, the doorbell tinkled. I opened it.
Mr. Harnell?
Yes?
I'm Mr. Crawford from the bank. May I come in?
Just in here, in the vestibule.
We've written to you 12 times, but you've never replied.
What do you want?
Well, Mr. Harnell, you may not realize it, but you've overdrawn your account. The money your wife left is gone.
Gone? So short a time?
So short? Why, she died 40 years ago.
40? It seems only yesterday.
We've been investigating. Even the grocer who used to supply your food no longer will extend you credit.
Well, what do you want with me? I'm not starving.
If you'd see your face, you'd realize that you are, Mr. Harnell. Now, if you'll only be reasonable, we can see to it that you get $250,000.
$250,000? How?
By selling this house. It's become very valuable.
No. You get out of here. Get out.
But, Mr. Harnell...
Get out!
Very well.
He was right. I was starving. That night, when I heard the wailing begin again, I came to a decision. I had spent 40 years in the house. More punishment than criminals receive who've committed even worse crimes than mine. I'd take a chance. I opened the wall I'd sealed up 40 years ago. She was still there, but the wailing continued. Why? I looked into the tomb I made for her, and then I saw it. I saw this thing that had ruined my life. It was a tiny hole in the outside wall that I'd made when I first broke it open. The wind rushed through and made that horrible wail. What was the use? I took a match out of my pocket. I set its flame to the curtains. In a moment, the place would be an inferno. But I decided to stay. I wanted to perish with the house. In death, at least, I'd be free. But even then, freedom was denied me. They rescued me, brought me to this hospital. I had the nurse make inquiries from the police. She told me.
No, there was nothing unusual found among the ashes. Everything was burned to a fine powder.
If I had only set fire to the house 40 years ago. But no matter. The window is open. And it's 18 stories to the ground. I will soon be free.
Meow! Everybody's dead but the cat. And we overlooked him because we couldn't find him. Of course, I'm sorry that wall made such an unpleasant noise, such a tuneless wailing. We tried to teach her to whistle the new Lipton tea jingle, but we didn't have time, eh, Mary?
Now, you just stop teasing me, because I'm not going to talk about the Lipton jingle now. No, and I'm not going to talk about Lipton tea either. Instead, the Lipton people want me to remind you folks about something important. I mean the Victory Loan Drive. You know, friends, we've been buying bonds for many years now. But this drive is in some ways the most important. Because if a job is worth doing, then it's worth finishing. The bonds you buy now won't buy weapons. No, this time the money will help bring our boys home. It will also help take care of our wounded soldiers, provide them with the finest medical care in the world. And, friends, we can certainly do no less. And the victory bonds you buy now will help launch our veterans into a safe and secure post-war world, the kind of world they've been fighting for. Yes, you're helping others and yourself, too, every time you buy a victory bond. So buy all you can, won't you?
All right, friends. Until we meet at some haunted house, here's a parting thought. Don't seal your wife in a wall. That won't keep her quiet. Oh, by the way, this month's Inner Sanctum mystery novel is Devil in the Bush by Matthew Head. Yes, and next week's Inner Sanctum story, directed by Hyman Brown and brought to you by Lipton Tea and Lipton Soup. Next week's story is about a man who gets hunches. His hunches are about death. He's sure he's going to be killed. Not by poison or fire or strangling. Nothing simple like that. No, our character has a nice, interesting death waiting for him. Oh, if you'd like to be in at the death, drop in next Tuesday. And now it's time to close the squeaking door, so good night. Pleasant dreams.
Folks, the colder it gets, the more we all enjoy a good hot plate of soup. And for soup with a fresh, home-cooked taste, you can't beat Lipton's noodle soup. Yes, Lipton's is blessed with a real chickeny flavor, and it's just swimming with tender golden egg noodles. But listen, Lipton noodle soup takes almost no time at all to prepare. And Lipton's is economical, too. Costs less and makes lots more than canned soups. So don't forget to try Lipton's noodle soup. And don't forget to tune in next Tuesday night for another Inner Sanctum mystery.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Out of the dark of night, from the shadows of the senses, comes this, the fantasy of fear. Nightmare, starring as your exciting guide to terror, Peter Lorre.
Did you ever have a dream? A dream in which you were running and running and running away from something grotesque, horrible things that were after you to kill you. Oh, yes? And you scream and you keep running, but it runs too, and no matter how you run or how fast you run, it's still after you. This thing runs faster than you, and you can't get away from it no matter where you turn. You can't get away from it. And you wake up and you know you've been dreaming. But the sweat soaks your body like a wet shroud. And your heart, it beats wildly. And you find that you're still screaming. Because even though you're awake, that thing is still there. In the room with you. It clings like a leech. I know the story of a man and a leech he couldn't get away from. But in this story, the leech was dead. And he was human.
You are listening to Peter Lorre tell you of The Leech, another transcribed story of Nightmare.
How about this man? His name was Tom. Tom Farrell. Nice young man. Ordinary, likable. His nightmare started the day he fell in love. Oh, Iris, she was beautiful. Like the flower she was named after. But this Iris, she had thorns attached. Iris was married.
Looking out the window.
Well, why take a chance?
Always, why take a chance? Always looking over the shoulder to see if we're being watched.
Oh, don't.
Another cigarette and another doorway. A few quiet puffs, a weak smile, and another separation.
Well, what can I do about it?
You could break it clean one way or the other.
What are you talking about?
You know what I mean, Iris. You can tell him or tell me.
Oh, Tom.
Look, Iris, there's just no sense in it this way.
Well, what could I tell him?
Tell him the truth, that's what. Tell him you're in love with me. Tell him you want to make our lives together.
Tom.
Tell him you want a divorce.
All right, I'll tell him.
When?
Tonight, now. Come on, let's go up.
Both of us? Me?
Well, why not? You're part of it, aren't you? Or are you afraid?
No, I'm not afraid. Come on, we'll see him now.
I hate those self-service elevators. I'm always afraid of getting stuck, but they're too cheap around here to have any operators at night. Well, are you sure now?
Yes, I'm sure. Go on, open the door.
Yeah. No. I think I'd better try to get a postponement. Yeah, I'll let you know. Yeah, bye.
Hello, Peter.
Well, this is a surprise.
Surprise?
Didn't expect to see you here, Tom.
Well, I happened to meet Iris on the street.
Uh-huh. Well, as long as you're here, how about a drink?
Yeah, that's a good
No,
idea.
we don't want to drink, Peter.
I've got some good scotch. What do you say, Tom?
No, Tom doesn't want to drink.
Oh? Well, guess this is the first time you've seen my office, Tom.
Yes. Nice place. Burning the midnight oil, huh?
Well, you know how it is, busy season. I work a lot at night during the busy season.
Yeah, sure.
Well, sure you won't have a drink?
Well, sure.
Peter, Tom has something to tell you.
Me? You said you...
All right, I'll do it. Just keep quiet. Peter, I think it's about time we stopped playing hide and seek. It's about time you knew, Peter. Tom and I... Tom. Well, what's so funny?
You can't tell me a thing, Iris. Either of you can't tell me a thing I don't already know.
Oh?
Peter, I want to say that...
You came here to tell me you're in love. You want a divorce. You want me to step aside. You don't want to hurt me, but... Don't you think I've known?
Now, look, Peter...
Don't you think I've known for a long time about the meetings, the cocktail hours, the trip to the...
All right, so you've known. Maybe it's better this way. We don't have to talk about it now.
That's right. We don't have to talk about it. Only one or two things. First, there'll be no divorce.
Now, hold on, Peter. You can't do this to Iris. You can't hold her in prison when she doesn't want you.
Shut up.
Tell me to shut up. I love her. See, I want to give her the things that she deserves.
You want. You're jealous.
Well, maybe that's a good idea, too.
As I said, Tom, there's not going to be any divorce. Second, I'm going to ruin you.
What?
I said I'm going to do everything in my power to ruin you. I'll use every ruse I can think of, every trick. Take advantage of every influence I can muster. I'll have you disbarred, disgraced, talked about with no chance of practicing in this state.
You're insane.
Am I? You know I can do it, don't you? You know I've got the power. Why, you weak coward. Trying to take my wife away from me. You think that's an achievement?
You pig.
You can't talk about it that way. You. No, wait.
Use this.
No, it's iron. It's heavy. No, don't.
Laugh at me. No, you won't laugh at me. Laugh at me. You won't laugh at me anymore. You won't stand in my way anymore. You won't stand in my way.
Stop.
No, you won't. You won't stand in my way anymore. You won't.
Stop. That's enough.
Huh? Yeah. That's enough. Let him go. Easy, Iris. Easy. Easy, it's all right. Easy now.
I got to sit down.
Here. Sit down here. Sit down.
Oh, Tom, cover him or something, please.
Take it easy. Here.
Tom, he's dead.
Yes. And we're free now, Iris. We're free. You feeling any better?
Yes, I'm all right now.
We've been here too long. 15 minutes.
Well, let's leave. Let's leave now.
Leave it like it is? No.
What do you mean?
If They can't find the body. There's no murder. It's the only way. Nobody saw us come in. That's in our favor. But if we leave him here, we're in for it. No, we'll have to take him. Do something with him. Something.
His eyes are still open.
Stop looking at him. Iris, will you pull out of
I'm
this?
sorry, only he seems to be smiling.
Do you want to call the police now and get it over with?
No. All right, we'll do it your way, but for Pete's sake, let's do it. Do something.
I've been thinking. If we just take him out between us, as though he was drunk. Wait. Somebody outside. The cleaning woman. It's the cleaning woman. She's coming this way.
Well, lock the door.
Out that light. Of course she's got her own key. I forgot she's got her own key.
Yes. Just a simple little thing like a key. Ordinary, commonplace. But now it takes on a new shape. The shape of a weapon. A weapon turned against Tom and Iris. A key is used to open doors. House doors, office doors. And sometimes the doors of a cell. Poor Tom. Poor Iris. Yes, the door is opening, but the open door is a trap. The trap of a living nightmare. Men kill for many different reasons. For money, for love, for power. But whatever the reason, when murder is done, there is always the corpse. The corpus delicti. The body of the crime. You know, it's not easy to hide a dead body, to get rid of a corpse. Tom knows this. Iris knows. But they took a chance. They ran risk. And the running isn't over yet. No, they have to get rid of the body. They can't leave it there, slumped over the office desk. Cleaning women have eyes, too. Eyes with which to see the shadows cast by a corpse. The shadow that lies over the lives of Tom and Iris. Darkening their ill-gotten freedom.
What are we going to do?
Turn on the light.
But who's that?
Yes?
Somebody in here.
We just came in.
Huh? Didn't see you in the hall. What are you doing here?
Well,
You ain't Mr. Howard.
I'm Mrs. Howard.
Well, you are you? Where?
I'm waiting for my husband.
That's all right, dear. You just sit down. I'll be finished here in a few minutes.
I wondered if you might come back later.
All the work they put on us all around here. 20 offices to clean every night. For what? Wages, they call them. Pittance, says I.
There's no need to clean in here. I'm sure
Mr. Howard, there's a sweet soul, always tips me when he's working nights. Coming back here?
We expect him.
Huh?
Look, I wonder if you could come back later.
Later? Look at this mess. I'll just pick up around that desk.
Stay away from that desk.
Here, now, what's the matter with you?
Nothing's the matter. Just that Mrs. Howard and I have some business to discuss, and we'd rather be alone.
You'll be alone as soon as I finish up here.
Now, just a minute.
Not that I can work in this light, but I can't see it.
Stay away from that light.
But I've got...
I said stay away, do you hear?
Now, see what you've gone and done. Turn my tail
Never
over.
mind that.
Never mind, he says. Never mind. The management will be sure of mind if I leave it there.
Well, clean it up and be quick about it.
You'll understand this. I told you, my husband would be back. Don't worry about the tip. I'll tell him to leave it if you're not. It ain't the tip I'm worried about.
All right. Nothing to be cleaned behind that desk.
Now, don't be telling me how to do my job, if you please.
Just in case he doesn't arrive here.
$10?
That's what he usually gives you, isn't it?
No, I mean, yes, ma'am. 10's what he usually gives me.
Now we got to be left alone. We have something to discuss.
All right, ma'am.
What are you laughing at?
Something to discuss, huh? All right, Mom. I understand, Mom. I won't be coming back later, Mom.
That old head.
Mom, we've got to get out of here.
Sure we have to.
Well, let's go. I want to go.
And leave him here? Iris, think, will you? She's seen us. You gave her your name. Why on earth did you tell her your name?
I didn't.
Well, we've certainly got some thinking to do now. We can't leave him here, that's for sure.
Well, how are we going to get him out?
I don't know yet. But if we go without him, we're sure to be just as dead as he is, sooner or later.
Any idea yet?
No.
Stop walking up and down like this.
I'm thinking.
Well, sit down and think. Listen.
The cleaning woman, she's still on this floor.
He can't get out if he's in the hall, not with him.
I know.
Oh.
Iris, what's the matter with you?
Tom, his eyes, they follow me all around. I
Will you
can't.
stop looking at
I
them?
can't.
Will you stop it?
All right. I'm all right.
Turn the other way.
All right.
The cleaning woman. She'll be going down to the next floor soon. Then we can take him out. Hold him between us as if he were drunk.
All right, anything now. Just so long as we do something with him. Get away from him.
What's that? Wait. Somebody coming.
In here?
Oh, I know that. Come on, grab his feet. We'll put him in the closet. Come on, will you? All right, now in. Push in.
I'm trying.
Wait a minute. I'll drag him in.
Go ahead.
Try again.
I'm trying.
Look at you. You only would.
Package, Mr. Howard.
All right, close the door.
Well, come out.
Never mind that. Close the door for Pete's sake.
A package, Mr. Howard.
Yes, it is.
Close it. I'm all right in here. Get rid of him fast.
I know.
Mr. Howard, package, you open up, will you?
I'm coming. Yes.
Mr. Howard here?
No.
Well, I got
Well, I'll take it.
Oh, sorry, ma'am. I need a signature.
Well, if you come back later.
That's all right. I'll wait.
But you can't wait in here.
Look, lady, this is an important package. That's why delivery's so late at night.
But, Mr. Howard...
They told me get a signature. They said wait around if you have to, but make sure he gets it, see?
I'm sure it'll be all right if I signed it.
And I ain't so sure. Nope, lady. No go.
Now, look.
I'll wait. Plenty of time. Look. Hey, what was that?
What?
I thought I heard something.
I didn't hear a thing.
Sure sounds funny. Like it comes from that closet. And so...
Look, will you let me sign for that package, please?
I told you, lady, I got orders. Oh, strange woman.
But I'm Mrs. Howard.
Oh, you're Mrs. Howard. Oh, that's different. Why didn't you say so before? Okay, Mrs. Howard, sign right here. Okay, thanks. Sorry, Miss Howard.
Iris, let me out. For heaven's sake, let me out.
All right, I'm coming.
Please.
I can't.
Iris, let me out.
I'm trying.
No.
What's the matter, Tom?
I'm all right. Only something grabbed my ankle. No. I'm all right. Just let me get my breath. Imagination. Just my imagination. I'm all right. I'm all right. The cleaning woman gone?
Yes.
All right. We've got to act now. Get him out of here. Come on.
What's the matter?
I don't know.
Well, is it locked?
It's not stuff. It's locked.
What?
It's locked, Iris.
But it can't be locked. I didn't
Of
lock
course you didn't. There isn't any lock on this side. The lock, it's inside. Inside the closet.
Oh, really, this isn't possible, is it? A dead body locking the door behind him? Or is it? Seemed so simple at first, didn't it, Tom? Didn't it, Iris? He stood between you, blocking the way of your love. And all you had to do is get rid of him. And you did. Or thought you did. But you only got rid of his life. He's still there. And his body is still dangerous. You have to get rid of it. Him, don't you? And now he's prostrated you again. That's silly, isn't it? A dead man can't lock a door. Poor Tom. Poor Iris. They're trapped. Trapped in a living nightmare. Now, where were we? Oh, yes. Tom and Iris have murdered, and now they must get rid of the body. But everything seems to be going wrong, doesn't it? First a cleaning woman, and then a messenger, and now the door is locked. Who locked the door? Certainly not Peter. Or did he? Huh? You know, it's like a leech, isn't it? This dead body, this this corpse that won't go away, that won't be gotten rid of, that stares and grins and persists in remaining on the scene. Yes, like an indestructible leech, slowly sucking fear and terror from the hearts of the killers.
What time is it?
After 3.
6 hours. We've been here almost 6 hours. Tom, why don't we leave?
We can't leave with him in the closet.
Well, get him out.
It's locked, I tell you.
Well, try again. Try it again.
No go.
What are we going to do?
I don't know.
We can't sit here like this.
I'm thinking.
That's all you do is think. Why don't you do something? For heaven's sake, do something.
All right. We'll just have to do it that way.
What way?
Force the closet door. It'll be evidence. It'll point to something wrong, but there's no other way.
Well, why didn't you think of this before?
I did. But I didn't want to leave a forced door. That's why I didn't say it. Don't you understand?
All right, but let's do it. It's the only way now.
Ought to be something around here I can
Well,
use.
there's a screwdriver in the top desk drawer.
Yeah, this will do.
Tom. Tom, look. Tom. The door.
No, it can't be.
Yes, it is, Tom. It's opening. It's opening. He's alive.
He can't be alive. No, it can't be. If he is, he won't be much longer. No, you're not alive. Not after I...
What is it?
Same position. He's dead. He's been dead for hours.
Well, what about the door? The door, Tom.
I don't know about the door. It got stuck or something. Moisture, I don't know. Just stuck.
No, he locked it, Tom. He locked it behind him.
Couldn't have locked it. He's dead.
He's not dead. He's alive. I tell you, he's
dead,
alive.
I'll show you he's dead. Here, I'll show you. There. Look at him. Look and see. He's dead, Iris. Look at him and tell me he's alive. Go on, tell me he's alive.
No.
You see? You see, he's dead. He's got to be dead. No heart, no breath. Look. Look!
I can't look. Please.
I'm sorry, Iris.
What are you sitting down for?
I'm tired. I'm so tired.
Tom.
Huh?
Tom, we've got to do it now. Do it now. We can't sit here till morning. People will be coming in.
I know.
Tom, we've got to get out and take him with us.
I'm so tired.
Oh, please.
All right. All right, I know. I know, Iris. But we won't take him.
What?
There's another way. Maybe a better way. I don't know why I didn't think of it before.
What do you mean?
The window.
Window?
That way it'll look like suicide. We can say he came in, he looked strange, got panicky.
You think it'll work?
We have to do something, Iris. We have to take the chance.
All right, I'm tired too. Do it and get it over with.
Let me rest a minute. Huh?
Tom, he moved.
Don't be crazy.
I tell you, he moved his arm. There again. You saw it.
Iris.
I told you he's alive, Tom.
He's not alive.
But he moved.
Rigor, I tell you it's rigor. That's all. There's an explanation for it. It happened.
Tom.
I tell you it's rigor. Now shut up. Well, all right. Help me.
I can't stop.
I didn't ask you to just open the window.
All right.
All right. Stand away.
Huh?
Stand aside and stop staring. 25 floors. That'll be good.
Be careful.
I have to get him up, don't I? Now, just the shelf and...
What's the matter?
His hand. He's got his hand on my lapel. Hold him.
Tom!
Get him off. Get him off.
Come back. Right there.
Look at him. Look at him.
No.
All right, stand back there. Stand back, one side. Come on, don't keep. What's the matter? Ain't you never seen dead people before? One side there. Harrison, Laura here. No, not a check-in. Oh, wait a minute. We got a double jump on Vern Street out of an office building. Yep, 25 floors. Oh, brother. I better get us an ambulance, too. No, it's a third party. Woman up in the office screaming her head off. Now completely gone. Keep screaming about the dead coming to life or something. Okay, Harrison. Check.
So you see, it's never simple, this job of killing. First of all, the victim is often less than willing. And when it's done, suppose the corpse hangs on, grinning, leering, clinging, like a leech that won't be gone. Oh, yes, there's time to think before the act. But who can predict a corpse with so little tact?
You are listening to Peter Lorre in Nightmare.
Well, have a good night's sleep. And remember, it was only a story. By tomorrow, you have forgotten all about the whole thing. When you're out in the garden trimming the flowers, the rose bush, the zinnias, the irises. Oh, yes, iris. Oh, yes, watch out for that iris. I mean it. Might be the beginning of a nightmare.
Good evening, worshippers of Halloween. Admirers of the ghostly and the ghastly. Welcome to my chamber of horrors. And let me tell you a terrible tale of terror. My wife will be so pleased you've come. I'm sure she'll want to serve you for dinner. Come over here by the coffin, won't you? But leave your coat on. I'm going to tell some chilling stories tonight. Bone-chilling on this Halloween. That's right. Bundle up tight. It would really be a pity if you caught a cold, because then you might leave here coughing. Or should I say, in a coffin. And now, friend, turn your lights down low. If you have the nerve. In fact, turn them out. I dare. And listen to a classic tale of terror. The Waxwork. No actors other than Mr. William Conrad. Oh, yes, originally there were 15, but 14 died in rehearsal. Leaving only Mr. Conrad to carry on. So here he is. In The Waxwork.
While the uniformed attendants of Mariner's Waxworks were ushering the last stragglers through the great glass-paneled double doors, the manager sat in his office interviewing Raymond Hewson. The manager was speaking.
Oh, there's nothing new in your request, sir. And in fact, we refuse it to different people, mostly young bloods who've tried to make bets about 3 times a week, I should say. We have nothing to gain, something to lose by letting people spend the night in our murderer's den. If I allowed it and some young idiot lost his senses, what would be my position, eh? But your being a journalist somewhat alters the case.
Hewson smiled. I suppose you mean that journalists have no senses to lose.
No, of course not. But one imagines them to be responsible people. Besides, we have something to gain here. Publicity and advertisement.
Yes, exactly, said Hewson. And there I thought we might come to terms. The manager smiled.
Yes, I know what's coming. You want to be paid twice, do you? You know, it used to be said years ago that Madame Tussaud would give a man £100 for sleeping alone in the Chamber of Horrors. Well, I hope you don't think that we've made any such offer. What is your paper, Mr. Hewson?
Well, I'm freelancing at present, sir, working on space for several papers. However, I would find no difficulty in getting the story printed, I'm sure. The Morning Echo would use it like a shot. A night with Mariner's murderers. No live paper could turn it down, sir.
Yes. How do you propose to treat it?
Well, I shall make it gruesome, of course. Gruesome with just a saving touch of humor. The manager nodded and offered Hewson his cigarette case.
Very well, Mr. Houston. You get your story printed in the Morning Echo, and there'll be a £5 note waiting for you when you care to come and call for it. But, first of all, you realize it's no small ordeal that you're proposing to undertake. I'd like to be quite sure about you. I'd like you to be quite sure about yourself. I own I shouldn't care to take it on. I should hate having to sleep down there, alone, among them. Why? Asked Houston. Oh, I don't know. Isn't any reason, I suppose. I don't believe in ghosts. If I did, I should expect them to haunt the scene of their crimes or the spots where their bodies were laid, instead of a cellar which happens to contain their waxwork images. Well, it's just that I couldn't sit alone among them all night with her seeming to stare at me in the way they do. After all, they represent the lowest and the most appalling types of humanity. Well, the whole atmosphere of the place is unpleasant. And if you're susceptible to atmosphere, sir, I warn you that you're in for a very uncomfortable night. Houston had known that from the moment when the idea first occurred to him. His soul sickened at the prospect. But he had a wife and a family to keep. So here was a chance not to be missed. The price of a special story in the Morning Echo with a £5 note to add to it. Besides, if he wrote the story well, it might lead to an offer of regular employment. The manager smiled at him and rose. Well, I think the last of the people must have gone by now. Oh, there is one condition I'm afraid I must impose upon you, sir. I must ask you not to smoke. We had a fire scare down on the Meadows 10 this evening. I don't know who gave the alarm, but whoever it was a false one. Fortunately, there were very few people down there at the time, or there might have been a panic. Now, if you're ready, we'll make a move. He led the way through an open barrier and down ill-lit stone stairs, which conveyed a sinister impression of giving access to a dungeon. In a passage at the bottom were a few preliminary horrors, such as relics of the Inquisition, a rack taken from a medieval castle, branding irons, thumb screws, and other mementos of man's cruelty to men. Beyond the passage was the murderer's den. It was a room of irregular shape, with a vaulted roof and dimly lit by electric lights, burning behind inverted bowls of frosted glass. It was, by design, an eerie and uncomfortable chamber, a chamber whose atmosphere invited its visitors to speak in whispers. The waxwork murderers stood on low pedestals with numbered tickets at their feet. Recent notorieties rubbed dusty shoulders with the old favorites. Thurtell, the murderer of Weir, stood as if frozen in the act of making a shop window gesture to young Bywaters. And there was Lefroy, the poor half-baked little snob who killed for gain so that he might ape the gentleman. Within 5 yards of him sat Mrs. Thompson, that erotic romanticist hanged to propitiate British middle-class matronhood. Charles Peace, the only member of the vile company who looked uncompromisingly and entirely evil, sneered across a gangway at Norman Thorne. Brown and Kennedy, the two most recent additions, stood between Mrs. Dyer and Patrick Mahan. The manager, walking around with Houston, pointed out several of the more interesting of these unholy notabilities. That's Cribbin. I expect you recognize him, insignificant little beast who looked as if he couldn't tread on a worm. Oh, and that's Armstrong. That looks like a decent, harmless country gentleman, doesn't he? And there's old Vaquier. You can't miss him, of course, because of his beard. And this one... Who's that? Houston asked in a whisper. Here, come here. Have a good look at him. Huh? This is our star turn. He's the only one of the bunch that hasn't been hanged. The figure which Houston had indicated was that of a small, slight man, not much more than 5 feet in height. It wore little waxed mustaches, large spectacles, and a caped coat. There was something so exaggeratedly French in its appearance that it reminded Houston of a stage caricature. He could not have said precisely why the mild-looking face seemed to him so repellent, but he'd already recoiled a step
and even in the manager's company it cost him an effort to look again. But who is he asked.
That, said the manager, is Dr. Baudet.
Houston shook his head doubtfully. I think I've heard the name, but I forget in connection with what. The manager smiled.
You'd remember better if you were a Frenchman. You know, for some long while, that man was the terror of Paris. He carried on his work of healing by day and of throat-cutting by night. Why, he killed for the sheer devilish pleasure it gave him to kill, and always in the same way, with a razor. After his last crime, he left a clue behind him which set the police upon his track. Oh, but he was much too clever for them. When he realized that the coils were closing about him, he mysteriously disappeared. And ever since, the police of every civilized country have been looking for him. There's no doubt that he managed to make away with himself, and by some means which has prevented his body coming to light, one or two crimes of a similar nature have taken place since his disappearance, but he is believed almost for certain to be dead, and the experts believe these recrudescences to be the work of an imitator. It's queer, isn't it, Miss Houston? How every notorious murderer has imitators.
Houston shuddered and fidgeted with his feet. I don't like him at all. What eyes he's got.
Yes, this figure's a little masterpiece. You find the eyes bite into you, huh? Well, that's excellent realism, then, for Baudet practiced mesmerism, and was supposed to mesmerize his victims before dispatching them. Indeed, had he not done so, it's impossible to see how so small a man could have done his ghastly work. There were never any signs of struggle.
I thought I saw him move, said Houston with a catch in his voice. The manager smiled.
You'll have more than one optical illusion before the night's out, I expect, sir. Well, I'm sorry I can't give you any more light because all the lights are on. For obvious reasons, we keep this place as gloomy as possible, eh? Well, Mr. Houston, good night.
Houston wheeled a swivel chair, a heavy one upholstered in plush, a little way down the central gangway, and deliberately turned it so that its back was toward the effigy of Dr. Baudet. For some undefined reason, he liked Dr. Baudet a great deal less than his companions. Busying himself with arranging the chair, he was almost lighthearted. But when the manager's footfalls had died away, and a deep hush stole over the chamber, he realized that he had no slight ordeal before him. Among the many figures standing in stiff, unnatural poses, the effigy of the dreadful little doctor stood out with a queer prominence, perhaps because of a steady beam of light beat straight down upon it. Houston flinched before the parody of mildness which some fiendishly skilled craftsman had managed to convey in wax, met the eyes for one agonized second, and then turned again to face the other direction. He's only a waxwork like the rest of you, Houston muttered defiantly. You're all only waxworks. They were only waxworks, yes. But waxworks don't move. Oh, not that he had seen the least movement anywhere, but it struck him that in the moment or two while he'd looked behind him, there had been the least subtle change in the grouping of the figures in front. Crippen, for instance, seemed to have turned at least 1 degree to the left. Or, thought Houston, perhaps the illusion was due to the fact that he had not slewed his chair back into its exact original position. Oh, but there were Brown and Kennedy, too. Surely one of them had moved his hands. Houston held his breath for a moment, and then drew his courage back to him as a man lifts a weight. He took a notebook from his pocket and wrote quickly, Memo, deathly silence and unearthly stillness of figures, like being at bottom of sea. Hypnotic eyes, Dr. Baudet. Figures seemed to move when not being watched. He closed the book suddenly over his fingers and looked around quickly and awfully over his right shoulder. He had neither seen nor heard a movement, but it was as if some sixth sense had made him aware of one. He looked straight into the vapid countenance of Lefroy, which smiled vacantly back as if to say, "It wasn't I." No, of course it wasn't he, or any of them. It was his own nerves. Or was it? Then why all that silent unrest about him? A subtle something in the air which did not quite break the silence and happened, whichever way he looked, just beyond the boundaries of his vision. He swung round quickly to encounter the mild but baleful stare of Dr. Baudet. And then, without warning, he jerked his head back to stare straight at Crippen. He'd nearly caught Crippen that time. "You'd better be careful, Crippen, and all the rest of you. If I do see one of you move, I'll smash you to pieces. Do you hear?" He ought to go, he told himself. Already he'd experienced enough to write his story, or 10 stories for the matter of that. Well, then, why not go? The Morning Echo would be none the wiser as to how long he'd stayed, nor would it care so long as his story was a good one. Yes, but the manager, one never knew. Perhaps the manager would quibble over that 5-pound note which he needed so badly. He wondered if his wife were asleep, or if she were lying awake and thinking of him. She'd laugh when he told her that he'd imagined. This was a little too much. It was bad enough that the waxwork effigies of murderers should move when they weren't being watched, but it was intolerable that they should breathe. Somebody was breathing. Or was it his own breath which sounded to him as if it came from a distance? He sat rigid, listening, straining, until he exhaled with a long sigh. His own breath, after all. Or, if not, something had divined that he was listening and had ceased breathing simultaneously. Houston turned his head swiftly around and looked all about him out of haggard and hunted eyes. Everywhere his gaze encountered the vacant, waxen faces. And everywhere he felt that by just some least fraction of a second he had missed seeing a movement of hand or foot, a silent opening, a compression of lips, a flicker of eyelids, a look of human intelligence now smoothed out. They were like naughty children in a classroom, whispering, fidgeting, and laughing behind their teacher's back, but blandly innocent when his gaze was turned upon them. No, this would not do. This distinctly would not do. He must clutch at something, grip with his mind upon something which belonged essentially to the workaday world, to the daylight London streets. He was Raymond Houston, an unsuccessful journalist, a living and breathing man, and these figures grouped around him were only dummies, so they could neither move nor whisper. Well, what did it matter if they were supposed to be lifelike effigies of murderers? They were only made of wax and sawdust and stood there for the entertainment of morbid sightseers and orange-sucking trippers. Oh, that was better. Now, what was that funny story which somebody had told him in the Falstaff Club yesterday? Oh, yes. He recalled part of it, but not all. For the gaze of Dr. Baudet urged, challenged, and finally compelled him to turn. Houston half turned and then swung his chair so as to bring him face to face with the wearer of those dreadful hypnotic eyes. His own eyes were dilated, and his mouth at first set on a grin of terror, lifted at the corners in a snarl, and then Houston spoke and woke 100 sinister echoes. "You moved! Yes, you did, you moved! I saw
You
Then he sat quite still, staring straight before him, like a man found frozen in the Arctic snows. Dr. Baudet's movements were leisurely. He stepped off his pedestal with the mincing care of a lady alighting from a bus. The platform stood about 2 feet from the ground. Above the edge of it, a plush-covered rope hung in arc-like curves. Dr. Baudet lifted up the rope until it formed an arch for him to pass under, stepped off the platform, and sat down on the edge, facing Houston. Then he nodded and smiled and said,
Good evening. I need hardly tell you that not until I overheard the conversation between you and the worthy manager of this establishment did I suspect that I should have the pleasure of a companion here for the night. You cannot move or speak without my bidding, but you can hear me perfectly well. Something tells me that you are, shall I say, nervous? My dear sir, I have no illusions. I am not one of these contemptible effigies miraculously come to life. I am Dr. Baudet himself.
He paused, coughed, and shifted his legs.
Pardon me, but I am a little stiff. Please, let me explain. Circumstances with which I need not fatigue you have made it desirable that I should live in England. I was close to this building this evening when I saw a policeman. Regarding me, I thought a little too curiously. I guessed that he intended to follow and perhaps ask me embarrassing questions, so I mingled with the crowd and came in here. A coin bought my admission to the chamber in which we now meet, and an inspiration showed me a certain means of escape. I raised a cry of fire, and when all the fools had rushed to the stairs, I stripped my effigy of the caped coat which you behold me wearing, donned it, hid my effigy under the platform at the back, and took its place on the pedestal. The manager's description of me, which I had the embarrassment of being compelled to overhear, was biased, but not altogether inaccurate. Clearly, I am not dead, although it is as well that they will think otherwise, no? His account of my hobby, which I have indulged for years, although through necessity less frequently of late, was remaining true. For you see, the world is divided between collectors and non-collectors. With the non-collectors, we are not concerned, eh? The collectors collect anything according to their individual taste, from money to cigarette cards, from malls to matchboxes. I collect throats.
He paused again and regarded Houston's throat with interest, mingled with disfavor.
I am obliged to the chance which brought us together tonight, and perhaps it would seem ungrateful to complain. From motives of personal safety, my activities have been somewhat curtailed of late years, and I am glad of this opportunity of gratifying my somewhat unusual whim. But you, sir, you have such a skinny neck. If you will overlook a personal remark, I should never have selected you from choice. I like men with thick necks. Thick, red necks.
He fumbled in an inside pocket and took out something which he tested against a wet forefinger, and then proceeded to pass gently to and fro across the palm of his left hand.
This is a little French razor. The blade, you will observe, is very narrow. They do not cut very deep, but deep enough. In just one little moment, you shall see for yourself. And now, I shall ask you the little civil question of all the polite barbers. Does the razor suit you, sir?
He rose up, a diminutive but menacing figure of evil, and approached Houston with a silent, furtive step of a hunting panther.
You will have the goodness to raise your chin a little, eh? Thank you. And a little more, just a little more, eh? Thank you. Merci, monsieur. Merci, merci. Merci. of the chamber was a thick skylight of frosted glass, which by day let in a few sickly and filtered rays from the floor above. After sunrise, these began to mingle with the subdued light from the electric bulbs. And this mingled illumination added a certain ghastliness to a scene which needed no additional touch of horror. The waxwork figures stood apathetically in their places, waiting to be admired or execrated by the crowds who would presently wander fearfully among them. In their midst, in the center gangway, Hewson sat still, leaning far back in his swivel chair. His chin was up-tilted as if he were waiting to receive attention from a barber. And although there was not a scratch upon his throat, nor anywhere upon his body, he was cold and dead. Dr. Baudet, on his pedestal, watched the dead man unemotionally. He did not move, nor was he capable of motion. But then, after all, he was only a waxwork.
Well, friend, I do hope that you savored our gruesome little tale of terror and tallow called The Waxwork. I just wonder if you had the nerve to listen with your lights turned off. If you did, it's time to turn them on again. Go ahead. Just don't sit there. Get up. Well, what do you know? Stone dead.
The lives of some are doomed from the beginning. There are souls born beneath dark stars who must travel by strange and terrible roads to meet their destinies. This is the tale of one of these, the story we've called Masquerade.
Isn't this the most fantastic party?
Well, fantastic's as good a word as any for it.
A Halloween party in a haunted house. Gives me shivers just to think about it.
Well, then why think about it? Powder your nose and let's go see if we can pry our husbands away from Jerry Mason's bar.
Oh, Jane, you're so hard-boiled. You're never impressed by anything.
A mob of people dressed up in silly costumes, busily drinking someone else's liquor leaves me cold, darling.
Well, it doesn't mean. I think it's fun. Suppose this house Jerry found really is haunted.
Now, there are plenty of spirits around tonight, but they're all in bottles. Take it from little Jamie.
Just the same, it is spooky, and it makes me feel a little frightened. Doesn't it you, Helen? What? Oh, what'd you say, Sally? I said, aren't you just a little bit frightened by this old house? Yes. Yes, I am. I'm not ashamed to admit it.
For God's sake, Helen, you look as if you had the heebie-jeebies. You're as pale as if you've seen a real ghost, instead of that silly-looking Butler Judson dressed up in a suit.
Well, I wish Jerry never thought of this party. It's what, Helen? Nothing. I'm being silly. Let's go out and have fun. I didn't make this witch's costume to sit around in.
I second the motion. Why waste time now, Helen? Especially since your husband will be here any minute.
What do you mean by that?
Oh, nothing. Except that I certainly couldn't have any fun if all my husband did was stand around watching me out of cold, fishy eyes, the way Carl watches you.
Now stop it, Jane. There's a party going on, remember? So let's go back to it.
Hey, what took you girls so long? Come on, Jerry's going to make a speech.
All right.
What do we got to lose?
Yes, first. Come on, then. Let's wait for the speech, everybody. Organist, music, please. Ladies and gentlemen, I mean fellow witches,
wizards, vampires, werewolves, and whatever other unholy creatures we may have with us tonight. Now, the meeting will please come to order. I will now state the purpose of our gathering. Tonight is All Hallows Eve, better known as Halloween. Now, wait a minute. On Halloween, ghosts, witches, and uneasy spirits of all kinds are privileged to walk abroad. Vampires and werewolves may hold high holidays. The restless dead may step back from the great beyond and mingle with the living for a night.
He sure is.
Quiet now. We, the living, have long been remiss in our hospitality to the unfortunate spooks, whose only amusement is to go around on Halloween saying boo at people. So tonight, by way of making amends, we all invite all ghosts, vampires, poltergeists, or other invisible spirits to join us. Accordingly, I, as host, extend the full hospitality of Haunted Hall to all such other-world inhabitants who may be in the neighborhood and wish to drop in. If any such are about, make yourselves at home.
What's the matter, Helen?
I felt so cold just then. What time is it? Carl ought to have finished with his business meeting and be here by now.
It's not quite 10. He'll get here on time.
When midnight strikes, we'll have a little seance. And then, if we have any ghostly guests with us tonight, we'll make them show themselves to us. But now let's have music. To suit the mood of the evening, all music has to come from the organ, which stood in the attic here for 40 years. And gave out ghostly chords whenever there was to be a death in the family. Organist, you ghostly chords, please.
Come on, Jane, let's have it.
The organ music, imagine. Helen, are you all right? You're shivering.
Yes, I'm all right. Sally, it's a little cold.
Okay, then, but take it easy.
Well, I gotta go find my darling Star. I'll see you later. Here.
Helen.
Jerry, I didn't see you.
Don't look so guilty. People will suspect something.
I'm sorry, Jerry.
Come on, we'll dance. And we can duck and talk someplace.
Jerry.
Don't talk now. Somebody might overhear you. Dance over toward the hall and then slip into the library. We can have some privacy there before Carl comes. Oh, darling, I've been waiting 2 weeks for a chance to be alone with you again.
Jerry, I've been waiting too.
I know. After tonight, we'll never have to wait again. Here's the hall. Come on now, the library door's on this side. I don't think a soul saw us. Get inside so I can shut the door. There. See if you can find the light switch.
Here it is.
Good. No one's apt to interrupt us here in such a few minutes. Carl phoned only 15 minutes ago that he's on his way. At the terrific rate he drives, he'll be here before we know it. He only knew how often I've prayed that he'd drive off the road some night and break his neck.
Oh, Jerry. Jerry.
Darling.
Hold me in your arms, Jerry. Hold me tight. I'm frightened.
Frightened? Because of Carl?
Yes, I don't know if I can go through with it.
But we have to. There isn't any other way.
Couldn't we just go away together?
Darling, my business is here, my work. Well, we have to go through with our plans just as we made them.
But maybe if Carl would let me divorce him.
Oh, never. You know that. He'd die first. That's exactly what he has to do. Die.
Oh, there must be some way.
But there isn't. Oh, darling, there's nothing to be afraid of. Nothing, understand?
To commit murder.
Don't think of it like that. We're just getting rid of someone who's made your life miserable. Someone who stands between us and all our happiness. Now, listen.
Yes, sir.
This party tonight, this silly Halloween masquerade, I planned it carefully to make it easy and safe to get Carl out of the way.
Easy and safe? How?
There are 24 people wandering around this old house in silly costumes, wearing masks. Nobody can be sure who anybody else really is unless they actually speak to him.
I don't see how...
Now, the point is, nobody will ever be able to testify or even be sure in his own mind where anybody else is at any given moment tonight. In this house, I picked it for the party, not because fools say it's haunted, but because down in the woods, back of the gardens, there's an old rock quarry.
Rock quarry?
Mm-hmm. This house was closed several years ago after the last owner fell into the quarry one night when he was drunk. And that's exactly what's going to happen to Carl tonight. He's going to fall into that quarry while drunk.
Oh, Jerry, no.
Oh, it's so easy a child could manage it. Everyone knows that Carl drinks heavily at every party he goes to. Now, look, you find some way to get him out of the house after he arrives. You'll lead him down the path through the woods toward the quarry. And I'll see to it that he goes over the edge.
I couldn't. Oh, I couldn't.
You can and you will. You love me, don't you?
Yes, Jerry, but murder...
He suspects us already. You know that he's so jealous of you, he'd kill both of us if he could prove what he suspects.
But just the same, I can't. Oh, I can't. I'll do anything you say, Jerry.
Get control of yourself, Helen. We only have another few minutes to make our plan.
No, Jerry, no. I know we planned this. I know we both decided to do it, but now I can't. I love you, Jerry. Oh, I do love you, but this... I didn't know how it would be, and I'm afraid...
Sorry I had to be so rough, but this is no time for hysterics. We've got to go through with it tonight. When Carl arrives... what?
Carl.
Huh. How did you get here so quickly, Carl?
You invited me, so I came as quickly as I could. Yet you seem confused that I'm here.
What? Oh. No, I am just surprised that you made such good time getting out here from town. You only called me 15 minutes ago.
And my wife. Why should my wife seem so frightened at my arrival?
Well, I'm not, Carl. I'm just startled at your costume. Yes, it's your costume. That skeleton husk is pretty gruesome.
Gruesome? I think it's most appropriate. You come as a witch, Jerry comes as a devil, and I come as death.
Death?
What do you mean by that? Carl, what are you doing with that gun?
I put it into my pocket before I left the house.
You're drunk.
I was drunk when I started. I'm not drunk now.
Give me that gun. You don't know what you're doing.
I know what I'm doing. I know everything now.
Carl, what are you going to do?
When I started, I intended to give this haunted house some new ghosts to haunt it. Real ones.
Jerry's going to kill us.
But now I'm only going to take you home with me, darling. You're my wife, and your place is at my side. Jerry tried to steal you as he stole the fortune that I placed in his trust. But I'm not going to let him. I'm going to take you back with me now, and you'll never leave me again.
Stop. Hold his attention. I'm going to grab the gun.
Please, listen to me, Carl. You don't understand what
It's you who do not understand. But you will, soon, understand everything.
Understand? Helen, get his gun.
Yes, I got it.
And find me something to tie him with, quickly. I didn't hit him hard enough to put him out for long. He'll come to in a moment.
Jerry, what is it? Why are you holding his hand like that?
Feel it.
Cold. There's no pulse. He's not breathing. Carl's not breathing.
Dead. Even though I didn't hit him very hard, he's dead. We've got to get rid of his body.
Oh, he's hurting.
I've got to. It's only another 20 yards.
I can't. So dark.
We can't stop now. We're lucky to get him out of the French windows. Across the lawn without being seen. We can't risk somebody stumbling on us. The moon will be coming out again any second. What is it now?
French.
Never mind it. The edge of the quarry is just behind the next turn. Oh, slowly now. Feel your way with your feet. Are you standing on rock now?
Yes. Okay.
Good. You can put his feet down. Carefully now, not too much noise. There, it's done.
We'll kill him. We're murderers.
Stop saying that.
We are.
He was going to kill us, wasn't he? It was just self-defense. Be careful. Don't move around. The edge of the quarry is directly in front of us. Moon's coming out. There, you can see down into it.
So deep.
Deeper, the better. Now get out of my way. I can finish Mr. Carl Donnelly alone. So, up it comes. Under my shoulder. And now, over it goes. Well, it's all over. Except for the gun. Gotta get rid of that. If we found it, would look suspicious.
What do you do with it?
In the middle of the quarry, there's a deep pool. It's going into that. There. It's in the pool. I heard it splash. Now, all we have to do is join the party again and act natural. In a little while, we'll pretend to worry about Carl and start looking for him, but we won't find him. Not tonight.
Act natural. All we have to do is act natural.
Stop it, Jimmy. You're going to act just as natural as I am because your neck is at stake, too. Unless we give ourselves away, nothing on earth can ever prove we're guilty. You hear that? Absolutely nothing on earth. Helen, smile at me. Act like you're enjoying yourself. You've got to. Talk to me. The last 10 minutes, you've been dancing like a wax dummy.
I keep seeing him falling into that quarry in the moonlight. Down, down, down.
Don't be a fool. That's over and done with. Now we have a new life ahead of us, you and I. Think of that, don't think of him.
I'm trying to, Jerry. I am trying to. But instead, I keep hearing him say he's going to take me home, keep me forever. I feel as if his hands were still touching me. So cold. The way they were when he grabbed my wrist.
You gotta get your mind off it. Look, come on over and join the gang. But remember, act natural.
Jerry! Oh, Jerry, welcome, boy.
Thanks, Roger. Everybody having a good time?
Oh, it's just too spooky for words. Everybody says it's the most fantastic party they ever heard of, don't they, Jane?
You used that word once, darling.
Oh, you. What's the matter, Helen? Are you still cold? No, Sally, I'm all right. Well, darling, you're as white as a sheet. Your hands are colder than a polar bear's nose.
Nothing's the matter with Helen. She's just cold. We were out looking for Carl. He seems to have wandered off somewhere.
Carl, huh? I didn't know he'd ever showed up.
Oh, yes, he came in about an hour ago.
He did? That's funny. We haven't seen a thing of him. I was looking for him, too.
Of course he came in. Here somewhere.
All right, so he's here somewhere. What of it? Why fly off the handle just because I said I haven't seen him?
Well, because he is here. He's outside somewhere.
All right, then he'll show up soon enough when he gets thirsty again. And speaking of spirits, Jerry, it is almost midnight. Time for that seance you said we were going to be treated to.
Seance?
Oh, no, you said if there really were ghosts around this house, we'd have a seance and make them show themselves.
No, I don't like the idea either. Let's just forget it and come on, dance some more.
No, we want a seance.
Oh, no.
We want to see a ghost.
Yeah, we want a seance. We want to see a ghost.
We want a seance. Want to see a ghost.
No, stop it.
What's eating you, Helen? You're about as much fun tonight as a corpse.
She acts as if she'd seen a ghost already.
Well, Helen's just worried about Carl. All right, I promise you a seance and we'll have one.
Good.
Now, look, first we have to turn down all the lights, though. Then close all the doors and windows. Then everybody has to sit in a circle and hold hands while I invoke the spirit.
All right, we intend everything. You get your charms ready. Come on, Janie, let's get going. Hey, everybody, we're going to have a seance.
Jerry, you mustn't do that.
I've got to, don't you see? I've got to act natural. I can't do anything that would arouse any suspicion.
Suppose you should really...
Helen, snap out of it. This is all just make-believe, just a game I'm playing to keep those silly fools quiet. No one can materialize ghosts. Look, all I'm going to do is mumble a few nonsensical words and then say it wouldn't work. Now, come on, everybody's waiting.
All right, Jerry. Lights down, doors closed, everybody in a circle, holding hands. Now, go ahead with the mumbo jump.
Sit here, Helen. Now, silence, please. Silence. No one must move or speak. The circle of clasped hands must not be broken. Is that understood? Then music, organist. Uneasy creatures of the night, the restless dead and all other creatures of the unseen world who may stir abroad only on this one night of the year, hear me and take heed. By Astaroth and Beelzebub and Lucifer I command you. By Israfel and Belial and the dog god Horus I command you. By Isis and Osiris and Pelbas the Terrible I command you. If you are present tonight, knock 3 times that we may know. Knock 3 times that we may know.
You hear that? Oh, it's just somebody at the door. I'll open it.
No, I'll do it. What? Oh, it's you, Judson.
I beg pardon for interrupting, sir, but supper's being served, and as everything is hot...
Thanks, Judson. We'll be in a moment.
Very good, sir.
I'm sorry, folks. The seance seems to be a washout, but anyway, you can all eat now.
You say eat? Leave me to it. If any ghost wants me, you can have me too.
Oh, Roger, come on, I'm stalled. Oh, Jerry, just a minute.
Yeah?
Helen looks all in. Maybe I better take her outside in the air for just a few minutes.
Thanks, Sally. Look, you go on in with the others. I'll look after Helen. Tell the rest we'll be in a minute.
Well, all right, Jerry, if you'd rather, but she does look awfully pale.
What's the matter with you, Helen? You trying to put both our necks in a noose?
Sorry, Jerry. I was afraid I was going to faint. I'll be all right if I can just have a little air.
Come on outside on the terrace. Here, we can go out through these French windows. Now, sit on the railing and pull yourself together. Remember, we've still got to go through the motions of hunting for Carl.
Jerry, I keep feeling his hands on my neck. I keep feeling the touch of his hands and hearing him whisper in my ear that he's trying to take me home and keep me with him forever. Jerry.
What is it?
Noise. What's that noise?
Noise? I don't hear any noise except the organ. It started dancing again.
Somebody coming through the bushes.
Don't be silly. Everybody's inside.
Someone coming up through the bushes from the woods.
It's just an animal of some kind.
It's not. The animal would be scared away by the noise and the light. Jerry, there's a man coming from the woods. From the forest.
You're being hysterical. It's just an animal, I tell you. These woods are full of them.
It's not.
It can't be.
They are. Coming around the side of the house. Jerry, take me in quick.
Come on, then. It's a tramp or a vagrant.
Wait a minute, Jerry. Don't run away from me, Helen, my dear.
You?
You invited me, Jerry. I came as fast as I could. I hope I'm not too late for a dance with my wife.
How did you get here?
I just came. Come, dear. The music's playing. Just one dance, then I must take you home with me.
You're not dead.
Come, my dear. The music is playing. Just this one dance. Then we must go.
Don't touch me.
Surely you're not afraid of me, my own loving wife. Come, we'll dance, and then we'll go.
Jerry, do something. Don't let him touch me. Oh, you're choking me. Jerry.
I'm here and I found a rock big enough to fire. You dirty. Now you're dead for good. I slipped up before, but not this time.
Jerry was trying to kill me. Choking me.
Somebody inside might hear you. You can't give one now. We've got to get rid of her.
I can't go through with that again. Jerry, his fingers in my throat. So cold.
You've got to face it. Obviously, he was only unconscious when we thought he was dead, and he was so thoroughly soaked with alcohol that the fall into the quarry didn't even hurt him. He must have recovered and climbed out somehow without knowing what had happened and came back. That's what happened. That's what must have happened. But he won't come back again.
I couldn't go through those woods. They're going now.
We don't have to. We'll be seen. Gotta think of something else. I have it. Where's Carl's car?
His car?
Yes, Carl's green roadster.
I don't know. I don't see it.
It should be over there, parked with all the others. He certainly came in it.
It isn't there.
Then we'll have to use my sedan. It's down there at the end of the terrace. Go on, open the rear door.
What are you going to do?
We'll see, quick. I can lift him all right, but I can't carry him very far. Hurry. Have you got it open yet?
Yes, sir.
Good. There. I'll get in the front seat. Do as I tell you. You haven't any time to waste. Come on, get in.
Yes, sir.
It cost me the tar, but it'll be worth it.
His hands on my neck. So cold. So cold.
Pete's sake, stop it. Well, do you think my nerves can stand your sniveling? Do you think I like this?
Don't
stop it, I say.
Sorry, Jerry. With him in the seat behind us.
He won't be there long.
What are you going to do with him?
There's a blind curve up ahead a ways. A deep ravine alongside it. Half a dozen cars have gone in there in the last 10 years.
Yes, I remember.
I'm going to stop the car there. We're going to get out and pop him up behind the wheel. Then I'll start the car and send it over the edge. We'll tell the police we found him wandering around drunk and we took him for a drive to sober him up. But he insisted that we get out and let him drive, and he got so violent that we had to. And then he lost control of the car.
Will they believe you?
I don't know, but they won't be able to prove anything if they don't.
Aren't we there yet, Jerry? Aren't we almost there?
Almost. Just another mile.
I keep thinking when I hear him moving behind us. I keep thinking his hands are reaching for me. So cold.
I know. I'm not blaming you, but hold on to yourself. In another 5 minutes, we'll be forever rid of Carl Donnelly.
Did you call me then, Jerry? Yes, Jerry. I heard you call me. You and Helen. So I came.
You're not alive still. You're not. You can't be.
My wife has fainted. You tend to her. I'll come up front with you and drive.
Stay where you are. You're dead, you hear? You're dead.
I'll drive, Jerry. Move over, please, so I can climb in behind the wheel.
No, you're dead.
That's right. Move over and make room for me.
Don't. Get back. Stay away from me.
Just a moment now, and I'll take the wheel.
No.
There. Now I'll do the driving. I know where I want to go, and you don't. I'm driving my wife home now, so we must go faster. And faster. And faster.
Stop it. Stop it, God. You'll kill us all.
But my wife, I must get her home. Faster.
Slow down. I'll do anything you want. I'll surrender to the police. I'll tell them I embezzled the money you gave me power of attorney over. I'll tell them anything if you'll only slow down.
I can't slow down. I'm taking my wife home now. Faster.
Look out. It's the blind curve. The ravine's on the other side of it. We'll never make it.
Faster. Faster.
Hello? Hello, Sergeant Myers? This is Johnson reporting. Yeah, again. It's been a busy night. The sedan this time. Went over the edge of Blind Curve a little while after midnight. The dashboard clock stopped at 12:25. That's right. I found it 20 minutes ago. 2 people in it, man and a woman. Yeah, both of them. Worst case I've seen yet. Car must have been doing 90 when it went over. And looked as if it had been driven over purposely, too. And say, Sarge, there's a couple of funny angles to the crash. I mean, peculiar. Sort of eerie. One is, they were both in costume. Like that other strip we picked up earlier tonight. Uh-huh. A witch's costume and a devil's suit. But get this, Sarge. The sedan landed smack on top of that green roadster I reported before. You know, the one we hauled that other guy in a masquerade costume out of. The one in the skeleton suit that gave him such a turn at the morgue when we left him there around 10 o'clock. Yeah. The one we identified 3 hours ago as Carl Donnelly.
Just listen to Chapter 8 of Dark Destiny, a series of dramas about those unfortunate ones among us whose lives are doomed from the beginning, who travel by strange and terrible roads to meet their destiny. Tonight's story, Masquerade, originated in the studios of Station WOR. Written by Robert Arthur and David Cogan, it was produced by Jack Johnstone. Featured on tonight's program were Carl Eastman as Jerry and Elspeth Eric as Helen. Next Saturday night at 8, you will hear a story.
You say Anne's been dead for months? But that's impossible.
It couldn't be. It must be wrong. Because Anne and I were married yesterday.
What's that? A man with a phantom wife? Listen to the next chapter of Dark Destiny, a story titled Till Death Do Us Part. Rob Shepard speaking. This is Mutual.
Once Upon a Midnight, a presentation of the American Broadcasting Company dedicated to the hardy listener who favors a tale spiced with mystery and imagination. What time is it in your house? 8, 9, 10? Set the clock ahead. Make it 12. Midnight's the time for these stories. And now here's your host, the noted director and producer, an expert guide along the path of dark adventure, Mr. Alfred Hitchcock.
It was not until several weeks after he had decided to murder his wife that Dr. Bickley took any active steps in the matter. Murder is a serious business. The tiniest slip may be disastrous, and Dr. Bickley had no intention of risking disaster. This was to be the most delicately perfect of all perfect crimes.
Suspense, shock, murder, all the makings of a spine-tingling mystery drama in the hands of a past master of theatrical illusion, Alfred Hitchcock. We of the American Broadcasting Company believe this new series has the opportunity of becoming the most important and distinguished of its kind in radio. Mr. Hitchcock will appear in every program as the narrator and will personally supervise the writing and direction of each highly dramatic tale. It is our good fortune that Alfred Hitchcock has an enormous interest in radio. In fact, the idea of this series originated with him. This is important because it means we have the great asset of a star with a personal enthusiasm in making the series a true milestone in radio. The musical score is handled by Felix Mills in a new and effective way. Instead of using music simply as a bridge between scenes, each episode will be especially scored for dramatic value. The music used to make plot points, to add impact to the action and sharpness to the dialogue. We feel that in every way, this new radio series offers an unusual opportunity to combine broad popular appeal with truly distinguished radio treatment. We leave it to you to judge. You were saying, Mr. Hitchcock, that murder is a serious business.
Oh, yes, and murderers are serious people. You know, one thing that has always fascinated me about criminals is that when you walk down a street, any passerby might be a murderer. They don't all wear black mustaches. I imagine most murderers behave just like mild, ordinary people, until suddenly one day they turn and stab you in the back, or drop a lump of cyanide in a friend's tea. I think this idea must have intrigued Francis Iles, too, for the murderer in his story, Malice Aforethought, the Dr. Bickley I mentioned, was certainly an ordinary person. A little fellow, lightly built, around 38, I imagine. Sandy hair, a bit thin on top, small sandy mustache. You've seen him. On top of a bus, perhaps. Or you've met him on a train. Or if you lived near Wyvern Cross in England a few years back, you might have met him in the village, starting out on the morning rounds of his patients.
Good morning, Dr. Bigley.
Good morning, Mrs. Templar.
Morning, Doctor.
Morning, Miss Dean. Lovely morning.
Lovely.
Oh, Bickley. Mr. Torr, good morning.
Oh, morning.
Good morning, Dr. Bickley.
Good morning. How's your mother?
Better, thank you.
Ah, splendid.
Morning, Doctor.
Good morning. Morning, Mrs. Cheevy. Mrs. Harvard. Lovely morning. Lovely.
Listen to the way he says lovely morning. I must say I do enjoy a cheerful murderer, although when he got home, Dr. Bickley wasn't always quite as cheery. I suppose his wife, Julia, was what you would call a battle axe. Anyway, she was a lot older than Bickley, almost an old maid type, I suppose. Probably would have been if Bickley hadn't married her.
Really, Edmund, really. You might have been considerate enough to come home a little earlier, today of all days. How can Florence get on with her work if you keep her waiting to wash up your lunch things like this?
Sorry, Julia. Had to get through my patients, you know.
Well, of course. Do you want some more of that cold joint?
Just a glass of beer, I think.
Edmund, you have far too much to do to sit here drinking beer. Have you forgotten we're having guests?
No, my sweet.
Besides, you know how beer makes you perspire. Oh, the Tors will play tennis, of course. You better put the net up first. You know how it sags during the first half hour.
Mm-hmm.
Then there are the 2 tables to be taken out and the chairs. And I think you better put the awning up in this sun. And after that, you'll have to...
My dear, I don't think I should be able to get all those things done.
My dear Edmund, they've got to be done. Have you finished? I'm waiting.
A bit of cheese, I think.
You've no time for cheese.
And I suppose I'm finished. Just as well we don't give tennis parties every day, isn't it?
Oh, I'm glad you mentioned it. The court will have to be rolled.
What?
The tennis court, Edmund. Wet it down and roll it.
But then I'll have to remark all the lines.
Well, of course, Edmund.
But I don't...
Now, Edmund, don't stand there. Get about it. Dear me, it's a pity I can't be in a dozen places at once to see to everything myself.
Yes, dear.
Well, that was a typical day at the Bickleys. Except on this particular day, the weather and tempers were hotter than usual.
Game, isn't it? Edmund, Mr. Tor has nothing to eat.
Oh, here we are. Sandwich, Mr. Tor?
Oh, I believe I will. And how is old Mrs. Parrott these days, Doctor? I hear she's been ailing, eh?
Well, Mrs. Parrott, I might say.
Edmund, Miss Rattery will have a sandwich.
Oh, of course. Miss Rattray?
Thank you, Doctor.
You were asking about Mrs. Parrott.
Oh, yes.
As a physician, it's my opinion...
Edmund, not there, please. Don't sit there. That's Winfred's seat. She'll be back in a moment.
Oh.
Game's that back.
Try another. Edmund, they're a ball short. Benji's hit one into the gooseberry bushes.
Oh, did he?
Well, go and look for it, Edmund. Don't let your guests
It's
do
all
it.
right. I'll get it, Mrs. Bickley.
No, Benji. Let Edmund. Oh, hurry, dear.
Yes, dear.
And so Gooseberry Bush looking for a tennis ball. Just as he was about to grab it with a hot and clammy hand, he heard himself a subject of conversation.
Did you hear the way she orders them about?
Awful, isn't it?
I'm hanged if I'd speak to a dog like that. But then I imagine a fellow like Bickley rather enjoys it, eh?
Oh, Benji.
Well, you know as well as I do, he didn't enjoy it, especially when people laughed. All he could do was to clench his teeth and stare down into the bush.
I can't stand this. Not much longer. Can't stand it. I wish, Julia were dead. I wish I could kill her.
By the way, I'd like to stop a moment and tell you about a secret little weakness Bickley had. Every night he would soothe himself to sleep with what he called his visions. Little extravagant pieces of imagination in which Bickley was always a person of supreme importance. Sometimes it was Bickley the great painter, or Bickley the great composer. Regardless of the role, he was always great, always a hero. He'd pull up his knees under the blanket, snuggle his head deeper into the pillow, and then say to himself, well, what shall we do tonight? I think I'll play for England. I think I'll beat Australia. Bickley, the great cricket player, was his favorite vision. At bat for more than 10 hours. Amazing. Australia trying every bowler they had. No use. The man's too good. The match went on and on until Bickley had broken the world's record by scoring 501 runs. Stupendous. At the finish, he was carried from the field on the shoulders of his fellow players. The idol of the cheering thousands. The man of the hour, but always smiling and modest. When the Prime Minister said solemnly, Bickley, you have saved England. Well, naturally, by this time, Bickley was fast asleep. But those wild thoughts he had when his head was in the gooseberry bush formed the basis of a new vision. He saw himself, the respected physician of Wyvern Cross, dignified, light-hearted, strolling happily down the highway of life without a care in the world, without worry, without Julia.
But how could I manage it? How could I kill her? How? Without risk. How could I kill her? How? How could I kill her?
For nights and nights he did not play cricket once. Then an extraordinary thing happened. A thing that got poor old Bickley mixed up more than ever. he fell in love. She was a newcomer to Wyvern Cross, a Miss Madeline Cranmere, who'd taken up residence at the old hall, a huge castle-like affair on the hill. She was a girl of about 23, not pretty in the least, except for her blue eyes, which were quite beautiful. Bickley had never met her. Until the afternoon he was summoned to the hall professionally and very hastily.
Dr. Bickley, I'm Madeline Cranmere. So sorry to keep you waiting.
Not at all, Miss Cranmere. I spent a very enjoyable few minutes looking over the hall. I've never been up here before.
It's beautiful, isn't it?
Lovely. Perfect example of old Tudor.
Oh, yes? I wouldn't know.
Oh, absolutely. That carved over mantel, for instance, quite authentic. And, fortunately, not spoiled by restoration.
How interesting. You seem to know a lot about that sort of thing.
Oh, no.
Before you leave, I must show you the whole place.
That's very kind.
Not really. Actually, it'll be you who'll be showing me. Will you have tea, Doctor?
Tea? Well,
Please do. Vera?
Yes, sir?
Dr. Bickley will stay for tea.
Dr. Bickley stayed quite late for tea. They talked of 100 things, art mostly. It came out quite naturally that Dr. Bickley sketched a bit, or tried to. And Miss Cranmere was positive he must do wonderful work. From art they passed to other topics, and it was amazing how identical were their views. There wasn't a lull in the conversation until almost 6 o'clock.
Well, I suppose I should be running.
Yes.
I've had a most enjoyable afternoon.
Shall I confess something, Doctor? I haven't spoken to anyone like this in weeks. You see, I live here by myself, except for the servants, of course. Already I'm finding life a little lonely.
Oh.
But you're coming back to sketch the hall, you promised.
It's a privilege, Miss Cranmere.
Well...
Miss Cranmere, you called this afternoon. I mean, the message you left at the house.
Oh, yes. I don't sleep well, Doctor.
Any particular reason you can think of?
No. Just nerves, I think. You know.
Of course. High-strung.
I suppose I am.
Well, we shall certainly have to take care of that. I'll write a prescription at once.
Thank you, Doctor.
Dr. Bickley came away from the hall that evening, and other evenings too, feeling 10 years younger. These nights as Bickley snuggled into his pillow to begin the happy journey into imagination, he had a new vision to lull him to sleep. Not merely life without Julia, but life with Madeline Cranmere. Madeline Cranmere always at his side. Madeline Cranmere smiling beautifully, always helpful and understanding. Madeline Cranmere, his life companion, his soulmate. Madeline the fair, Madeline the lovable, Madeline the lily maid.
That girl, Madeline Cranmere, is getting herself talked about.
What's that, Julia?
You must have heard me, Edmund. You weren't asleep. You were sighing. Are you in pain?
No. I suppose I've been thinking.
I said that Madeline Cranmere is getting herself talked about.
Really? Well, people around here will talk about anyone.
I don't mind them talking about her. But I don't like to see the Bourne family name dragged in the mud.
Bourne?
Denny Bourne. He's been seen up there several times lately.
You mean they're talking about her and Denny Bourne?
Don't shout at me, Edmund. What's the matter with you?
Well, I think it's abominable. Just because a young man has tea once or twice with a young lady. Lord, beats me how these things get about.
But they do get about, Edmund. And other things, too.
Huh? So it seems.
Is Miss Cranmere in good health, Edmund?
Why, I imagine so.
Then why do you have to see her every other day?
Now, look here, Julia. If you're insinuating
Keep
that
your voice down. I have a violent headache. You needn't bother to pretend with me, Edmund. I know you too well. Normally, I don't interfere with your amusements. But in this case, I warn you, I will not permit it.
Julia, I won't stand this sort of thing. Even from you. You don't know the first thing about Miss Cranmere. If you think for one moment that
Edmund, do you imagine yourself in love with this girl?
No, I do not. I think your beastly insinuations
Thank you. I have no wish to hear. Now, will you kindly give me something for this headache? It's horrible.
Julia.
And in future, will you please stay away from the hall?
This was awkward. Bickley had to go up to the hall that next afternoon. Otherwise, he couldn't finish that portrait he was making of Madeline. He certainly found himself between the devil and her deep blue eyes.
Is it finished yet?
In a moment. Just turn toward the light again, Miss Cranmere. Ah, that's it. Now, if I could just... Oh, Lord.
What is it?
It's no good. I can't get at you. Not the real you. I'll throw it in the fire.
No, please. May I see it?
If you want to. But it's not good, really.
Clever.
Do you really think so? I say that. It's wonderful to hear you say that.
Very clever.
Oh, I say.
I don't see what you mean by not being able to get me. I think it's exactly like me.
Oh, yes, it's like you, but that isn't the point. I was trying to get at you. I mean, show where you differ from everyone else. I mean, your expression, the way you hold your head, that lovely, deep look in your eyes, your wonderful...
I think I understand.
Madeline, I suppose you know what I'm doing?
Yes, I know.
I'm making love to you.
Yes.
Madeline.
Oh, Edmund. Edmund, please go. Go at once.
Not now.
Oh, please. Don't you see how wrong it is? How stupidly, inalterably wrong. You have a wife, Edmund.
Yes. Yes, I have a wife.
That night in bed, Bickley had the most important of all his visions. He began to see very clearly how Julia would die. Murder is a serious business. The tiniest slip may be disastrous. It was Julia herself who put the final plan into his mind. For the past 5 years, Julia had been subject to headaches, which the doctor sometimes treated with a mild injection of morphine. The first part of his plan was almost childlike in its simplicity. He would give Julia her headaches with the aid of a drug he had read about in a medical journal.
Corrective for uric acid diathesis. Drug is no longer used, not only because of its prohibitive price, but because it tends to produce violent headaches.
Next morning and every other morning at breakfast thereafter, Julia received a generous dose of this drug sprinkled lightly over her grapefruit. It was certainly a bit of luck that Julia had a passion for grapefruit.
Oh, dear, 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 dear.
Well, I'll have to get along. Lots of cases this morning. Goodbye, Julia.
Oh, dear.
What's the matter?
Headache.
Oh, bad?
Blinding. The worst ever.
Oh. Well, perhaps you better lie down for a while. I'll look in on you at lunch.
I can't lie down. It'll only be worse. You better give me something before you go, Edmund.
Give you what, my dear?
Whatever it is you always give me. I can't stand this.
Julia, I've thought for a long time that these headaches of yours were just the result of being, well, run down. Now it looks to me like something organic.
Well, what?
That I can't say. But if they go on, I shall have to take you to see a specialist.
You'll do nothing of the kind, Edmund.
The headaches went on and the treatment went on. Headaches, morphine. Headaches, morphine. By the middle of January, Julia was getting a good 5 grains a day. So far, so good.
Oh, Dr. Bitchley. Come in, Doctor.
Is Miss Cranmere at home, Vera?
Yes, sir. She's in the drawing room with Mr. Bourne.
Bourne.
Dr. Bickley, good afternoon.
Miss Cranmere?
Well, how are you, Bickley?
How do you do?
Dennis just leaving. You won't stay for tea, Dennis?
I'm sorry I can't. Well, Miss Cranmere's been showing me your sketches, Bickley. They're not bad.
Thanks.
You must like the old place up here.
Very interesting, architecturally. Only trouble with these old places is that they're not very sanitary.
How's that?
Plumbing's very bad.
Oh, Dr. Bickley, really?
Well, it is. Regular typhoid trap up here.
Doctor.
Well, thank you, Miss Cranley. I've had a marvelous afternoon.
Come again soon, Denny.
Right. Dr. Bickley?
Afternoon.
Edmund, that wasn't very clever of you.
Wasn't it? What's he doing up here? I don't like him.
Come and sit down, Edmund.
You haven't answered me, Madeline. This is the 10th time I've run into him in the last month.
Edmund, are you so blind?
Blind to what? All I see is that you've constantly encouraged Denny Bourne to make this place a sort of...
Of course I've encouraged him. Because of you, Edmund. Don't you see? I have to let him come. I don't mind people talking about him and me. Let them say what they want. But I couldn't stand it if they talked about us, Edmund.
Madeline, forgive me.
Darling, don't ever be cross with me, please, darling.
Madeline.
I don't think you realize how difficult it is, Edmund. A girl like me in love with a married man.
I know. It's difficult for me, too. I've tried to think it out clearly. I even spoke to Julia.
When?
Oh, a long time ago.
You told her about us?
No, certainly not.
I should hope you wouldn't. What did you say to her?
I asked her for a divorce.
She wouldn't give it to you.
She refused absolutely.
You see, Edmund. You see how hopeless it is.
No, it isn't hopeless. Give me time, that's all.
Time? I seem to have a great deal of time, don't I?
Madeline, look at me. You love me, don't you?
You know I do, Edmund.
How much do you love me?
Edmund, what a strange question. How can you ask?
Because I've got to know. I've got to know, Madeline.
I love you. More than I could ever tell.
Thank you, Madeline.
Well, that satisfied Bickley, but he realized now he'd better get a move on.
My dear, I can't do it. I just can't.
I merely asked for relief, Edmund.
But I gave you a grain, my dear, just before dinner.
I know. Now my head's worse than ever.
But it can't go on, Julia.
What can't?
All this morphia. Very bad for you, you know. You're coming to rely on us.
Will you kindly put what you mean into plain words, Edmund?
Well, to put it bluntly, it'll become a habit.
If you're hinting that I'll become a drug fiend... Really, Edmund, what nonsense. Kindly come to the surgery and give me an injection at once.
No. If you want any more injections, you'll have to change your doctor. I can't administer any more. For your own sake, Julia.
Well, that night, Julia slept very soundly. Bickley crept slowly down the stairs to the surgery. Quietly, he opened the drawer which contained the morphia syringe. It had recently been used. Julia was following the course prescribed. She was now addicted to morphine, self-administered. Part 1 of the plan was complete. Now for Part 2. He sent a letter to Julia's brother and sister in a nearby town.
Just what is this all about, Edmund? Is Julia ill?
I'm afraid it's more serious than that, Hilda.
Well, let's hear the worst and get it over with. What's the matter with Julia?
Well, not easy for me to tell you this. But I felt as her brother and sister, you had a right to know. She's addicted to morphine.
Morphine?
What? You mean Julia takes dope?
While you're visiting here, make some excuse to see her forearm. You can manage it, Hilda. You'll notice that the arm's almost covered with tiny punctures.
Morphine. It's incredible.
A dope fiend. Well, that would be a nice thing to get around, wouldn't it? We'll have to keep this hushed up, Edmund.
Naturally. But I wanted someone else to know. I feel better somehow.
You must admit that Bickley had done a very neat job up to now. By the time the brother and sister left, they were ready to swear that Julia was a drug addict. As he saw them to their car, Bickley was rubbing his hands in cheerful anticipation of the next step in the murder. He called it Part 3, the overdose. A few mornings later, Julia rose from breakfast with the worst headache ever. Bickley's face was almost comic in his effort to conceal his delight. This was the time. This was the day Julia would die. He locked up the morphine carefully, then went out on his morning calls. At noon, he returned home secretly to find Julia still suffering horribly. Good. He went to the surgery, unlocked the medicine cabinet, counted the grains of morphine into his hand.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
15 grains. Half would have been enough.
Hurry, please, Edmund,
Yes,
hurry.
dear. Yes, dear.
With his gloved hands, he filled the syringe, surprised at the steadiness of his fingers. At the last moment, he had another flash of genius.
Will you hold this syringe a moment, Julia? Thank you.
Oh, the clever devil. Her fingerprints on the cylinder. And then, in all fairness, we must say it, Bickley gave his wife one last chance.
I'll take that syringe now. Julia, for some time past, I've wanted to ask you something. Will you reconsider your decision about divorcing me?
No, Edmund, I will not.
I'm not a child, Julia. I know my own mind. I'm in love with Madeline Cranmer.
I've known it for months. And nothing would persuade me to divorce you for her. The girl's no good, Edmund, no good at all.
That's absolutely final?
Absolutely.
Hold out your arm, Julia.
Oh, thank you, Edmund.
Go upstairs, Julia. Go up and lie down.
Now let's see, says Bickley. Julia will be dead in 20 minutes. No one knows you came home. Leave the house, go on your rounds, be seen on the street, and establish you were not here when the tragedy took place. Be seen, Dr. Bickley. She'll be dead in 20 minutes. Be seen in the village.
Afternoon, Dr. Bickley.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Wright.
Dr. Bickley.
Ah, Mrs. Templar. Lovely afternoon.
Lovely.
Good afternoon, Doctor.
Benji, how's your leg?
Oh, perfect.
Good. Afternoon, Mrs. Cheevy. Mrs. Harford. Lovely day, isn't it?
At the precise moment that Julia left this world, Dr. Bickley was at the other end of the village, sounding old Mr. Tracy's heart. He wished Mr. Tracy's heart didn't sound so much like a clock ticking. It made him nervous.
20 minutes from 12:30. That's 10 minutes of 1. She's dying. She's dying right now. Julia's dying. His heart is beating, living, beating. And hers is stopping, dying, stopping.
What's wrong, Doctor? Is the old ticker on the blink, huh?
Oh, no. No, Mr. Tracy. It's fine. You'll live, I think.
Bickley didn't go home. Better let his maid make the discovery. What to do in the meantime? What about going up to the hall to see Madeline? When he arrived, he found another guest barring the doorway. It was Denny Bourne.
I don't understand this, Denny. Where is Madeline? Isn't she here?
Well, she isn't feeling well, that's all. She's up in her room, lying down.
Well, go up and see her.
I don't think you should. As a matter of fact, old boy, I think you'd better not come up here at all from now on.
Really? And why not?
Well, it's only decent, you know. After all, with Madeline and I just becoming engaged.
Engaged? You and Matt... engaged?
Well, then she didn't tell you. Oh, she promised she would.
I don't believe it. Why, you young fool.
Now, let's not, after all.
Get out of my way.
Now, see here, Bickley.
Get out of my way. Madeline.
Edmund, you shouldn't have tried to see me.
Madeline, look here. This is all nonsense, of course.
No, Edmund, it isn't. I've thought it all out. We couldn't go on.
You don't love Denny Bourne. You couldn't.
Edmund.
Listen to me. This is what you're going to do.
Edmund, my shoulder. You're hurting me.
Listen. You're going downstairs this minute and break this thing off. Tomorrow I'm going to London to buy a special license. You come with me. We'll be married. In 3 days, we'll be married.
Let me go. Are you mad, Edmund? You have a wife. A wife.
My wife is dead.
Dead. Denny? Denny? Denny?
Shut up.
Denny?
you hear?
Dr. Bickley! Dr. Bickley!
Vera, Miss Cranmer's hysterical. Get me some cold water.
Yes, sir, but the telephone, sir. You're wanted at once. Mrs. Bickley, sir, she's... Oh, it's very bad news, sir.
I'll take the call.
Oh, Dr. Bickley, what have you done? Have you put a noose around your neck, Doctor? You were not supposed to know your wife was dead. You hadn't been home. Are those nights and nights of wonderful visions to be wasted? Thrown away by one careless word? Dr. Bickley, oh, how could you?
There you have the first episode of Malice Aforethought.
Well, I'm terribly sorry we're not able to finish the story this week. As Bickley might say, telling a murder story is a serious business, and it takes a little time. Please bear with us and just wait until next week, and let's see what happened to old Bickley. You think he'll get away with it? I wonder.
This is the Blue Network of the American Broadcasting Company.
Hi, this is Greg from An Evening of Old Time Radio. Hope you're enjoying the video and the old time radio shows. If you're watching this on any other channel than An Evening of Old Time Radio, you should be aware that the channel owner has stolen this audio track from one of my videos and uploaded it with a different background as if it were their own. Again, this video and this audio is from my channel, An Evening of Old Time Radio. On with the show.
Dear Ghost, dear Ghost, dear Ghost. This is a true story. There is not much point in inventing ghost stories. Anyone can do it. It's rather like playing a game whose rules one has made up without telling one else what they are. The events I'm going to report took place in a glorious blaze in the most marvelous summer in living memory. England, the summer of 1921. Good it was that summer to be alive, but to be young was very heaven. I was as old as the century, 21.
Biotex, the new soap and pre-wash powder, presents Beyond Midnight by Michael McKay.
There are plenty of people still alive who will recall the endless procession of golden days, 1921. Its unclouded dawns, its magnificent looms of blue and gold, its days sinking into warm, noble evenings, full of the promise of another day of the kind of summer one dreams about, but seldom gets. I was living at this time with my parents in Taunton, and they, knowing my ways, were not at all put out when I went off, saying I would write when I found out where I was going. I had never been to Crome Stratford. I read its name and decided. I made up my own fantasy of characters. I was the only passenger to alight, 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The whole earth drowsed pleasantly in the heat.
Crome Stratford. Crome Stratford.
The station master wore a cap of golden braid, but it appeared he was doing duty as porter as well. It was good to be 21 at Crome Stratford in the sun that summer.
Crome Stratford.
Afternoon, sir. Ticket, please. Good afternoon. Oh, this is beautiful. Oh, yes.
Thank you, sir. I want to stay here for a while. Have you any suggestions where I might put up? Put up? Well, there's the Bell Inn. That's if you don't mind a bit of jollification on market days and Saturday nights. Oh. Well, you see, my stay's going to be quite a long one. I think I would prefer private accommodation. You go out of the station, there. You go over the bridge. You'll see 4 houses in a row. They're called Sevastopol Terrace. Now, you call at number 2 and ask for Mrs. Wayne. Tell her I sent you, Mr. Jolbury. I think you'll find she'll fix you up.
Sevastopol Terrace consisted of 4 red brick cottages without elegance of any sort. They could not have been more ordinary if the architect had entered a competition for the most ordinary and the most mediocre dwellings.
Please come in.
Thank you very much. Oh, it's a beautiful day.
Let me show you the room.
A dead front room, seldom used. Uneasy chairs. A small piano with a fretwork front panel. The front room fire grate was stuffed with orange tissue paper. Above the mantelpiece, there was the enlarged photograph of a man in khaki. He was dark with a full moustache and an expression of slight astonishment on his face. I made a satisfactory deal with Mrs. Wayne. The other lady was Mrs. Jennison, 50-ish, stout, and, as it was called then, a kindly, infectious laugh. I knew I was going to be comfortable. 6 weeks or so I decided upon. Time in which to write a novel. Oh, yes. That is what I had set my heart on doing. The blue, cloudless days went by, and I wrote not a word of the novel. I liked my ladies. We took our meals together, and the household was an easy one to dwell in. And then, a strange uneasiness began to make itself manifest in my mind. For no reason at all, it seemed, I began to be afraid of something. Afraid in a way that I'd never experienced before, or for that matter, since this time.
As Dr. Johnson said, if you think well of what you wrote at night, tear it up in the morning. House is quiet. Where are the ladies? Donna. Oh, come on, Fielden. What's the matter with you? What is there to be afraid of, man? So quiet.
But there was no doubt about it. For some strange reason, I was afraid to stay in that house in Sevastopol Terrace alone.
Mrs. Wayne, are you going out?
Yes, we're just going for a walk, Mr. Fielden. We won't be long. Yes, we won't be long, Mr. Fielden. Just a little walk. We shall be back to tea. Bye-bye.
You see, I became certain that I was being followed by something down the stairs whenever I'd been up to my room. It was worse somehow when they were out of the house.
All right, somehow, when they're here, but so quiet. Something was following. Stupid. Yes. Yesterday, too, when I went up to get my pen. I wasn't imagining it. I wasn't.
I knew, of course, that Mrs. Wayne was a widow, and I knew that exceptionally trained soldier in the picture was her deceased husband. One Sunday, after the ceremonial tea, Mrs. Wayne had used him as a time beggar, as people do. She was putting the tea things together to take them out into the kitchen, and was at that moment holding what I privately thought to be a very ugly teapot. Mrs. Jennison regarded the teapot. She nodded at it.
I always liked that teapot. Do you believe in premonitions?
Oh, no, I can't say that I do. At any rate, I've never had one that was worth having. Do you believe in premonitions, Mrs. Wayne? Oh. Tell me about it, Mrs. Wayne.
I'd rather not. It's a painful subject. She often thinks about that on Sundays. 2 years ago on a Sunday, she had a premonition of something awful all day. Her husband, who went into business when he came out of the army, used to get up first and go off to work. That Monday morning, when Mrs. Wayne came down, she found him in the kitchen. He'd hanged himself there.
Why?
There had to be an inquest, of course, but nothing definite ever came out of it. He had troubles, money or drink or something like that.
Well, there had to be a reason. There had to be. Tell me about it. Tell me what it was.
Well, if you ask me, it's only my opinion, of course.
I'm asking you.
Excuse me, I must go and help Mrs. W. with the washing.
The reason? Tell me the reason.
I reckon that, like a lot of other men, couldn't settle down to ordinary life when he came out of the army. It wasn't the same anymore. Whatever makes you like life had gone out of it. He never liked being a soldier, but when he got back home, he didn't like that either. Some fellows managed better than he did with it. He couldn't. He used to brood a lot. You could hardly get a word out of him sometimes.
I stared at the photograph of Sidney Wayne, and then at Mrs. Jennison.
Do you mean he killed himself because he was bored?
Well, I didn't say bored, no. Say lost. There was a lot like that when they came back. Killed in action, you might say.
I moved close to the photograph and stared at the dead face in it. He stared with the same cold intensity, not at me, but past me. It was horrible. The stillness of the face, those eyes fixed on some object of vision beyond me or my glance. His hair was close cropped beneath his hat with its badge of the Suffolk Regiment. The peak of the cap came down almost to the bridge of his nose, hiding his forehead. Nothing fitted with either his body, his temperament, or his final act. Now that I knew what that act would be, he was dressed for me in a horror of the grotesque. My eyes moved involuntarily to his neck, and I turned away alike from the photograph and the dreadful images which I violently extruded from my mind.
Now, how shall we spend the evening? Is anyone to church? Or a walk? Or shall we have a game of cards? Well, what do you think? A walk, do you fancy? Would that be nice? Mr. Fielding? Oh, dear, look at that. Sidney's picture. Well, well. Of course. I knew it would go one of these days. Get me a dustpan and brush, will you? I'll soon clear this mess. All right. I'm sorry that happened. Now you'll have to have it framed. Oh, frame's broken too. I shan't do that. I never really liked that photograph. I only put it up there to please Sidney. I like to remember him the way he was before he went into the army. I shall just put it away somewhere.
And then I knew that we were not 3 in that house, but 4. situation had taken a new turn. I did not know what to expect. I decided that day, after the falling of the picture, was a day to be spent by the sea. So accordingly, I went to Lowestoft. I soon settled with a newspaper on the promenade in a deck chair. There was an empty chair beside me. It was not empty long, though. A middle-aged woman sat beside me. After only a few minutes, she made occasion to talk to me.
You're troubled about something, aren't you?
Huh? Yes. Yes, I am.
Will you tell me what it is?
Yes. Yes, all right, I will.
And as if it was the most natural thing in the world, I told her the whole story. From my arrival in the house in Sebastopol Terrace, right up until the falling of the picture.
May I tell you what I think?
Certainly, I'd like to hear.
It's quite clear to me. I believe in spirits or ghosts, or whatever name you like to give to that part of us that you now know exists when the body's fallen away. That poor spirit was driven to his terrible deed by distress that was very real to him, however silly you or anybody else may think it to have been. And afterwards, in the clear vision death brings with it, he saw how wrong he had been, how cruel to that kind little woman. He's trying to tell her that, and he can't leave the house till he has done it. He's in touch with you to be his messenger. You know that now, but you're refusing the message. Oh, you mustn't, my dear. You must take it and set the poor ghost free.
I can't do that. I won't. Well, let his message, if there is one, be carried some other way.
You told me that you don't dare stay in the house when the others have gone out for a walk or...
Well, that's right. Daren't is the right word.
That's just the time when he's trying hardest to get his message to you. You must stay in the house and give him his chance. I doubt he'll leave you till you do. Maybe you're his only chance.
How do you know this?
Oh, your way. Experience. And now I must go home to lunch. How strange I should come to you this morning.
And then she was gone, walking against the sun, so that I could hardly see her departure. I arrived back at Crome Stratford at 6.
And now, letters. I must keep up my correspondence. If no great novel is to come out of this holiday, then at least I must... Bernard. Mrs. Wayne and Mrs. Jonathan. The house is completely silent. Yet somehow I don't feel afraid anymore. Even though I'm in the kitchen where did the body hang? Behind me? Or in front?
The little kitchen had the peace of a Dutch interior. The place shone quietly with care. There was not even a sound from the outside world. The shadows in the room moved solemnly with the sun, and the light imperceptibly faded. The window was open a little at the top, and occasionally the curtains stirred in a passing, soundless breeze. My eyes felt heavy, and my limbs agreeably warm. I felt, for the first time, completely free of fear. Slowly, I moved into that half-slumber that one gets in church at sermon time. One hears the sound of the voice and sometimes the words, but the impressions are jumbled. And then something happened. Something happened that turned me into a thing of terror. I uttered a sound like a man in a nightmare. I struggled to shout at the dark terrors that flapped in my mind. I thought I saw something, a limp form, unnaturally hanging in the room in front of me.
Been doing your correspondence. What a good man. Now, off you go while I make supper.
I'll just get everything sorted out, and then I can see whether to get the stamps tomorrow. I'm quite hungry.
Thanks, Mr. Swindle. Thanks.
Yes.
Says, why, of course he isn't an officer of the Royal Flying Corps. He's wearing the uniform of an army chaplain. Then we all knew, you see, at once.
Oh, Mrs. Sanderson, you're a giddy limit. You really are.
You all right, dear? Quite all right. Why shouldn't I be? Oh, I thought maybe you had one of your headaches. Some maybe. No, I'm all right. Just tired, perhaps. I think I'll go to bed shortly after supper. You do that. We'll wash up, won't we?
Oh, rather. She had lost her air of commonplace acceptance of life. She looked like... what could it be? Like someone who had mislaid a possession, was trying to remember where it might be. She wasn't going to bed because she had a headache. She was going because she wanted to be alone, to think about whatever it was that preoccupied her. When the meal was over, she rose.
Well, if you don't mind excusing me. Not at all. Where you go, have a good rest.
And so Mrs. Wayne went up to bed. Next morning, I was having breakfast when I heard the postman knock at the door. I expected her to return to the kitchen where I sat at breakfast. I was reading the paper which I'd propped up against the teapot. Mrs. Wayne didn't come back. I thought she was being a long time out in the lobby. There was no sound at all. Then, just when I was going out to see if anything was the matter, she came in. Slowly. Her face, with its snub nose and sandy hair, was as pale as death. It had a terrible dignity of sadness, a piercing accusation like an angel with a sword, and a dreadful quietness. She held out to me a letter. The envelope and notepaper were mine. It was addressed to someone called Meggs.
How did you know he called me Meggs?
I did not need to ask any question. She had found this letter among my mail on a little table, and she gave the rest to the postman. I didn't know.
No. I never told you. Read the letter.
I don't want to. No.
Read it.
Max, dear, forgive me. Forgive me. That's not my writing.
Yes. But you wrote it. I found it with your letters. He came to you last night, didn't he?
I don't know.
I knew. As soon as I came in, the house was empty. He stayed with me until you came. He was here. I knew he was always here. I didn't think anyone else would ever know. But you knew. And he came to you. And now, he's gone. Forever.
You must stay in the house and give him his chance. I doubt if he'll leave you until you do. Maybe you are his only chance.
Max, dear, forgive me. Forgive me.
And now for our story. An original tale of fantasy by Richard Thorne entitled The Demon of the Night. There are two ways of looking at it. Either one believes that they died accidentally from natural causes, or else we have to admit that there was something in the darkness waiting for them. Waiting for anyone who'd be unsuspecting enough to walk alone at night. I leave it up to you. Decide for yourself whether Raphael Sebastian was a maniacal killer, or whether he was what so many people have called him, a creature of the darkness, spawned in the mind of evil in the darkness of night, running on all fours to leap upon his unsuspecting victim. He came to our town on the midnight train. Why I happened to be there at the station I attribute to restlessness. Sheriff Craig was there, too. Who's that? Ken Parker, Sheriff. What are you doing down here? I couldn't sleep. She's right on time. Yeah. Why'd you come down here? I don't know. Figured I might as well walk down to the station and see who might be getting off the midnight train. Then you knew he was coming tonight? Who was coming? Sebastian. You man who off the old Glamour place? That's right. No, I didn't know. I'm kind of anxious to see you. It's funny the way you bought the place, wasn't it? Yeah. Calling up at night when the real estate office was shut down. Having old Matt Ryerson describe the place to him over the phone. Then mail him a check from that. How we look. Now, here's the train. Right on time. Look back at the last car. Someone's getting off. Yeah, it must be him. Looking around. Supposed to meet him. Oh, he's coming this way. Maybe we can help him. Mr. Sebastian. You looking for someone? Right this way. Servant on ahead. He's supposed to meet me here. Guess he's late. I'm the sheriff. Al Craig's my name. Now, this here's Ken Parker. I'm pleased to meet you. How do you do? Did you come down here to see me? Yes and no. What do you mean by that? I was kind of interested in you. I mean, the way you bought the old Glamour place and everything. I wanted to see the man who bought it over the telephone. Besides, I couldn't sleep. Who told you I was coming? Old Matt Ryerson, the real estate agent. And you, Mr. Parker, why did you come down? I don't know, Mr. Sebastian. I guess I couldn't sleep either. Well, it's rather late. You should not... Oh, here he comes.
I must talk to him about being late. It's been very pleasant meeting you, gentlemen. I hope that we may meet again quite soon.
Thank you, Mr. Sebastian. I imagine we'll be seeing you around.
I imagine you will, Sheriff. Good night. Good night.
I get a funny feeling about that man, Ken.
How do you mean?
I can't explain it. His eyes look sort of funny. And his hands. Did you notice his hands?
Yes, I did.
Notice how they were just covered with hair? Thick and furry, just like an animal.
I was a little surprised the sheriff had fastened upon the same things I had. There was only one light on the deserted station platform, but Raphael Sebastian had stopped directly beneath it while he waited for his car. There was something strange about his eyes. But the thing which had sent an unaccountable tremor of fear through me was his hands. They were small hands, graceful and well-formed. They were covered with a thick coating of hair, and as Craig had said, they did remind one of the fur of an animal. Perhaps I should mention that I owned the paper in this small town we live in. It was always news to us to note the departures and arrivals in the town. So I knew that Saturday, when the Gazette came out, it would have an item about Sebastian's arrival. Both Sheriff Craig and I lived in the outskirts of the town. So I drove him back to his house and stopped in for a cup of coffee.
I hope you don't mind it being a little strong.
That's the way I like it, Sheriff.
Sue always makes it so weak I can't stand to drink the stuff. Tastes like dirty dishwater.
Cream and sugar? No, I like it black.
Appreciate the flavor, huh?
So do I.
Paper getting along all right?
Mm-hmm.
You've been doing a good job since your father died, Ken. I didn't listen. Yeah, I hear it.
Must be a dog.
Ain't no dog. No dog ever howls like that.
And what is it?
Haven't been any of those critters anywhere near in a long time.
You think that's a wolf?
That's what it is. Shot a lot of them when I was young.
Probably out looking for food.
Maybe.
There it is again.
And it gives you the creeps, don't it?
A little.
Sounds like a big one. Maybe we'd better go up.
What was that?
I don't know. It sounded like a window breaking. Isn't any mistake in that sound? It was a scream. Come on, right.
The only other house out here is Widow Brady's.
Scream must have come from there, then. Don't see any lights on.
Definitely came from her house. I know it.
Mrs. Brady!
Maybe the door's unlocked.
No, she always leaves it locked. Mrs. Brady! Listen, sounds like an animal. Come on. We're going to break this door open. You ready?
Yeah.
All right. In together.
Do it again.
She's sleeping on the first floor bedroom. Just follow me.
Mrs. Brady.
The light's right here. Mrs. Brady. Some animal must have been in here. Look at her. It's a horrible way to die.
We'll return to the tale of the Demon of the Night in just a moment. Back now to the Hall of Fantasy and the tale of the Demon of the Night. I had stopped at Sheriff Craig's house for a late cup of coffee. We'd just returned from the station and our first meeting with Raphael Sebastian. The scream had echoed in the night. We raced outside to see what was wrong. What we found was death.
That wolf again.
You think that wolf killed Mrs. Brady?
That's what it looks like, doesn't it?
What are you going to do?
That animal's got to be killed. That's what I'm going to do.
light in an attempt to track the animal. But though the tracks were quite clear outside the broken window, it was impossible to follow them. By morning, a light rain had sprung up, and all traces of the tracks disappeared. I was at the paper the following day, getting everything ready to go to press.
Ken!
Oh, Alice, I'm sorry, darling. I didn't see you come in.
I'm beginning to feel jealous of that typewriter. What are you writing now?
Well, the story of what happened last night.
It's already all over the town.
Yes, I know. But they'll read about it just the same.
Nat Ryerson told me that an animal had killed Mrs. Brady.
That's right.
He said something about a big wolf. Is that true?
As far as Craig and I know.
Well, they'd better catch the animal and kill it, Ken. The town's getting panicky.
Well, Craig was going to trail it, but when the rain came this morning, there wasn't any trail to follow.
Oh, it's not raining now.
Well, don't you see, Alice? The rain washed the tracks away.
You two talking over your marriage plan?
No, Sheriff. We were talking about what happened last night.
I thought you might be different. Whole town's talking about that.
Anything new, Sheriff?
Not a thing. Town's getting all head up about it. I don't like it.
Anything I can do for you, Sheriff?
Yeah, Ken. I'm going out to see that Sebastian fella. Want to come along?
Of course.
Sebastian?
Came in last night on the midnight train.
What are you going out to see him for?
Just to see him, that's all.
Sheriff Craig and I went out to his car, got in, and drove out to the old Glaymore mansion. It was a few miles out of town, well back from the highway. We turned into the gravel road that led to the house. It'll be pretty nice to see this old place fixed up. Certainly gone to ruin since Glaymore died.
It will be nice to see it fixed up, but
But what?
Yeah, I don't know. This killing's got me down.
Don't worry, Craig. You'll get the wolf.
I hope so.
Well, we're here.
Now, let's go.
All right. All that rain this morning has certainly turned into a nice day.
Kind of a day I like to go fishing.
Yeah, me too.
I guess that servant of his must have come out early to get the house in order. Use the knocker key.
Good afternoon, Sheriff.
Afternoon, Mr. Sebastian.
Are you here on business?
A little.
Won't you come in then?
Thanks.
You certainly cleaned it up in here.
My servant Carlos was here for some time.
Sit down if you will, huh? Now, what can I do for you?
Last night, when you were driving out here, did you see or hear anything?
I don't understand. Like a wolf. A wolf?
That's right.
No, I didn't. Why do you ask?
We had a killing in town last night.
You mean someone was murdered?
Yes. By a wolf. At least that's what we think it is.
What happened? Was someone out walking? No, the wolf broke through a window to enter the house. Oh, that sounds impossible to believe.
Yeah, I know. I just want to warn you, living way out here the way you do, to make sure you have plenty of protection.
Do not worry, Sheriff. I am able to protect myself. Did the animal leave any trail? Yes, he did.
Yeah, but I couldn't follow it in the dark. And when it was light enough to see, a storm started and washed out the tracks.
Oh, that's too bad.
Well, you keep your eyes open, Mr. Sebastian.
I will, Sheriff.
Come on, Ken, let's go.
We went outside, got into the car, and started back to town. We'd driven for about 5 minutes before I realized that something was different about Sebastian. I think Sheriff Craig realized it at the same time. Sheriff?
What?
I just thought of something.
So did I.
You noticed his hands?
Yeah. That's what I was thinking, too.
There was no hair on them at all. At first I thought we must have been mistaken the night before, but then I wasn't so sure. Both Sheriff Craig and I had seen his hands the night before. Both of us couldn't be mistaken. We didn't have much time for further speculation, however. I had to get back to the paper. I was behind in my work, and I had to make up for lost time. About 8 o'clock that evening, Alice came down to help me. We worked steadily until almost 11.
You all through?
Yep. What time is it?
Oh, almost 11.
Well, I'd better get you home. Finish up in the morning.
Well, I can go home alone if you want to stay here, Ken.
No, Alice, I don't want you out in the streets now, not where there's any chance of that animal returning. Let's go.
I've never seen the town look so deserted at 11 o'clock.
You're all afraid.
Oh, look, there's Sheriff Craig.
The sheriff.
Hello, Ken.
I see you're wearing 2 guns, Sheriff.
That's right. Not going to take any chances. You walking Alice home, Ken?
Yes.
Well, I might as well go along with you. Everybody must be staying inside.
No, not everybody, Sheriff. Look up there. Isn't that Matt Ryerson?
I can't see too well. We need more streetlights in this town.
Yes, I heard it.
I don't like this.
There's an animal up there. Tearing him to pieces.
No, it's running away now.
Missed him, doggone it.
Matt, are you all right?
Oh, with a human face.
He's dead.
Did you hear what he said, Ken? He said a wolf with a human face.
You are listening to the tale of the Demon of the Night on this week's journey down the corridors of the Hall of Fantasy. We'll return to our story in just a moment. Back now to our story. An original tale of fantasy by Richard Thorne entitled The Demon of the Night.
Sheriff Craig and I were walking Alice home. It was after 11 and the streets were deserted and dark. Old Matt Ryerson lay on the ground where he had fallen after the attack. Before our eyes, he died.
Did you hear what he said, Ken? He said a wolf with a human face.
I heard what he said.
That thing out there in the darkness, whatever it is, it's got to be killed.
What do you mean, Sheriff? Whatever it is.
Just what I said.
You think it's something besides a wolf?
Well, I don't know for sure.
What are we going to do with him?
There's nothing much we can do. Isn't a pretty sight, is it? I guess I'll call Simmons. Then we'll drop you off, Alice.
And then what?
You'll come along, Ken. Then you and I'll follow the trail of that killer. Good thing that it did rain. Ground's pretty soft. Makes the trail easier to follow.
We've been out for almost 3 hours.
I wonder if that critter knows what's following it.
Aren't you endowing it with the faculty of reason?
Maybe.
No animal is capable of reasoning.
That's where you're making a mistake. All animals can reason a little, and I know one that can reason a lot.
There's only one animal. You mean a man?
That's right, a man. A man that can take on the form of a wolf.
That's not possible.
You should listen to my wife talk. She can tell you some stories that will make the hair on the back of your neck stand up.
A man that assumes the form of a wolf, that's only legend, folk belief.
You figure it your way. I'll figure it mine. That critter's getting closer to us.
You sure?
Of course I am. We aren't tracking it anymore. It's tracking us. Maybe you've been wondering why I'm carrying 2 guns tonight. Well, here, one of them is for you.
Thanks.
We better stop. You, notice which way we've been traveling?
North?
That's right. And what lies north of the town?
Nothing. Except the old Glamour place.
That's where we've been heading. We aren't more than a half a mile away from it.
You're really serious in believing that we're dealing with a werewolf?
Dead serious. Listen. I heard something. Keep your eyes open.
I can't see anything.
Don't talk. Just shoot. Just look. Now, there it is.
I see it.
We might as well stop. No sense shooting at the shadows. It's too far away by now. Did you notice which way we're going? North. Yeah, just about a half a mile towards the old Glaymore place. You and me, we're going there, too. We're going to pay Mr. Sebastian a visit. Shine your light again. Yeah, that's right. There's the blood spot again. You got any doubts now where the trail ends? It's only 25 feet away from us. Look, the paw prints end here. That's right. And you see the bare footprints of a man. Now, do you believe me? I guess so. Now, when we get inside, you let me do most of the talking. All right? Here's the knocker. Right. I wonder who'll answer the door, Sebastian or his servant.
We don't have long to find out. I think someone's coming.
Yes?
Oh, it's you, Sheriff Craig. Hey, Mr. Parker, what can I do for you, huh?
We'd like to come in and talk a spell.
Well, it's rather late.
What I have to say won't keep...
Well, then, come in.
How come your servant didn't open the door?
Why, he left my employ.
I guess I must have missed him when he took the train.
Yes, you must have. We can talk here.
I see you have a bandage on your hand. Did you hurt it some way?
I got it. Now, what do you want to talk to me about?
About 2 killings. And I think maybe a third.
What do you mean?
The old woman that was killed last night, Widow Brady. You didn't know her. And Matt Ryerson, he was killed tonight. And your servant, when did he die?
You're insane.
No, we're not, Mr. Sebastian. First time I looked at your hands, I knew there was something wrong about you. They're covered with hair, just like the hair of a wolf. They're only covered at night, not in the daytime.
You don't know what you're talking about.
And you didn't cut your hands, Sebastian. We shot you when you tried to attack us tonight.
You have no proof, Craig. You're accusing me of being a shapeshifter, a werewolf. You don't expect people to believe you, do you?
I don't care what they believe. We know what you are. We're going to see that you can't kill anyone else.
You don't think that you can stop me, do you, Craig? Huh?
Look at his hands, Sheriff.
Yes, look at me, Craig. We shall see who you will tell.
Now, use your gun and show me. He's dead.
Are you sure?
I wouldn't be making a mistake about that. No. Sebastian is dead.
I'll never forget what I saw. Right before our eyes, he changed. First into an animal, and then as he was dying, back into a man.
You'd better forget it if you know what's wise. People aren't going to believe you now that he's dead. If he was alive and the murders went on, then they'd believe you. But not now. Officially, I killed Sebastian in the line of duty for the murder of 3 people. Unofficially, and you and I know the truth, I killed a wolf who was the demon of the night.
Ironized Yeast presents Lights Out. Everybody.
It is later than you think.
Lights Out brings you stories of the supernatural and the supernormal, dramatizing the fantasies and the mysteries of the unknown. We tell you this frankly, so if you wish to avoid the excitement and tension of these imaginative plays, we urge you calmly, but sincerely, to turn off your radio now.
My name, Arch Obler. Tonight, another in our series of tales of the weird and the unusual. And this one is really unusual. It's about that little god of chance, the one who flips a coin and makes us rich men or beggar men. But before we start, Frank Martin has something to say to you.
And I'd like to suggest, friends, that success isn't all a matter of luck or chance. No, success depends largely on you yourself. You can't hope to get ahead if you're miserably thin and tired and nervous. But you needn't necessarily go on feeling that way. If your trouble is vitamin B and iron shortage, then take ironized yeast tablets. They give you both vitamin B and iron. Thus, when you need them, help 2 ways to build you up. Help 2 ways to restore strength and pep. Men and women by the thousands who only needed more vitamin B and iron say, thanks to ironized yeast, they've gained new vigor, new weight, and strength, often in a few weeks. That's right, ironized yeast tablets. All druggists have them. And now,
lights out. Everybody.
You say the world is planned. I say the world is chance.
Sailing, sailing over the bounding main.
Cut it out, Laura. Cut it out. You're rocking the boat.
Babe, this is really fun.
Will you quit doing the Big Apple? This ain't Roxy's. This is a canoe.
Smell that air. Isn't it just terrific?
Yeah, there's too much of it.
Dottie Nelson, don't you talk that way. You know mighty well we came out here to get healthy.
All right. So I'll get healthy even if it kills me.
Sure was a funny way to pick out a place to go on a vacation, wasn't it? Eeny, meeny, miny, mo.
Yeah, and this place was Mo. Well, what if we picked out Alaska or Cicero or someplace like that? At least this way.
Daddy, look.
Look at what?
On the shore over there, all those big flowers.
Flowers? Oh, for Pete's sake, the way you were wiggling, I thought it was Indian.
Come on, let's go pick them.
Okay, by me, as long as you do the paddling. Hey, look out, Girl Scout. You're driving over the curb.
Land ho!
Oh, hey, you tear the bottom out of this battleship and we'll have to pay for it.
Oh, I didn't hurt it. Come on, get out and help me pick these posies.
All right. As long as there's no keep off the grass signs.
Dottie Nelson, will you get it through that head of yours if this ain't Central Park? This is honest to gosh wilderness.
Says you. Make mine vanilla with onions.
Aren't they just the loveliest flowers you ever saw?
2 bits were right in the middle of some poison ivy.
Hey, look. What?
The boat, it's drifting off.
Well, catch it, quick.
What do you mean, catch it? I can't swim.
Dot, do something. Do something. Don't just stand
Don't
there.
you yell at me. You're the one to blame. You should have pulled the boat higher out of the water.
Oh, Dot, what'll we do? They'll make us pay for it.
Who cares about the boat? I'm worried about us.
Us?
Yes. How are we going to get back to that camp?
Well, we can walk.
Oh, you sure must have strained your brain thinking up that one.
Oh, you needn't get so fresh about it. You certainly don't think I wanted the boat to...
All right. Let's hang up the boxing gloves and get out of here.
Dot.
Huh?
How dark it's getting.
So what?
Why is it getting so dark?
Listen, lame brain. I may be just a hillbilly from 10th Avenue, but I know clouds when I see them. So they're clouds. You know, clouds, rain, remember?
I'm scared.
Oh, what have you got to be scared about all of a sudden? Come on. I'll get you back to camp.
No. Wait, Dot.
Huh?
That's not the way. We gotta go the other way.
Listen, lame brain, I'll do the path finding.
But you're wrong. You're all mixed up. It's the other way.
Is that a path or isn't it?
But there's a path going the other way.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right.
Well, what'll we do?
You go one way and I'll go the other.
Oh, no, we won't. I'm scared. We'll stick together.
Okay, we'll flip for it as usual. I had a nickel. Oh, yeah, here it is. Heads, we take the right-hand path. Tails, we take the left-hand path.
All right.
Okay, call it.
Heads.
Oh, heads it is. Okay, Girl Scout, lead the way.
No, you go first.
Okay, but if this path leads up to the middle of nowhere, so help me, I'm going to pull you apart like a herring. So dark. Keep moving.
Wait, Dot.
Well, what's the matter now? Some more posy?
Listen. You hear it?
So help me a fiddle.
I told you we were heading the right
Will
way.
you turn over that I told you so record and keep moving? I'm hungry. Keep moving.
All right.
Keep moving.
Okay.
Well, this must be the front door of the joint.
Why, Dot. How funny.
Oh, what's funny now? That's pretty music.
The place hasn't any windows.
The door's all I care about.
Do you think we ought to disturb whoever's playing?
Disturb is right one side, Lady Gwendolyn. I'll do the knocking.
Doesn't seem to hear us.
Oh, he'll hear me. There, that did it.
It's awful thrilling, isn't it?
Okay, you do the thrilling and you'll do the paying if they can't find that boat. Of all the donkeys.
How do you do?
How do you do? We're sorry to bust in like this.
Well, we sort of lost our way. Our boat, and we thought maybe you could tell us.
Of course. Won't you step in? I'm more than glad to see you.
Well,
of course we will. Come on, Dot.
Okay.
It's going to rain.
Yeah, we found that out.
We certainly were lucky to find this place. We heard you playing the violin.
Now, did you really? If you'll step this way.
Oh, Dot, isn't he the strangest man?
Yeah. Turned his face away.
He must be terribly ugly.
Oh, forget it. Go on, keep moving.
If you'll step in here, I have a small fire going.
Kind of dark.
Yeah.
If you'll do me the honor of being seated.
All right.
Oh, boy, what a chair.
Yes, it's most comfortable. Now, if I might be permitted to introduce myself. I'm John Boyd.
I'm pleased to meet you, Mr. Boyd. I'm Laura, and she's Dottie.
Don't believe me, mister, it's a pleasure. To my dog's hurt.
May I sit and talk with you? There's so very much to talk about.
Well, we should be getting back to camp.
Oh, we got plenty of time. And anyway, mister, you don't know what a lifesaver you were.
Was I? Really?
Anything gets Laura scared is to be in the dark.
All those rain clouds.
Then I must apologize for not having more light here. You see, my eyes...
Oh, that's all right, Mr.
Boy.
I never could remember names. I guess I don't really mind it being dark in here. It's sort of like a nice tea room.
Really?
Don't mind her, Mr. Boyd. She was hit on the head by a bowling ball when very young.
Oh, Ned, die.
Will you listen to that wind?
The storm will come in just a few more moments.
Gives me the willies.
Is your wife home, Mr. Boyd?
I'm quite alone.
Sure must get lonely out here.
It was. Very lonely.
Getting awful dark in here, isn't it?
The storm...
Oh,
don't be alarmed. A door banging in the wind. If you'll excuse me for just a moment, I'll fix it.
Okay.
Dad.
Huh?
Let's get out of here.
Why?
You're scared, too.
Oh, I'm not scared. It looks so funny and shadowy in the dark.
Dad.
Huh?
What's that funny smell?
Yeah, I noticed it. Like medicine.
He walks and holds his head so funny.
Now, why does he keep away from the light of the fire?
Let's get out of here.
Yeah, okay. We'll make a run for it before the rain starts.
Okay.
I suggest you stay. Yes, I suggest you stay.
Come on, Dot.
You'd better stay, my dear. The storm, it's close at hand.
Yeah? Well, something tells me I'd rather be out there than in here.
Me too.
Well, I'll be seeing you. Come on, Laura.
Okay. Mister.
Yes?
Mister, the door's locked.
I know it.
You know it? Hey, listen. It's a big idea locking that door on us.
You let us out of here, mister.
Mr. Boyd, or whatever your name is. Didn't you hear me? What's the big idea locking the door?
I have some very interesting things to talk about with both of you.
We want to get out of here.
Come on, unlock the door.
We'll scream our heads off.
There's no one around for 15 miles.
Are you going to open that door?
I suggest you sit down.
Give us that key. Now open that door. I tell you.
Dad, why did you...
Sorry I had to do that. I'm really a very gentle man.
Oh, now, Dot, honey, please don't cry. I'm scared. Please stop crying. Please.
I think we'll understand each other quite clearly now, won't we? Sit down. Sit down, the both of you. Sit down, I say. There. Now that we understand each other so clearly, we can talk with each other quietly now, can't we? You know, I dislike loud talking intensely. You see, I'm really a very gentle man.
Please, Dot, don't cry anymore.
That's excellent advice, my dear Laura. Excellent advice. Dottie, I suggest you stop crying.
Dot, please, do as he says. I'm all right.
Of course, you're quite all right. Now, where was I? Oh, yes. Let me tell you of Chance. Here I was, a quiet, contented man, sitting here all alone, and yet I was not quite content. Chance brought you here to me, and Chance found me quite discontented. As a man of thorough saneness, as a man of infinite realism, I realize that this fortuitous circumstance of our meeting, fanciful as it might have been, is a welcome opportunity for me.
Opportunity? For what?
To fill my loneliness permanently. To get myself a wife.
Wife? Dad, he is crazy.
I suggest, my dear Laura, that you substitute another word, a kindlier one than the one you're using. Yes, I said a wife.
Laura, we wouldn't make good wives. Honestly, we wouldn't. We're just a couple of kids, aren't we, Dad?
We may call for a hardball, but... Oh, mister, have a heart, will you? Open the door and let us out of here.
We'll keep our mouths shut. I swear we will.
Mr. Boyd, please. Please, Mr. Boyd, will you?
Haven't you quite finished? Then here's my answer. One of you becomes my bride. Oh, yes, my bride. I'm leaving this place shortly. When we reach our destination, one of you will become my wife. Oh, very legally.
One of us?
I marry only one.
Then what about the other?
To the ordinary man, that would be quite a problem now, wouldn't it? But to me, well, I told you I'm a realist, so the answer is quite simple. I marry one, and the other...
The other?
The other dies.
Ladies and gentlemen, two girls apparently are forced to decide between the being who calls himself a gentle man and death. A most difficult choice to make. But before it takes place in tonight's exciting Lights Out tale, a deep breath to slow up at least my racing pulse, and a moment more to consider another matter before we return to the story of Voss Triest. It's a matter that's facing many an American today. Listen.
Gosh, they say I'm too old to fight, and it's beginning to look like I'm even too old for this war job of mine. Why, I can't eat or sleep. I'm losing weight, getting more jittery and worn out every day. I sure am discouraged.
Whoa there, don't be so quick to blame your age or your job. Maybe you simply need more vitamin B and iron. You see, when you don't get enough vitamin B from your meals, you may lose your appetite, not eat enough to maintain normal weight and strength. And when you don't get enough iron from your food, you may be weak and washed out, feel only half alive.
Well, if I do need more vitamin B and iron, how can I get them?
The easiest way I know is take ironized yeast tablets. These pleasant little tablets are a cinch to use. They cost but a few pennies a day, and they give you both vitamin B and iron. That's why ironized yeast tablets have worked such wonders for thousands who only needed more of these substances. Quickly help them regain their old-time pep and strength, and 5, 10, even more pounds of good new flesh. So try ironized yeast tablets. If more vitamin B and iron is what you need. Then see if soon you aren't saying,
"Who said I'm a has-been? Why, I've got pep to burn these days. I look like a new man with the pounds I've gained, and a promotion wouldn't surprise me one bit. Why didn't somebody tell me about ironized yeast tablets sooner?"
And now back to Lights Out. The two girls have heard the choice. One is to live, and one is to die. And their hysteria has grown with the terror in them.
Are you quite through, my dear? How unfortunate, and after I told you how much I disliked loud talking.
Don't hurt him, please, miss.
Hurt you? Oh, haven't I told you? I'm really a very gentle man. Oh, yes, much too gentle.
What? What are you going to do?
Now, why do you ask that?
The way you look at it.
I'm trying to decide which one shall live and which one shall die.
You wouldn't kill us.
Oh, just one, my dear, just one.
You wouldn't dare. We could both stay with you.
I marry one, the other die.
Mr. Listen, my family, they've got money. Lots of
Now,
it.
just a moment, my dear, just a moment. Money to me?
Well...
And what will I do with it? Oh, no, one of you must die, and this is quite as good a time as any other.
No.
You look so amusing. Backs against the wall. Skin on your faces tight with fright. So white, so fresh and young. And yet, believe me, there's nothing to be afraid of.
You wouldn't kill me. I don't want to die.
Oh, it isn't a matter of want, my dear. It's a matter of judicious selection, like nature itself. You see, sitting out here, I've had a chance to watch nature and understand her. She's very gentle, just like I am. And yet she's quite a realist. 2 rabbits run before the fox, one to the right, one to the left. The fox follows one and kills. But which one? It's all a matter of chance. With gentle nature herself the chooser. And I shall choose between you two.
Oh, I tell you, it's not me. Don't look at me.
It's chance, my dears. Yes, all is chance. Your being there and my being here. All things in heaven and on earth. Chance. Chance. All is chance. And so you'll die by chance.
I won't die. I won't die. Mister, please. Please. Let me out of here.
But, my dears, why be afraid? The one that lives, my bride, a calm and peaceful, happy existence. For as you know, I'm really a very gentle man.
You devil, you.
I'll go to my homeland, and there I'll sit and play my violin. Oh, so sweetly and so gently.
I want to live. I've got to live.
And the one that dies, quick, sudden, complete oblivion. So why be afraid?
Mr. Boyd, listen, I'll marry you. Sure, I don't want to die. You hear me, Mr. Boyd? I'll marry you.
Oh, no. Then you'll kill me.
Please, will you
I'll
please
marry you,
me?
mister. I'll marry you.
No, I'll marry you.
Stop.
Marry me.
Stop.
Marry me.
Now you're making me angry. I don't like loud talking. It isn't good for me. I've been alone too long. Loud talking hurts my head. Why did you do it? Why?
You see what you did? You make me raise my voice, and that isn't good for me. Oh, no, it isn't. Now, where was I? Oh, yes. Flattered as I am by your eagerness to marry me, most regretfully I must refuse. Chance must pick my bride and the bride of death. Here, see, a coin. One chooses heads and one chooses tails. We'll let chance be the chooser.
No.
Quickly, choose. Please don't make me angry. Choose. You, little one, first. Will you choose?
Tails.
And that leaves heads for you, Dot, my little friend?
Heads.
Chance, all is chance. So one of you flip up a coin? No, I think I will myself. High in the air. There. That does it. Landed flat in the palm of my hand. Heads or tails? My bride or the bride of death?
Oh, Laura.
No, don't touch her. Let her lie there. Poor little child. Couldn't stand the strain of waiting, now could she? How unfortunate.
Is it heads?
Oh, we must have patience. I'll hold the coin here, flat inside my hand, until your friend recovers. If she lost, it wouldn't be fair to kill her while she's unconscious, now would it?
Is it heads?
Oh, there's no doubt about it, Jim. They're drowned, the both of them. I should have had more sense than to let them have the boat. A couple of city kids like that. Now, Jim, don't blame yourself. This water's treacherous. Look where the bottom of the canoe stove in. They must have hit a rock and gone right over. Yeah, neither one of them could swim. They told me that. Oh, this is an awful thing to happen. Hey, did you wire the sheriff? Yeah, I will as soon as we get back. Come on, let's keep on going downstream. We've got to find them. Yeah, that's right. Hey, what's that? What? Did you hear it? Oh, that. You mean that fiddle playing? Oh, I know. That's old man Boyd. Lives a couple of miles up through the valley. At least I think he does. I've never been up there, though. Hey, the wind makes it sound as if that fiddle's right here. Yeah. Well, how about going up and talking to him? Maybe he saw him.
No. He's way off in the woods. He wouldn't see him.
Well, anyway, let's talk to him.
I tell you, it's no use, Fred. They're drowned, and that's the end of it. Downstream, that's where we'll find their bodies.
At least let's go talk to him.
Why waste the time?
Well, they might have wandered off.
Oh, don't be a fool. Look at the canoe.
Well, at least let's go talk to the guy.
It's a couple of miles over there.
I'll tell you what, we'll flip for it.
Huh?
Heads, we'll go up there. Tails, we'll go downstream.
Okay. You got a coin?
Yeah, here. You flip.
Okay. There.
What is it?
Ha! Tails. Well, we save a 2-mile walk.
You gotta tell me, is it heads?
Patience, my dear daughter. You must have patience. Oh, Laura's waking up. Yes, open your eyes, Laura.
What?
You fainted? Yes, my dear, you fainted. Help her to her feet, Dottie. Help her to her feet.
Come on, Laura.
Oh.
Now then, we're all together again once more now, aren't we? You're feeling quite well, aren't you, my dear?
What
was Chance's verdict? Oh, don't worry. It's all quite well.
I live?
Oh, no, the coin is still inside my hand. I waited for you.
Oh.
I knew you'd like it better that way.
Stop torturing me. Tell me, is it heads? Is it heads?
Tell us, please, tell us.
Now, you've made me quite angry. I told you not to shout at me. Very angry. Yes, indeed.
Mister, tell us.
All right. My fingers cramped a little bit from holding them closed so tightly, but now we'll see. Well, interesting indeed.
Which one is it? Which one?
Remember, I promised one of you the happiness of being my own dear bride.
Yes. Which one?
And remember, I promised the other one would have extinction, quick and sudden.
Oh, which one?
No. Let me ask, which one of you chose tails?
I did.
Then die.
Oh, no need for tears for her, my dear. She died quite gently. Now, enough of tears. For since she's dead, it's you who will be my bride.
No, I won't.
There is no choice. Chance was the chooser and you the winner. I'm a man who always goes by chance. Now get up to your feet. This one is Death's bride. You make it all quite difficult, you do. Why do you persist in making me angry? Chance, all is chance. You'll be my bride. We'll be quite happy in my homeland when we get there. We'll pack, get to the seashore. No. First I'll play for you. I play so well now, don't I? Softly. Doesn't the music creep inside of you like long, thin snakes? Oh, what a lonely man I was. Strange thoughts twisting in my head and no one to tell them to. But now I have someone. My thoughts, your thoughts. Yes, your thoughts, and I'll watch the snakes twist in your brain. Now you've made me very angry. I won't play for you again. I won't. And crying loudly, too, when there's no reason. The marriage will be quite legal on shipboard. Yes, shipboard. I told you we must hurry. The rendezvous. I've been waiting for months. If we miss this, there'll be no more, and I must get back. And that reminds me there's something I must tell you. Yes, tell you because I try to be a fair and gentle man. Come, over by the fire. Come, I say. There. Just light enough. Now come into my arms.
No.
Into my arms, I tell you. There. Close to me. My little bride-to-be. Yes, I shall tell you everything. I suppose you wonder why a man of all my talents and education hides away in this forsaken place for all these months? Well, you shall know the reason. Look at me. Look. Closely. You see, my dear, I had a little accident. I haven't got a face.
Hey, Fred.
Yeah?
There's something I want to tell you.
Yeah, I know.
Shouldn't let him have that canoe.
No, it ain't that fella. It's the coin we flipped a little while ago.
Well?
I gypped you, Fred.
How?
Well, it wasn't tails, it was heads. You won. It's been kind of bothering me, Fred. Come on. Let's go back upstream and talk to old man Boyd, the way you said, huh?
Oh, Mr. Obler.
All right. I want to say something very quickly to the radio audience. Ladies and gentlemen, believe me, the story you just heard was just a story intended purely for amazement and amusement. The young ladies were purely fictional characters, and the villain existed only for the brief space of the 29 minutes during which you listened to the play. So stop breathing hard, permit your blood pressure to fall to its normal, healthy rate, and as soon as Frank Martin tells you about a certain matter, I'll be back to tell you about the fast one.
Friends, don't forget now, if more vitamin B and iron is all you need to help build yourself up, then try ironized yeast tablets. Remember, if they don't quickly help you to eat better, feel more like your old-time peppy, happy self. Yes, and if you're not convinced that ironized yeast tablets can help you gain the pounds you need to look better and feel better, the cost of the first package will be refunded to you in full by the Ironized Yeast Company, Box IY, Rahway, New Jersey. Ask for ironized yeast tablets by their full name, and make sure you get what you ask for. Ironized yeast. Now, what about next week, Mr. Obler?
Well, it's a mystery story. An amazing series of crimes and hit-and-run accidents which take place in different parts of a certain city, miles apart at the same moment. No one sees the autos strike the victims, no one sees the criminals, there are no clues, and yet the dead litter the streets. But that story is next week.
Lights Out will come to you again next Tuesday at this same time. Be sure to listen to Arch Obler's weird story of The Fast One. And if you need more vitamin B and iron, be sure to try ironized yeast. The one and only ironized yeast. With the big letters IY on the package and on each tablet.
It is later that you think.
No, stay where you are. Do not break the stillness of this moment, for this is a time of mystery, a time when imagination is free and moves forward swiftly, silently. This is the haunting hour. Breakdown. Sybil Wells' gray head lies wearily on her pillow. Her eyelids are closed, as if it were too great an effort to lift them. She can hear Dr. Adams and her nurse talking, but they seem distant, remote, much farther away than the thoughts in her own brain.
She'll be all right now, nurse. Just give her this every hour.
Very well, Dr. Adams. It's amazing she's pulled through, isn't it? I've been ill. Very ill. For how long, I could not even guess.
It was a close call, but then she's always had a good constitution. I've known her for many years.
Since I was 20. Since before it happened to Father.
No, it's not her physical health that worries me. She's always been high-strung, nervous, like her father was, before, well, I suppose you know.
Not my physical health. What does he mean? Why must he tell her that Father died in an insane asylum?
Poor Mr. Courtney. His family had to commit him. Mad as a March hare, of course. But each time I'd visit his cell, he'd plead that he was sane.
Yes, he'd plead he was sane. And his eyes would be wild and desperate. And dead of hope.
Sybil, I'm not mad. You're the only one who loves me, who cares if I live or die. Please, make the doctor understand. I've been railroaded here, Sybil, because I had money and they wanted it.
Oh, Daddy, I have to go now.
You don't believe me. You don't believe me either.
Oh, of course I do.
No. Oh, Lord, if you could only know how it feels to live among these dead and be considered one.
Oh, Daddy, please, please. I must go now. Goodbye.
Oh, Sybil. Sybil, I swear I'm sane. Sybil, I'm sane. I swear.
Tragic case. Well, I'll drop in tomorrow to see how she's doing.
Madness. The horror of vacuum. I guess I'd always feared it. I was sitting up in bed now. Except for the weakness, I could hardly recall that I'd been ill. Good morning, Nurse Kern.
Good morning, Mrs. Wells. I'll take that breakfast tray. And I think you're well enough to have the morning paper if you wish.
Oh, thank you, thank you. I haven't seen one for weeks. I settled back against the pillows and began to read. Earthquake, followed by fire, was yesterday for 33 miles along the shore. 14 people were many more injured. Authorities have the damage $4 million. It didn't make sense. I read another sentence, and then a different article. What was wrong with me? Oh, of course, my eyes. I'd been ill for so long, that's all it was. Nurse! Mrs. Curran! Yes, Nurse, will you please read this newspaper to me?
Why, of course. Is anything wrong? You look so...
Oh, no, everything's fine. It's just my eyes.
I see. Well, what shall I read?
This one.
Earthquake followed by fire was yesterday for 33 miles.
She read on. Her face was grave and slightly bored. She showed no surprise, no puzzlement. The words made sense to her. It was only I who couldn't understand them. Only I to whom they were a senseless jumble.
People learning...
Stop it! Stop it! I don't want to hear any more. Please, just leave me alone, Nurse Curran.
But, Mrs. Wells...
Leave me alone, I tell you! Leave me alone! That was the first discrepancy in my mind. I don't know how long I'd been hearing the music. It had seemed all part of a dream. But then it began to unnerve me. It became frenzied and hating and evil. It sounded like all the demons of hell and the things of the night were after me. Make it stop! Make it go away! Please!
Wells, what's the matter?
Oh, it's all right now. It's all right. The music's gone away.
The music? What music?
For a few days after that, it didn't bother me. Not till early one evening. I'd rung for Nurse Curran twice. Where was she? I was very angry. I got out of bed and went across the room to the door. Mrs. Curran! She was walking down the hall, her back toward me. And she had my little daughter by the hand. Elsie, my baby. Her sailor hat was bobbing over her curls as she skipped. She had on a blue flouncy dress and the long white stockings and Mary Jane she loved to wear. Elsie! Elsie, darling! Why didn't they stop? They walked right on as if I hadn't spoken. Nurse! They turned the corner, then out of my sight. I began to run. Do you hear me? Stop, Mrs. Curran. I want to talk to you. Why, whatever is the matter, Mrs. Wells? Where's Elsie? Elsie? Yes, my daughter. I saw you walking down the hall with her, and then you turned this corner, and now she's gone. Where is she? I assure you, Mrs. Wells, I was with no one. As a matter of fact, I didn't know you have a daughter. Oh. Well, I haven't anymore. She was drowned with her father 20 years ago. I knew I had to be more cautious after that. For if Nurse Curran ever suspected, she'd tell the doctor. And I'd seen enough of those walls when I was a girl.
Well, how are you, Sybil? How does it feel to be downstairs for dinner?
Oh, if you're ready to eat, I'll start serving.
Why, Mrs. Curran, you needn't do that. Where's Mary?
Well, there wasn't much for her to do with you ill, Mrs. Wells, so when she asked to visit her sister for a few weeks, I didn't want to disturb you with details.
Oh, I see. That's all right, Mrs. Curran.
Then I'll get the soup.
Sybil, I've been worried about you.
Worried? Really?
You're not recuperating as quickly as you should. And, well, Curran's been telling me things
Yes. What has she said?
Oh, nothing much, really, but perhaps you're a bit more ill than we thought.
So she had noticed. I must be careful, very careful. Whatever happens, I must never let them send me there.
I said, will you have your soup, Mrs. Wells?
Oh, yes, please.
And you, Doctor?
Yes, thank you.
I took my first spoonful and could barely swallow it. The soup tasted far too salty. I was about to remark as much to the doctor when he said...
Delicious soup, Sybil.
Delicious. Oh, of course, George. Of course.
Sybil, what's wrong? You hardly touched a thing all through dinner.
Well, I guess I'm just not very hungry. Salt. Everything tasted of salt. First my sight, then my hearing, and now even this sense was playing me false. How long could I go on hiding what was happening to me? I think I should have resigned myself to insanity. If the very next afternoon I hadn't wakened early from my nap. I wanted some warm milk, and when Mrs. Curran didn't answer my ring, I went down to the kitchen myself. Nurse Curran, is that you? Oh, it was a child. A little blonde girl who greatly resembled my daughter. She was playing with a toy tea set.
Mother isn't here right now. She's gone to the village for some groceries. Would you like to have tea with me? It's only make-believe, of course.
Mrs. Curran is your mother?
Yes, I'm Jean.
She never told me she had a daughter, nor that the child was living in my house with her.
Here's your tea. Sugar or cream? Oh, I forgot. You only take salt in your food.
I only take salt? What do you mean, dear? I don't quite understand.
Oh, my mother explained to me. I asked her why she put so much salt in everything she brought you to eat last night. And that's what she said, that you only take salt in your food.
Jeannie, are you sure of that?
Yes, of course. I know who you are. You're Mrs. Wells, the funny lady we had to play a game with.
What kind of a game, Jeannie?
Well, dressing me in those funny funny clothes Mother found in the attic, not looking around when you called to us. And then, when we turned the corner, I had to pop right into the linen closet and not make a sound until Mother called. It was like hide and seek, only you didn't find me.
It had been a hideous, twisted parody of hide and seek. But at last I knew. I was not going mad. I had been terrified, blundering in the dark against an unknown opponent. But the game was clear to me now, and the rules, and the tricks, and most vital of all, my foe. Nurse Curran had tried to drive me mad, was still trying, but I could fight her. I had to fight her, for the stake was my sanity.
I guess that's Mommy now.
Now, Jeannie, listen to me. Your mother mustn't know I was down here talking to you.
Why, Mrs. Wells? Why shouldn't I tell her? Why, Mrs. Wells? Why shouldn't I tell her?
Well, it's a game, Jeannie. It's like that hide and seek we played, remember? Please promise you won't say anything about my seeing you this afternoon.
I promise. I promise, Mrs. Wells.
I needed patience now, and cunning. Mrs. Curran was trying to destroy my reason. I couldn't let her succeed. But I needed definite evidence. And then one day, a letter came. A letter? From me, Mrs. Curran?
Yes, it's postmarked New York City.
Well, now, who would be writing me from there? It's from my brother, Frank. He's coming to see me and bringing a friend of his along. Someone who can help me, he says.
When does he arrive, Mrs. Wells?
On the 24th, the 3:30 train.
Well, he didn't give you much warning. That's today, you know.
I wonder why he's coming.
You're his sister, and you're ill. What better reason?
Frank and I have always loathed each other. He's not traveling all this way for affection's sake.
It might be nice if I met the train.
Well, if you think he'd appreciate it, you're very much mistaken. By the time you get there, he'll probably have chartered the most expensive car in town anyway. Frank's a spendthrift and a wastrel. He ran through his share of my father's estate before Daddy was cold in his grave.
Just the same, it would be a nice thing to do, wouldn't it, Mrs. Wells?
Well, you know where the car keys are if you insist on being polite. Go ahead and meet him. Yes?
Special delivery for Mrs. Agnes Curran. That's your nurse, ain't it, Miss Wells?
Oh, yes, it is. I'll take it, Postman. She's not in right now.
I'm awfully sorry this is late, ma'am. But you see, one of our sorters put it in the regular mail route bag, and I only just discovered it.
Oh, I don't suppose there's any great harm done.
Oh, well, thank you. I hope not. Well, goodbye, ma'am.
Goodbye. I shut the door quickly and stood turning the letter over in my hands, for I had suddenly recognized the writing on the envelope. It was Frank's. And how could he know the name of my private nurse unless they knew each other? George hadn't corresponded with him, I was sure. He was aware of the hatred between us. I quickly ripped the envelope.
Dear Agnes, just a line to let you know of Jean's safe arrival. I think your fears that Sybil saw her and suspects you are groundless, but perhaps it is safest this way. I feel sure that by this time my dear sister has passed, or at any rate is near, the breaking point. I'm coming down next Thursday and will bring a specialist with me. I am certain that when she tells him of her hallucinations, shall we call them, he will have no hesitancy in declaring her insane.
There it was. The whole fiendish scheme. I held all the proof I needed right in my hand. I called George and asked him to come over as quickly as he could.
And then I'd barely gotten upstairs when I heard the front door open.
Sybil? Sybil?
Please, Mr. Courtney, she may have fallen asleep. She's still rather weak, you know.
Of course. I understand.
If you and Dr. Randall will make yourselves comfortable, I'll go upstairs and see how she is.
Splendid idea, nurse. Mrs. Kern, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
If only George would come. Now the showdown was at hand, I was frightened. The nearer she came, the more frantically my heart beat. These next few minutes would decide so much for me. And I was alone. I felt sick with terror at having to face Mrs. Curran without George's comforting presence to reassure me, to make me know that everything would be all right. Because if I played my hand wrong now, if I couldn't convince the specialist of my sanity, I might never spend another night in this house.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I startle you, Mrs. Wells?
Well, I didn't hear you come in.
Your brother and Dr. Randall are in the parlor.
Oh, yes?
Well, don't you want to come down and see them?
We're not leaving this room just yet, Nurse Curran. Not until we settle a few things.
But I don't understand. Is there anything wrong, Mrs. Wells?
No. I'm just curious. Where did you have that trick newspaper printed?
What?
And how did you manage the music that night? Was it a phonograph record played from your room directly into the ventilator?
I don't get what you're talking about.
Oh, yes, you do. I've known for almost a week what you were up to, young lady. But I wasn't sure just why you were doing it or who was behind you. I am now.
You're crazy. I felt it all along. You're mad.
Oh, no, my dear. That was your aim, but you didn't succeed. You see this letter? The same stationery as the one I received today. The same handwriting, too. But this was written to you, Mrs. Curran. Fortunately, it wasn't delivered till after you'd left the house.
Give me that.
Oh, no. No. You'll have to kill me to get that. And I'd rather be dead than be in an institution. And we wouldn't want too loud a scene with that specialist downstairs, would we? He's not in my brother's pay. Is he?
No. All right. You win. I was working for Frank. He promised me a share in the estate.
Why, I can't believe it. I simply can't believe it.
George. Oh, thank heaven.
Now, Sybil, don't cry. You know, she almost had me fooled, Sybil.
Well, here's the proof, George. A letter that Frank wrote to her.
Dear Agnes, coming down next Thursday, declaring her insane. Sybil, you'd better go downstairs and bring Dr. Randall and your precious brother up here immediately.
10 minutes before, I'd gone down these steps, an old woman. But everything was different now. The shadow had been lifted. I was free again.
Well. My dear sister, Sybil.
Don't you dare sister me, Frank.
Why, Sybil, and here I brought Dr. Randall all this way to see you.
To see me, indeed. To declare me insane so you could get your foul claws on the rest of Father's money.
Sybil, what are you saying?
I don't think I understand, Mrs. Wells.
I told her she was...
Mad? Insane? Yes, I'm sure you did. And it's no fault of yours that I'm not. Dr. Randall, a few weeks ago I was very ill. My brother took advantage of that by planting Nurse Curran with me. She took all her orders from him, and those orders were to drive me insane.
Oh, I never heard of such a thing. I hadn't realized she was quite so badly off as this, Randall.
Oh, there's no use your blustering anymore, Frank. George Adams has written proof upstairs. The letter you sent Mrs. Curran.
Why, I never wrote her my whole life. I never met the girl till today.
Suppose we go and see what this is all about. Well, Courtney?
Oh, of course. As you say, Doctor.
Frank's face was gray. Perspiration beaded his brow as we went back up to my bedroom. George and Mrs. Curran were standing by the window quietly when I opened the door. Here they are, George.
Yes. Thank you, Sybil.
Well, aren't you going to show Dr. Randall the letter?
What letter, Sybil?
The one Frank wrote Mrs. Curran.
the one.
There isn't any letter, Sybil.
But I gave it to you just before I went downstairs.
Mrs. Wells told me she had definite proof that Mr. Courtney was planning to railroad her.
Ah, it's terrible how convincing they can be. Isn't it, Randall? How very convincing.
I see.
George! George!
I could hardly bear to recognize those first signs, Dr. Randall. I've known Sybil for 30 years. She was very dear to me.
What did you do with it? Is it burned or torn into little pieces in your pocket, George? Where's that letter?
But I'm too much of a physician to blind myself to facts. She'll be happy.
Behind those walls, George, those walls where you and Frank put my father.
Come, Mrs. Wells, you'd better come with me.
No, you can't believe them. They're lying. No, please, no. You'd better take her right to the sanitarium. It's not safe to keep her here another day.
Yes, I'm afraid you're right.
I'll help you with her. We can use my car.
Don't touch me, George. Don't you come near me. Get your hands on me.
Adams, let her go. I seem to excite her unduly. Now, please, Mrs. Wells, take my arm. You know we want to do what is best for you.
Dr. Randall, please, I swear this on my eternal soul. There was a letter. It was special delivery written by my brother Frank to Nurse Curran.
I wish I could believe you, Mrs. Wells. Watch your step, Sybil.
Don't be so solicitous, George. I'd rather you'd kill me than betray me as you have.
If there were one shred of evidence on your side, Mrs. Wells, one slightest bit of proof.
Oh, say, I beg your pardon, Miss Wells. I had to come all the way back again. I forgot to have you sign this slip on that special delivery for Mrs. Curran.
Adams, give me those car keys. And turn around. We're going back into that house. I think we've got a few things to discuss.
Shadows and stillness, mystery weaves a spell of strangest fascination, charging the mind with doubts and fears. For mystery is a strange companion, a living memory. In the haunting hour.
H.G. Wells. It is entitled The Cone. It is taken from the Plattner story and others, copyright 1897 by Methuen. The night was hot and overcast, the sky red-rimmed with the lingering sunset of midsummer. They sat at the open window, trying to fancy the air was fresher there. The trees and shrubs of the garden stood stiff and dark. Beyond in the roadway, a gas lamp burned, bright orange against the hazy blue of the evening. Farther were three lights of the railway signal against the lowering sky. The man and woman spoke to one another in low tones. He doesn't suspect,
said the man a little nervously. Not he, she said peevishly, as though that too irritated her. He thinks of nothing but the works and the prices of fuel. He has no imagination, no poetry. None of these men of iron have, he said sententiously. They have no hearts. He hasn't, she said. She turned her discontented face towards the window. The distant sound of a roaring and rushing drew nearer and grew in volume. The house quivered. One heard the metallic rattle of the timber. As the train passed, there was a glare of light above the cutting and a driving tumult of smoke. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 black oblongs. 8 trucks passed across the dim gray of the embankment and were suddenly extinguished one by one in the throat of the tunnel, which, with the last, seemed to swallow down train, smoke, and sound in one abrupt gulp. This country was all fresh and beautiful once, he said, and now it is Gehenna. Down that way, nothing but pot banks and chimneys belching fire and dust into the face of heaven. But what does it matter? An end comes, an end to all this cruelty. Tomorrow. He spoke the last word in a whisper. Tomorrow, she said, speaking in a whisper too, and still staring out of the window. Dear, he said, putting his hand on hers. She turned with a start, and their eyes searched one another's. Hers softened to his gaze. My dear one, she said, and then, it seems so strange that you should have come into my life like this, to open... She paused. To open, he said. All this wonderful world. She hesitated and spoke still more softly, this world of love to me. Then, suddenly, the door clicked and closed. They turned their heads, and he started violently back. In the shadow of the room stood a great shadowy figure, silent. They saw the face dimly in the half-light, with unexpressive dark patches under the penthouse brows. Every muscle in Ralph's body suddenly became tense. When could the door have opened? What had he heard? Had he heard all? What had he seen? A tumult of questions. The newcomer's voice came at last, after a pause that seemed interminable. Well, he said. I was afraid I'd missed you, Horrocks, said the man at the window, gripping the window ledge with his hand. His voice was unsteady. The clumsy figure of Horrocks came forward out of the shadow. He made no answer to Ralph's remark. For a moment he stood above them. The woman's heart was cold within her. I told Mr. Ralph it was just possible you might come back, she said in a voice that never quivered. Horrocks, still silent, sat down abruptly in the chair by her little work table. His big hands were clenched. One saw now the fire of his eyes under the shadow of his brows. He was trying to get his breath. His eyes went from the woman he had trusted to the friend he had trusted, and then back to the woman. By this time, and for the moment, all three half understood one another. Yet none dared say a word to ease the pent-up things that choked them. It was the husband's voice that broke the silence at last. You wanted to see me? He said to Ralph. Ralph started as he spoke. I came to see you, he said, resolved to lie to the last. Yes, said Horrocks. You promised, said Ralph, to show me some fine effects of moonlight and smoke. I promised to show you some fine effects of moonlight and smoke, repeated Horrocks in a colorless voice. And I thought I might catch you tonight before you went down to the works, proceeded Ralph, and come with you. There was another pause. Did the man mean to take the thing coolly? Did he know, after all? How long had he been in the room? Yet even at the moment when they heard the door, their attitudes... Horrocks glanced at the profile of the woman, shadowy pallid in the half-light. Then he glanced at Ralph and seemed to recover himself suddenly. Of course, he said, I promised to show you the works under the proper dramatic conditions. It's odd how I could have forgotten. If I'm troubling you, began Ralph. Horrocks started again. A new light had suddenly come into the sultry gloom of his eyes. Not in the least, he said. Have you been telling Mr. Ralph of all these contrasts of flame and shadow you think so splendid? Said the woman, turning now to her husband for the first time, her confidence creeping back again, her voice just one half note too high. That dreadful theory of yours about machinery is beautiful and everything else in the world ugly. I thought he would spare you, Mr. Rout. It's his great theory, his one discovery in art. I'm slow to make discoveries, said Horrocks grimly, dampening her suddenly. But what I discover... He stopped. Well, she said. Nothing. And suddenly he rose to his feet. I promised to show you the works, he said to Rout, and put his big, clumsy hand on his friend's shoulder. Are you ready to go? Quite, said Rout, and stood up also. Very well, said Horrocks, and, dropping his hand, turned towards the door. My hat? Rout looked around in the half-light. That's my work basket, said Mrs. Horrocks with a gust of hysterical laughter. Their hands came together on the back of the chair. Here it is, he said. She had an impulse to warn him in an undertone, but she could not frame a word. Don't go. And beware of him struggled in her mind, and the swift moment passed. Got it? Said Horrocks, standing with the door half open. Rout stepped towards him. Better say goodbye to Mrs. Horrocks, said the ironmaster, even more grimly quiet in his tone than before. Rout started and turned. Good evening, Mrs. Horrocks, he said, and their hands touched. Horrocks held the door open with a ceremonial politeness unusual in him towards men. Rout went out, and then, after a wordless look at her husband followed. The oppressive stillness of the evening weighed heavily upon Rout. They went side by side down the road in silence, and in silence turned into the cinder-made byway that presently opened out of the prospect of the valley. A blue haze, half dust, half mist, touched the long valley with mystery. Beyond were Hanley and Etruria, gray and black masses, outlined thinly by the rare golden dots of the street lamps, and here and there a gaslit window, or the yellow glare of some late-working factory or crowded public house. Out of the masses, clear and slender against the evening sky, rose a multitude of tall chimneys, many of them reeking, a few smokeless during a season of play. Nearer at hand was the broad stretch of railway, and to the left, between the railway and the dark mass of the low hill beyond, dominating the whole view, colossal, inky black, and crowned with smoke and fitful flames, stood the great cylinders of the Jeddah Company blast furnaces, the central edifices of the big ironworks of which Horrocks was the manager. They stood heavy and threatening, full of an incessant turmoil of flames and seething molten iron, and about the feet of them rattled the rolling mills, and the steam hammer beat heavily and splashed the white iron sparks hither and thither. Even as they looked, a truck full of fuel was shot into one of the giants, and the red flames greened out, and a confusion of smoke and black dust came boiling upwards towards the sky. Certainly you get some fine effects of color with your furnaces, said Rout, breaking a silence that had become apprehensive. Horrocks grunted. He stood with his hands in his pockets, frowning down at the dim, steaming railway and the busy ironworks beyond, frowning as if he were thinking out some knotty problem. Rout glanced at him and away again. At present, your moonlight effect is hardly right, he continued, looking upward. The moon is still smothered by the vestiges of daylight. Horrocks stared at him with the expression of a man who has suddenly awakened. Vestiges of daylight? Of course. Of course. He, too, looked up at the moon, pale still in the midsummer sky. Come along, he said suddenly, and, gripping Rout's arm in his hand, made a move towards the path that dropped from them to the railway. Rout hung back. Their eyes met, and he saw 1,000 things in a moment that their lips came near to say. Horrocks' hand tightened and then relaxed. He let go, and before Rout was aware of it, they were arm in arm and walking, one unwillingly enough, down the path. They stood now near the bottom of the hill, close to the fence that bordered the railway. The ironworks had grown larger and spread out with their approach. They looked up to the blast furnaces now instead of down. The further view of Etruria and Hanley had dropped out of sight with their descent. Before them, by the stile, rose a notice board bearing, still dimly visible, the words, "Beware of the trains," half hidden by splashes of coaly mud. Fine effects, said Horrocks, waving his arm. "Here comes a train." The puffs of smoke, the range glare, the round eye of light in front of it, the melodious rattle, fine effects. But these furnaces of mine used to be finer before we shoved cones in their throats and saved the gas. "How?" said Ralph. "Cones?" "Cones, my man, cones. I'll show you one nearer. The flames used to flare out of the open throats, great, pillars of cloud by day, red and black smoke, and pillars of fire by night. Now we run it off in pipes and burn it to heat the blast, and the top is shut by a cone. You'll be interested in that cone." "But every now and then," said Ralph, "you get a burst of fire and smoke up there." "The cone's not fixed. It's hung by a chain from a lever and balanced by an equipoise. You'll see it nearer. Else, of course, there'd be no way of getting fuel into the thing. Every now and then the cone dips, and out comes the flare." "I see," said Ralph. He looked over his shoulder. "The moon gets brighter," he said. Suppose this slouching, scowling monster did know anything. For a minute or two, then, Ralph was really afraid for his life, but the mood passed as he reasoned with himself. After all, Horrocks might have heard nothing. His odd manner might be due to the mere vague jealousy he had shown once before. He was talking now of the ash heaps in the canal. "Eh?" said Horrocks. "What?" said Ralph. "Rather, the haze in the moonlight. Fine." "Our canal," said Horrocks, stopping suddenly, "our canal by moonlight and firelight is an immense effect. You've never seen it? Fancy that. You've spent too many of your evenings philandering up in Newcastle there. I tell you, for real florid effect. But you shall see. Boiling water." As they came out of the labyrinth of clinker heaps and mounds of coal and ore, the noises of the rolling mill sprang upon them suddenly, loud, near, and distinct. 3 shadowy workmen went by and touched their caps to Horrocks. Their faces were vague in the darkness. Ralph felt a futile impulse to address them, and before he could frame his words, they passed into the shadow. Horrocks pointed to the canal close before them now, a weird-looking place it seemed, in the blood-red reflections of the furnaces. The hot water that cooled the tuyeres came into view. Some 50 yards up, a tumultuous, almost boiling affluent, and the steam rose up from the water in silent white wisps and streaks, wrapping damply about them, an incessant succession of ghosts coming up from the black and red eddies, a white uprising that made the head swim. The shining black tower of the larger blast furnace rose overhead out of the mist, and its tumultuous riot filled their ears. Ralph kept away from the edge of the water and watched Horrocks. "Here, it's red," said Horrocks. "Blood-red vapor as red and hot as sin. But yonder there, where the moonlight falls on it and it drives across the clinker heaps, it's as white as death." Ralph turned his head for a moment and then came back hastily to his watch on Horrocks. "Come along to the rolling mills," said Horrocks. The threatening hold was not so evident that time, and Ralph felt a little reassured. But all the same, what on earth did Horrocks mean about white as death and red as sin? Coincidence, perhaps? "Come on," said Horrocks in Ralph's ear, and they went and peeped through the little glass hole behind the tuyeres and saw the funneled fire rising in the pit of the blast furnace. It left one eye blinded for a while. Then, with green and blue patches dancing across the dark, they went to the lift by which the trucks of ore and fuel and lime were raised to the top of the big cylinder. And out upon the narrow rail that overhung the furnace, Ralph's doubts came upon him again. Was it wise to be here? If Horrocks did know everything, do what he could not resist a violent trembling. Right underfoot was a sheer depth of 70 feet. It was a dangerous place. They pushed by a truck of fuel to get to the railing that crowned the place. The reek of the furnace, a sulphurous vapor streaked with pungent bitterness, seemed to make the distant hillside of Hanley quiver. The moon was riding out now from among a drift of clouds, halfway up the sky above the undulating wooded outlines of Newcastle. The steaming canal ran away from below them under an indistinct bridge and vanished into the dim haze of the flat fields toward Burslem. That's the cone I've been telling you of, shouted Horrocks. And below that, 60 feet of fire and molten metal, with the air of the blast frothing through it like gas in soda water. Ralph gripped the handrail tightly and stared down at the cone. The heat was intense. The boiling of the iron and the tumult of the blast made a thunderous accompaniment to Horrocks' voice. But the thing had to be gone through now. Perhaps, after all... In the middle, bawled Horrocks, temperature near 1,000 degrees. If you were dropped into it, flash into flame like a pinch of gunpowder in a candle. Put your hand out and feel the heat of its breath. Why, even up here, I've seen rainwater boiling off the truck. And the cone there. It's a damn sight too hot for roasting cakes. The top side of it's 300 degrees. 300 degrees? Said Ralph. 300 centigrade, mine, said Horrocks. It'll boil the blood out of you in no time. Eh? Said Ralph, and turned. Boil the blood out of you in... No, you don't? Let me go, screamed Ralph. Let go my arm. With one hand, he clutched at the handrail. Then with both. For a moment, the two men stood, swaying. Then, suddenly, with a violent jerk, Horrocks had twisted him from his hold. He clutched at Horrocks and missed. His foot went back into empty air. In mid-air, he twisted himself, and then cheek and shoulder and knee struck the hot cone together. He clutched the chain by which the cone hung, and the thing sank an infinitesimal amount as he struck it. A circle of glowing red appeared about him, and a tongue of flame, released from the chaos within, flickered up toward him. An intense pain assailed him at the knees, and he could smell the singeing of his hands. He raised himself to his feet and tried to climb up the chain, and then something struck his head. Black and shining with the moonlight, the throat of the furnace rose about him. Horrocks, he saw, stood above him by one of the trucks of fuel on the rail. The gesticulating figure was bright and white in the moonlight and shouting, "Fizzle, you fool! Fizzle, you hunter of women! You hot-blooded hound! Boil! Boil! Boil!" Suddenly, he caught up a handful of coal out of the truck and flung it deliberately, lump after lump, at Ralph. "Horrocks!" cried Ralph. "Horrocks!" He clung, crying, to the chain, pulling himself up from the burning of the cone. Each missile Horrocks flung hit him. His clothes charred and glowed, and as he struggled, the cone dropped, and a rush of hot, suffocating gas whooped out and burned round him in a swift breath of flame. His human likeness departed from him. When the momentary red had passed, Horrocks saw a charred, blackened figure, its head streaked with blood, still clutching and fumbling with the chain and writhing in agony, a cindery animal, an inhuman, monstrous creature that began a sobbing, intermittent shriek. Abruptly, at the sight, the ironmaster's anger passed. A deadly sickness came upon him. The heavy odor of burning flesh came drifting up to his nostrils. His sanity returned to him. "God have mercy upon me," he cried. "Oh, God, what have I done?" He knew the thing below him, save that it still moved and felt, was already a dead man. That the blood of the poor wretch must be boiling in his veins. An intense realization of that agony came to his mind and overcame every other feeling. For a moment he stood irresolute, and then, turning to the truck, he hastily tilted its contents upon the struggling thing that had once been a man. The mass fell with a thud and went radiating over the cone. With the thud, the shriek ended, and a boiling confusion of smoke, dust, and flame came rushing up toward him. As it passed, he saw the cone clear again. Then he staggered back and stood trembling, clinging to the rail with both hands. His lips moved, but no words came to them. Down below was the sound of voices and running steps. The clangor of rolling in the shed ceased abruptly.
Uncle John at Midnight, this morning featuring H.G. Wells' The Cone, was produced by J. Willis Morrow with the technical assistance of J. Douglas Gotthoffer, J. Peter Bohm, and H. Burl Kramer. This is King's Crown Radio.
A woman commits suicide, yet her body is missing. The morgue attendant is murdered, and the clues point to a red-headed, left-handed undertaker. Detective O'Malley hides in the morgue, unaware that he's being stalked by the murderer. This is Peter Lorre, here again to welcome you to the Mystery Playhouse. Tonight we bring you a story by Jonathan Latimer called Lady in the Morgue. It offers Detectives Crane and O'Malley the delightful problem of solving 3 murders and interviewing a lovely brunette, a lady who is mysteriously related to the unsolved crimes. Come with me to the morgue for the beginning of our little story, huh? Oh, don't let these stiffs bother you. Their troubles are over. But for those 2 detectives over there, the murders are just beginning. Come down these steps. Right this way. Come. Come.
I'm going nuts hanging around here.
Oh, stop squawking, O'Malley.
3 days just sitting in the morgue. I'm beginning to feel like a stiff myself.
Look, I don't like it any better than you do, O'Malley, but we're hired as private detectives to sit here. And we're going to sit here until somebody identifies the dame's body.
Okay. How do you know Alice Ross isn't Alice Ross?
Why don't you stop being a jerk? That name's a phony.
You know, Crane, the whole thing seems phony to me.
What?
Who is this rich New York guy, Cortland? He hires us by a telegram. We've never seen him. And why is he so interested in this little blonde who commits suicide?
Look, I don't think it's going to do any good, but I'm going to tell you for the last time. He thinks it's his sister, Catherine Cortland. She ran away from home a couple of years ago, chasing after some musician.
Yeah, gee.
Hey, that's the desk bell. Looks like the morgue's got a customer. Lieberman, the attendant, ought to answer it. Where is he? Where is he anyhow?
Down in the vaults with the stiffs.
Well, then maybe we better answer it, O'Malley. Might be somebody to claim the body. Looking for someone, mister?
For a couple of private detectives, Crane and O'Malley.
Oh, I'm Crane. And that character over there is O'Malley.
Well, my name's Cortland. I sent you that wire.
Oh, come right in. Glad to meet you.
Me too.
Delayed in New York. Expected to be here yesterday. What about the girl?
No information yet, Mr. Cortland. And if you think she might be your sister, Catherine, why, you can identify yourself.
Why, yes. Where?
This way, Mr. Cortland.
Thanks.
The body's down in the vaults. Lieberman, the morgue attendant, you see, he's down there.
I'll wait here for you, Crane. I can't stand looking at that girl again.
Come on. Stick with the client.
Okay. Watch your foot, and the stairs are slippery.
Oh,
yeah.
Thanks.
Now, what makes you think this Alice Ross girl might be your sister, Mr. Cortland?
Well, just what I read in the New York papers, that's all. Blonde girl, blue eyes, suicide. Also, my sister Catherine wrote us about 2 months ago that she was finished with her old life. She ran away from home with the musician 2 years ago. And...
the body's in here.
Oh.
Lieberman! Hey, Lieberman, where are you? I thought you said Lieberman was down here, O'Malley.
Yeah, I saw him go down about 20 minutes ago.
Come on, Mr. Cortland. The body's on tray number 27.
Oh, yes. It's 4, 10, 14...
17, 25, 27.
You pull out the tray. I don't like things like this.
Oh, there's nothing to be afraid of. She's dead. All you got to do is grab the handle and... Go ahead, O'Malley. You pull it out.
Oh, all right. Well, that's a man's body. A man, not a woman.
Yeah, she's certain.
What? Hey, it's Lieberman, the morgue attendant.
Murder in the morgue?
It's murder, all right. It's head smash.
But where's the girl's body?
Yeah, Mr. Cortland, this is a job for the police.
I don't give two hoots about your private detective credentials, Crane.
But, Lieutenant...
Or yours either, O'Malley. Now, look, a man was murdered in the morgue today and a woman's body was stolen. And you and O'Malley and this fellow Cortland were the only ones who could have done it.
Why don't you stop acting like a movie cap, Lieutenant Grady?
What?
Think it through. Cortland is my client. He hired O'Malley and me to find if the girl is his sister.
Right, I sent Crane a wire from New York.
All right, skip the details.
Use your head, Lieutenant Grady. You're forgetting a couple of things.
Huh?
You remember that Lieberman, the morgue attendant, had a handful of red hair in his hand. Have O'Malley and Cortland got red hair? Have I?
Huh? You know darn well you have.
And we also know that somebody held Lieberman from in front while someone else slugged him from behind. Otherwise, why would Lieberman's wrist be torn and bloody?
Okay.
Lieberman had the hair in his left hand. Now, if I were holding your wrists, I'd be holding your left wrist with my right hand. Wouldn't I? I'd be holding your weaker hand with my strongest.
All right. Now, what are you trying to prove?
We're trying to prove...
One at a time, O'Malley.
Okay, go ahead, Crane.
Thank you, Professor. We're trying to prove that whoever held Lieberman's hands was red-headed and left-handed.
And none of us are left-handed or red-headed.
All right, Mr. Cortland, pipe down. Crane, go on from there.
Lieutenant, we're going to find that missing body for you.
All right, Crane. But if you're getting away with something new and something right now, it's only temporary.
All right. Come on, O'Malley.
And look, don't forget, Crane, one false step and I'll pin the whole thing on you. But permanently.
You shouldn't have slammed the door, Crane. You'll make him mad. Well, what happens now?
You're going back to your hotel, Mr. Cortland, and wait till you hear from me. O'Malley and I got to pay a visit to the apartment where the missing body hanged herself. O'Malley, I thought I told you to stick out in the hall and keep your eyes peeled.
Sure, Crane, but I'm getting nervous. Found anything yet?
Nope. One funny thing, though. Alice Ross left a lot of brand new dresses here. In this closet. Look. Never been worn. But not a pair of shoes in the place.
Yeah, that don't make sense, Crane.
You're telling me. O'Malley, take a look at this bathroom door. According to the papers, this is where Alice Ross hanged herself. Draped the cord over it.
Isn't that terrible?
Yeah, let's see now. According to the papers, she came out of the bathtub and hanged herself while she was still wet. The police found a puddle of water on the floor.
That's nuts, Crane. Why would anybody take a bath if they were going to commit suicide? Unless they wanted to hang themselves up to dry.
Would anyone hang herself while she was still wet?
Oh, I think she'd dry herself first. Don't make sense.
It'd make good sense, O'Malley, if she didn't commit suicide. Yeah. It'd make better sense if she was murdered.
Yeah. Murdered?
She was murdered first. Then the murderer hung her body up with a cord. O'Malley, get back in the hall and keep a lookout.
Sometimes I wonder what you'd do without me, Crane. Sometimes I...
Now, what's the matter?
It's Grady and a bunch of cops. Let's get out of here quick.
Yeah, but where? It's 3 floors to the ground.
How about this window?
Great. Hey, there's a ledge.
Huh?
You go one way, I'll go the other.
Come on, open up. We know you're in there. Open up.
Now, if I can hide in this room until... My toe. You hear me? Shut up. Shut up. Now listen. Listen, I don't want to hurt you and I don't want to rob you. And I'll turn you loose if you promise not to make a sound. Now remember, if you make a sound, you're going to get hurt. Is that clear? Okay.
You already hurt me. You hurt my mouth. What are you doing in my bathroom? What do you want anyway?
Now listen, honey, I didn't want to duck to your bathroom window. It was just convenient, that's all.
Well, get out.
When I'm ready. Hey, nice apartment you got here. Mind if I look around a bit?
If you don't get out of here, I'll phone the police.
You don't have to phone, sister. They're right next door.
What?
Yeah. Did you know the girl next door, the one who hanged herself? Alice Ross.
What's that to you? And keep out of my clothes closet.
Now listen, baby. You're a beautiful hunk of flesh, and I'd hate to get rough with you. But I like answers to questions when I ask them. Now let's begin again. What's your name?
Udoni. That's my name. It's Sam Udoni.
Ah, that's better. Now about the girl next door.
I don't know anything about her.
Don't lie to me.
I'm not lying.
Maybe so, but this clothes closet is very interesting. Very.
Why, you know...
Watch it, baby. Now tell me this. Why have you got 2 different sizes of shoes there in the shoe closet? Oh, and dresses. In 2 different sizes. 2 complete wardrobes.
It's very simple. Some of them belong to my roommate. She's a blonde. She dresses different from me.
Thought you just said your name was Mrs. Udoni. Mrs. Sam Udoni.
My husband's a musician. He travels with bands. He's away all the time.
Yeah?
What are you asking me all these questions?
Your husband forgot to take his trumpet.
Why you...
Now, don't get sore. I'm getting out. I just heard the cops next door go down the hall. I'm, kind of sorry we met this way. You are a beautiful doll.
Don't be insulting.
I always liked long black hair, the kind that comes out of a bottle. And don't be surprised if Papa comes back sometime.
Get out. Get out, do you hear? Get out before I kill you!
Well, that's what it all adds up to, Mr. Cortland. Alice Ross was murdered. And her body, obviously, was stolen from the morgue to cover up that murder. And if this girl was murdered, and she turns out to be your sister...
My sister is alive, Crane. I've just found out.
What? Mr. Cortland?
Oh, you heard from your sister?
Yes, she's alive. So, as she's obviously not the dead Alice Ross, I'd like you both to drop the case.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'd like to do that, Mr. Cortland. I'd like to very much, but one small difficulty. You see, Lieberman, the morgue attendant, was murdered. And I'm still kind of a suspect, and so is O'Malley, and so are you.
What?
Right. And the only way we can clear ourselves is to break the case ourselves. Right. Besides, I think I know who helped to kill Lieberman and snatch the girl's body.
You do? Who?
An undertaker. A left-handed, red-headed undertaker.
That's ridiculous.
No, now, wait a minute, Mr. Cortland. Sometimes Crane gets brainstorms.
Figure it out, Mr. Cortland. The only way anyone could get into the morgue and carry the body away is through the delivery entrance. That means only an undertaker could get in there, without a lot of questions.
What'd I tell you, Mr. Cortland? A brainstorm.
Right.
Oh, this is all nonsense. Complete and utter nonsense.
Maybe so, but just to prove that it isn't, O'Malley's going out right now and find that undertaker.
Right. Me? Where am I going to find him?
You'll find him easy, O'Malley.
Sure. I'll find him easy?
Well, if this is the only way we can clear ourselves, as you say, why, I ought to help find this undertaker.
Fine, Mr. Cortland. Now, let O'Malley cover one side of town and you cover the other. We'll meet here in 4 hours.
And what about you, Crane? What are you going to be doing?
Me? Didn't I tell you? I got a date with a gorgeous brunette. Oh, hello, Mrs. Udoni. I told you I'd be back.
You? What are you doing here?
Oh, I came to hear the hot music and, be near you.
You've got a nerve after what happened today.
Hey, that's a solid horn your husband blows in that next room there.
Yeah, what makes you think he's my husband?
You said your husband was a musician, and I saw a trumpet here this morning.
Well, you see too much. What do you want anyway?
How does a wife of a musician feel when another woman starts following him around the country?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Never heard of Catherine Cortland, huh?
She never meant anything to Sam.
She's been following him around for several years. Must have got someplace with him in that time.
Look, you better get out of here. My husband's coming in here.
Good. I want to see him.
I told him about you butting in here. I'll kill you.
Who is this guy, baby?
This is him, Sam.
You're looking for trouble, mister.
I like trouble.
What do you want with us?
I want Catherine Cortland, or I want a body.
What are you talking about?
Oh, don't be coy, Udoni. I know Catherine Cortland left New York several years ago to follow you here.
What about it? Sure she followed me here. Does that make me responsible for her? I haven't seen her for months.
And who was that living in the apartment next door to you?
How should I know? A girl commits suicide in the apartment next door, and right away I'm a suspect. Get out of here.
Okay, Udoni. Just one thing. You see this nice shiny badge? The body of the blonde who was murdered in the apartment next to yours.
Apartment? Murdered? What are you... Well, the paper said that...
Sure, the paper said suicide, but she was murdered, Udoni. Murdered. And her body will be in the city morgue in 4 hours, and I want you to come and take a look at it.
It's just like you said, Crane. There was a left-handed, red-headed undertaker. Only there isn't any more.
What do you mean?
Yeah. I went to his place, rang the bell, no answer. I went in, and there he was murdered.
What? Murdered?
Yep. Stuffed in one of his own coffins, a knife right through his heart. Police hadn't even been there yet.
Well, this is incredible.
Well, didn't you look around, O'Malley?
I'm no dope.
No?
I looked at his books, and I found out that a girl named Alice Hughes was buried today, Forest Tree Cemetery.
That's our blonde. You're wonderful, O'Malley. I love you.
Ah, it was simple.
Now, we gotta move fast. Get out to the Forest Tree Cemetery, get that body, and return it to the morgue.
How about me?
You? You come along too, Cortland. Let's go. All right, O'Malley. Lift her up. Put her on the table. Easy now. There.
Now can I go?
Stick around. I got a job for you.
You certainly have a genius for the fantastic, Crane. Digging this body out of its grave, sneaking it in here in the morgue.
I only do what's necessary, Cortland. Now, look. Are you sure this girl isn't your sister?
Absolutely.
Well, it's the same body that was swiped from the morgue, and she was murdered.
Murdered?
Furthermore, whoever killed this girl knows I've located the body and returned it here to the morgue.
So what, Crane?
The killer's going to try to steal the body again. And you, Mr. Cortland and O'Malley, are going to catch him. Red-handed.
Me?
You.
But, Crane, how can you be sure?
I made sure. Now, listen. Here's what we're going to do. We leave the body here, on this table, with a sheet over it. Then you two get under the sheets on these other tables.
But those are tables they perform autopsies on.
Right. And the murderer, when he comes in, will never suspect that you're under those sheets.
All right, Crane. I'm game.
I'm leaving you two here alone. I'll beat it out and get Lieutenant Grady. Oh, I ought to warn you. No one knows you're down here in the vaults. Just you two. But don't worry. The killer will be here. Oh, good luck, boys.
Just us two and the killer, Mr. Cortland.
I'm not afraid.
Let's get under the sheets and I'll turn out the light. Mr. Cortland, will you do me a small favor?
Why, certainly, O'Malley. What is it?
Every now and then, reach over and pinch me.
That would be a pleasure. Why?
Every time I get under a sheet, I go to sleep.
You don't mean to say you could go to sleep in a morgue, waiting for a murderer? Why, that's ridiculous.
My mind agrees with you, but when my body feels a sheet, it goes to sleep. It's doing now. Hey, what are you doing?
You asked me to pinch you.
Oh, so I did. What are you using? Pliers?
Oh, what are you doing, O'Malley?
Just showing you the way I want you to pinch me. Gently, affectionately.
Well, if that's your idea of affection, I pity your wife. O'Malley. Did you hear that?
What?
I swear the door opened and closed.
Shh. Listen. Footsteps.
Oh, yeah. Keep the sheet over your face.
Hey, let go of me. Let go. Hey, Crane. I've got him. Crane. I've got him. Turn on the light.
All right, you. Come on. I got you covered. Now, come on, get up off the floor. Well, thanks, O'Malley. I knew I could depend on you.
Right.
Right.
Hey, this guy is Cortland.
Now, you tricked me, Crane. You were waiting at the end of the hall all the time.
And I suppose you didn't try to trick O'Malley and murder him in a bargain.
Yeah, but I don't get it. Did Cortland kill Lieberman? Did he steal the body?
Not so fast, O'Malley. Go ahead. Go to the telephone and tell Lieutenant Grady to hurry over here to the city morgue. If he wants Lieberman's killer. I'll wait here. I'm still expecting Sam Udoni to show up and identify the girl's body. Oh, O'Malley. Another thing. Get me a bucket full of peroxide.
A bucket full... Peroxide?
Peroxide, I'll need it.
What's this all about, Crane? And say, who are all these people?
Well, O'Malley, you know, and this is Sam Udoni and Mrs. Udoni, and this is my client, Mr. Cortland.
Your client? Then why you got him handcuffed?
Well, it ain't merely because he didn't pay his bill.
Now, no cracks! Crane, O'Malley told me on the phone that this blonde dame, Alice Ross, didn't commit suicide but was murdered. What about that?
Well, that's right. Murdered. By this man right here.
But look, Crane, Cortland couldn't
Who said anything about Cortland? I said this man right here. Meaning Sam Udoni.
That's a lie. You can't prove that. You
Shut up!
Shut up!
Shut up!
Oh, Crane, you mean that Udoni committed all those murders?
No, my husband was with me when they were committed. And what reason would he have to kill this Alice Ross? Why, he didn't even know her.
How about that, Crane?
Well, Udoni ought to have known Alice Ross. He killed her because she wouldn't give him a divorce. Alice Ross was actually Mrs. Udoni.
How could she be? I am Mrs. Udoni.
Let me out of here.
Grab him, Molly.
Let me go.
Cut it out, Udoni. It won't do you any good.
It's better.
Don't talk, Sam. They can't prove anything.
Be quiet, you.
Be quiet, you.
Be quiet, you.
By heavens, this is all beginning to make sense. That's why Udoni stole the body of his wife. So that he could pass off this woman here as Mrs. Udoni.
Right, Lieutenant.
Sure, I get it.
And now for the proof, O'Malley. O'Malley, hand me that bucket full of peroxide.
Here you are, Crane.
Hey, now wait a minute, Crane. Wait a minute before you start his shenanigans. If Alice Ross was actually Mrs. Udoni, who's this dame here?
Well, that's simple. She's Catherine Cortland.
What?
You're crazy. Catherine Cortland was the blonde.
Wait a minute. She's no blonde, Crane.
Oh, no? Just watch. Yeah. Watch her hair, Lieutenant. Just watch her hair.
Yeah. Say, the black is running out.
The dye, you mean. You better take her someplace where she can clean up, O'Malley.
Yeah, but wait a minute. Where does this guy Cortland fit in?
I'm afraid he was merely an unhappy accomplice. But go easy on him. He's a good guy.
Good guy. Good guy. Good guy. He tried to stab me.
Yeah, but he was dragged into this whole thing to protect his sister. And she was dragged in by Sam Udoni. He's the real louse.
Look, Crane, I'm not making any alibis, but I wish you'd answer me just one question.
Go ahead, shoot, Cortland.
How did you know my sister had dyed her hair?
Well, in your sister's apartment, I found a bottle of black hair dye and a bottle of peroxide in the bathroom. But what finally convinced me was the real Mrs. Udoni.
What do you mean?
You see, hair grows after death. And if you take a look at the dead girl's body, you'll see the roots of her blonde hair are all black.
Crane, all I can say, you make my hair stand on end.
And that was Lady in a Morgue by Jonathan Latimer. Oh, yes, we were going to have a guest ghost on tonight's broadcast. Oh, but poor fellow. He was taken gravely ill. The doctors have given up all hope. He's going to live. By the way, if you have any pet vampires you'd like to hear about on these programs, just drop me a line. Just give the letter to your favorite witch with instructions to take her broomstick and knock on the door of the Mystery Playhouse. Now it's time to close the doors before all these bats fly away. This is Peter Lorre saying good night. Sleep tight.
Hi, this is Greg from An Evening of Old Time Radio. Hope you're enjoying the video and the old time radio shows. If you're watching this on any other channel than An Evening of Old Time Radio, you should be aware that the channel owner has stolen this audio track from one of my videos and uploaded it with a different background as if it were their own. Again, this video and this audio is from my channel, An Evening of Old Time Radio. On with the show.
Come in. Welcome. Welcome to Mystery Theater. I am Hyman Brown. Those of you who have attended performances in the Mystery Theater know that there are certain tales that particularly entrance and intrigue me. They deal with the unusual, the unfamiliar, the unexplainable. So I have turned today to that master of mystery, Wilkie Collins, who has a habit of coming up with a story that's always making me say, why, that's not possible. Or is it?
Xavier Yardley Zenith, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, Uncle. It's me, Xavier. Are you a ghost?
Why didn't Father Daly bless my coffin?
I wanted him to, Uncle. But he refused. Absolutely refused.
Why, Xavier?
Because he said you didn't die a natural death.
You must make him bless the grave, Xavier. I cannot rest until he
does. Our mystery drama, Shadows from the Grave, adapted from a story by Wilkie Collins, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by James Agate Jr. and stars Christopher Tabori and Fred Gwynne. I'll be back in a moment with Act One. One invariably associates mysterious with lonely old houses, strange small inbred towns, peculiar characters. And I have to admit, this story follows that pattern. The man who told it to me is one XY Zenith. You can imagine the comments this poor guy has gone through life with. Nevertheless, he didn't seem to mind when I said, XYZ, would you tell us about your extraordinary adventure yourself?
Having been christened Xavier Yardley Zenith and suffered with those initials all through school in California, I decided that when I got to the job age and became very good in photography, to open up a studio of my own. Call it Zenith of Hollywood. Not an unusual word in Hollywood, where everything is the top, the best, the ultimate, the zenith. Two things occurred in April of this year which totally changed my life. One, I planned to marry. And two, I got a note from my Uncle George, who lived in Fresno, to come see him on what he called a matter of some importance. Hello up there, Uncle George. It's me, Xavier. What are you doing up in that tree?
Xavier, welcome, my boy. I've just about sealed up this hole in the tree. Here, give me a hand.
Steady.
Pretty spry for a man of my age, don't you think? You've never been up this way before, have you, Xavier?
Not since I was a child, Uncle George. What happened to this big old oak? Struck by lightning?
No, it's the woodpeckers and squirrels that make all these holes. I've just had it with the noisy beggars. They jump from this tree to the top of the porch, and then they run along my bedroom window, making the most infernal racket you can imagine. So I've just been sealing up a few of their nesting places. Let them find apartments elsewhere, I say.
What about that big hole on the other side of the tree?
Maybe tomorrow I'll mix up some more cement. Say, boy, you always go around with 2 cameras hanging around your neck?
Photography is my business, so I'm always prepared just in case.
Huh? Is there a living in it? You sell your pictures?
I used to do better. Took shots of movie stars on location, did a lot of newspaper and magazine work. But work has thinned out.
I have a proposition to make you. Since I gather that picture-taking business isn't too profitable these days, I think you may be interested. Are you married?
I'm just about to be. This coming Saturday, matter of fact.
Good. Then what I have in mind might make an excellent wedding present. I'm not a rich man, Xavier, but comfortably off. 59 acres, orchards, gardens, this house, and a private family vault on the premises.
You're joking. You own a mausoleum?
Death is not a joke, Xavier. I am going to die in a week.
You? No, you're not. You look fit as a fiddle.
An ill-tuned fiddle. No, death is only a few days off for me. I've known it would come to this for some time, so it's no surprise. I'd like to show you where I'm going to be buried. Here we are. That's Carrara marble and Vermont granite. Those 2 locks on the bronze door are an invention of mine.
Mind if I take a picture of it?
Not at all.
There's no one in your private mausoleum now, is there?
No. There was. No. No one. Now, Xavier, I want you to pay particular attention. 2 keyholes and 2 separate brass keys. There is a very good reason for the 2 locks. When I am laid to rest inside this vault, Xavier, I don't expect I shall be trying to get out. But I do not wish anyone else to get in.
But why would a person want to?
It's not necessary for me to explain all that to you now, my boy. I turn the handle, and so. Not spacious, but not crowded. My final home.
Uncle, if you don't mind, could we go back to the house now? I'm not at my best in mausoleums.
All right. I've shown you everything. We'll sit ourselves on the porch, and I'll tell you what's on my mind. Have you ever sat in a porch swing, Xavier? Comfortable?
I love these old swings.
Xavier, I have no choice. You are my only living kin. There is no one else. I'm leaving all my worldly possessions, this house, the contents, the grounds, everything to you, on one condition. You must live here, and every day, every single day, mind you, you must go to that mausoleum and make certain there's been no one tampering with the locks.
Uh-huh. And that's the only condition, Uncle?
The only one.
I certainly appreciate your generosity. Can I think it over and let you know? I'd like to talk it over with Catherine.
Absolutely not. You're going to agree right now.
But, Uncle...
But what? You can have your Zenith of Hollywood office right here. This place is plenty big enough. You can turn the solarium into a studio if you like. I don't care. I won't be here. It's all decided then? Good. I'll have Henley take you to the top of the hill. A good view, and you can see most of the property. Have a tug at that bell pull, will you, Xavier? My dear boy, you don't know what a relief this is. My fate lies in your hands.
Wait just a moment, Uncle. I haven't agreed to this inheritance yet. But if I do, and I find someone's been at the locks of that mausoleum, what should I do?
In my desk in the library, bottom right-hand drawer, is a letter of instructions. The envelope has one word on it. Joshua.
Did you say Joshua?
But, unless someone's been trying to break in, that letter must never be read.
You rang, sir?
Yes, Henley. This is my nephew, Xavier Yardley Zenith. He's going to be living here. I want you to acquaint him with the property.
Very well, sir.
Goodbye, Xavier. I shall not be seeing you again. Have a good walk. Well, my dear Joshua, your old friend George Zenith has found a way to outwit you. Do you hear me, Joshua?
That's exactly what he said, Catherine. He stood looking out of the window at the tree he'd been cementing, talking to someone called Joshua, who, of course, wasn't in the tree. It was most uncanny. And then I left the room with Henley, the butler.
How well do you know your Uncle George?
Only slightly, I'd say.
So then you have no idea what he meant by, Joshua, I'm going to outwit you now.
Not the vaguest. But the important thing is, Catherine, do we want to spend the rest of our lives in a Victorian white elephant with a cook and a butler?
Our lives?
Well, that's the deal if I accept. I have to guard that mausoleum every single day.
Darling, let's forget about this crazy Uncle George of yours. We're getting married Saturday. That's enough to think about for now. If your uncle wants to leave us his big old house in Fresno, fine. I love old houses, especially when it's a free gift. You didn't promise anything, did you?
No, I didn't. Saturday, Catherine and I tied the knot. Nothing fancy, just a few friends at the registrar's office on Hollywood Boulevard. About a dozen of us drove out to Laguna Beach for a wedding breakfast, and we just got around to toasting one another in California champagne when my service tracked me down and left a message that Uncle George had died. And would I come back to Fresno?
I'm Father Daly, Mr. Zenith. Your uncle came occasionally to our church.
Father Daly, this is my wife, Catherine.
How do you do? I'm sorry this sad occasion has brought us together. Not a very auspicious first married week, is it?
It's hard to believe. He seemed so healthy. And when he talked about being dead in a week...
Did he?
Yes. I thought it was his macabre sense of humor. How do you suppose he knew?
Well, if he intended to take his own life, then quite naturally he would know.
Well, surely no one thinks...
My son, no one knows.
When is the funeral service?
Well, there isn't going to be one in the strict sense of the word.
No funeral? But why not, Father?
Well, I'm afraid Mr. Zenith's uncle may not have died a natural death. The medical examiner said an overdose of sleeping pills.
Oh, but couldn't that have been an accident? I mean, he told me he had a lot of trouble sleeping.
Oh, of course it could have. Which is what the coroner decided, death by accident. But so long as there's the slightest suspicion, which you have rather confirmed just now for me, I cannot bless the grave.
I could bite my tongue for telling you what he said, that he'd be dead in a few days.
Had you kept your uncle's intentions secret, that indeed would have been a mortal sin.
Yes, Henley. You wish to see me?
I do, sir. Cook and I want to leave.
You wish to leave this house? But why?
While your uncle was alive, there were some very peculiar things going on, but out of loyalty, we just couldn't go.
Peculiar things that frightened you?
Oh, yes, indeed, sir. Strange voices and goings-on and awful shrieks, like someone being attacked. Terrifying, if you ask me.
I quite agree with you. Have you heard such noises since my uncle passed away?
No, Mr. Zenith.
Well, then I suggest to you, the noises died with him. Now, I'll double your salary, Cook's also, and I don't want to hear any more about your leaving.
Well, you put it that way, sir. We'll be happy to stay on.
Every day, I'd go out and check the locks on the family vault. Catherine and I started making over the solarium into a studio, and I ordered equipment for a darkroom. But then, one night, I had a strange dream.
Xavier Yardley Zenith.
Is that you, Uncle George?
Why didn't Father Daly bless my coffin?
I wanted him to, Uncle, but he wouldn't. He said there was some question as to how you died.
You must insist he bless the coffin. I cannot rest until he does.
Uncle George, am I really talking to you? Or am I imagining things in my sleep?
Promise me you will make Father Daly bless my remains. Otherwise, I am lost. I am lost.
To sleep, says Hamlet, perchance to dream. Aye, there's the rub. For in that sleep of death, what dreams may come when we have shuffled off this mortal coil must give us pause. Our friend Xavier Yardley Zenith has surely been given pause. His uncle dies mysteriously, then appears in a dream, giving orders, exacting promises. Where will it lead? Where will it end? Mystery Theater will return shortly with Act 2. It has been an enigma for thousands of years. Are ghosts an illusion, a projection of what one wishes to see, or do they represent some ephemeral link between the world of the dead and the world of the living? The problem that faces Xavier is to persuade a member of the ministry to bless the remains of a man who may have committed murder, for that is indeed how the church regards suicide.
Catherine, I tell you, Uncle George's ghost said it as clearly as I say this to you. Father Daly must give me his blessing. I cannot rest until he does.
Honey, can I say something? I appreciate this inheritance, the house, the grounds, money to run it and have a butler and a cook. I never in my wildest dreams did I ever think I'd have that. But on the minus side, there's all this infatuation with death. That mausoleum, which has to be guarded as though it were Tutankhamun's tomb. And now you having nightmares about your uncle. Xavier, it's not healthy.
What am I to do? I gave my word.
Well, what about your career? You're a little young to retire to a gingerbread house in Fresno and play nursemaid to ghoulies and ghosties.
Oh, we're going to make a great studio out of the solarium. And then that enormous closet, turning it into a darkroom. It'll be great.
You don't understand me, do you? You've got to get out into the world and take pictures, Mr. Zenith of Hollywood. But having always to be one night away from this place so you can check the locks on a dead man's tomb is going to hold you back.
I told you all this before we married, so don't throw it in my face now.
What's the matter with you, Xavier? Have you no will of your own? Why, a month ago, if I told you that a ghost came to me in my sleep, you would have laughed right out loud.
I'm not laughing now.
You really believe you saw him, don't you?
Of course I do. I was there. He was there. I heard him.
And you've decided to stick it out here for the rest of your life. Is that it?
If I have to, I will.
I think I'd better leave you alone until you cool off. I'm not letting any dead uncle get in the way of my life. And I mean it.
Catherine did mean it. Next thing I knew, she'd lit out and went back to L.A. I knew where to find her all right. At her mother's. But I was darned if I'd go running after her.
My dear Mr. Zenith, my hands are tied. The church simply cannot acknowledge any untoward death.
Father Daly, for 3 nights running, Uncle George has appeared to me at night saying, "Help me lie and rest. I cannot until Father Daly blesses my coffin."
Xavier, may I call you Xavier?
I wish you would.
My boy, you and I are both modern men at the edge of the 21st century. For you to tell me that you're being visited by your uncle's ghost, while I won't discount it as a possibility, it's much more likely to be your own conscience worrying you to such an extent that you can convince yourself that you've seen him. You tell me it happens when you're asleep. I say to you, yes, it could, but that still doesn't make it any more than a dream.
Last night, he said I should read some of the books in his library, and I would understand.
Go read your uncle's books. And if this brings you peace of mind, then you'll know whether his appearances are fact or fancy.
That's just what I aim to do, Father.
You rang for me, sir?
Yes, I did, Henley. Come into the library and shut the door behind you. Did you know my uncle was greatly interested in black magic?
Well, I did tell you I was aware something strange was going on. He and Mr. Tree, they did some kind of... I don't know what you'd call it.
Mr. Tree?
A friend of your uncle's. They spent a lot of time together, and then a year ago, Mr. Tree went away.
Can you be more specific than something strange?
Well, sir, there'd be a lot of candles. Hundreds, in fact. They'd have them all burning. And there'd be incense and chanting. Right here in the library, Mr. Zenith.
I've been reading these books, and what amazed me was how many of them deal with the power of black magic.
I remember him asking me to bring home a cup of holy water from the church, and I said to him, well, sir, you're supposed to go to church in person and bless yourself with holy water, not bring the holy water here. And your uncle said, getting the holy water is the easy task. I have to get the blood of a child to mix with the water.
Henley, did you ever find out what it was for?
No, I didn't. I didn't ask. And I didn't steal the holy water from the church either.
Henley, you strike me as a sensible man. Will you do me a favor tonight? I generally take a walk in the garden after dark. Perhaps you'd walk with me.
Well, certainly, sir. I see you brought your camera, Mr. Zenith. Can you take pictures with only moonlight?
Oh, yes. Film is so fast nowadays, I could get a picture of you at 20 feet by the light of one match.
Why?
Now, this part here, where we're walking, is this also part of my uncle's property?
Well, I should say your property, sir. This is all part of it.
And that brook, too? Yeah. Let's walk to the other side across this footbridge. The path seems to continue downstream. Over there. What's that little stone building?
Oh, that's the mausoleum, sir.
Oh, so it is. By moonlight, I'm afraid I'm a little discombobulated. Oh, wait. That's a good shot from this side of the brook. Mausoleum reflected in the water. Yeah, I think I got it. Henley. What's that?
What's what, sir?
The figure of a man. I just saw him in my viewfinder. Then he disappeared.
Where, sir?
There. Again. Can't you see it?
Yes, there was someone.
He's moving away from the mausoleum. You see him? He's wearing a long cape almost to the ground. Can you see?
A long cape? Oh, no. Excuse me, Mr. Zenith, but I must go now.
No, just a minute. What is it?
Sir, will you please let go of my arm?
Yeah, I will when you tell me. Now, do you know that man?
He's come back. Oh, I never thought we'd see him again.
Henley ran off. I followed the man in the cape, keeping my distance across the brook. He seemed to glide over the earth. I ran across the footbridge towards him, and then he disappeared. I turned back to the house, and suddenly there he was, standing against a big oak tree. And then he seemed to melt right into it.
I do apologize, Mr. Zenith, for my behavior last night, leaving you like that.
Yes, I was rather puzzled.
You're a photographer, sir, and so I have something to show you. This snapshot. Do you see that man?
Yes. It's very like the thing I saw last night. A hunched-over man with a long cape. Why, it looks like he's talking to someone. Someone out of camera range, possibly.
Well, that's the peculiar part of it. He was talking to someone. I took a picture of the two of them. But the other man's not in the picture.
Are you saying this person we can't see was there but didn't register on the film? I don't think I understand.
Perhaps it's better that you don't, Mr. Zenith.
What about the man whose picture you got? Do you know him?
It's Mr. Joshua Tree, sir, when he used to live here. And now he's come back. That's why I must beg you for your understanding and indulgence. Mrs. Henley and I simply cannot stay for a moment longer.
But even if it is Mr. Tree who's come back, why must you leave, Henley?
I can't say any more. I really can't. But if you want my advice, Mr. Xavier, if you value your life, you'll leave here also.
When I developed the shots I took of the Cape figure, they were identical to Henley's snapshot. That night, from the darkened library, I watched the oak tree. At midnight, the figure in the Cape appeared. I crept out of the house, following it to the door of the mausoleum. This is what Uncle George must have meant. I reached forward to stop the man. Something hit me on the head from behind. I blacked out.
Xavier, are you all right?
Oh. Catherine, what are you doing here? Am I dreaming?
Don't ask so many questions. That's quite a bump on your head. Here, let me help you.
No, I can make it all right. Oh. Whew. Whoever hit me wasn't kidding.
Just stop talking and lean on me, and we'll walk slowly back to the house.
Catherine, this gets more mysterious every minute. But the biggest mystery is how you just happened to show up.
I'm your wife, remember? I decided I was being stupid, so I came back.
No, darling, you don't have to hold me up. I can make it all right.
You're not going to trip and fall again while I'm around.
Catherine, I didn't fall. Somebody hit me.
Xavier, what are you talking about? I saw you at the mausoleum when I came out of the house. I saw you step back and fall over. There wasn't a soul in sight.
You didn't see anyone near me?
It's after 2 in the morning. When we get back to the house, to bed you go and not a peep out of you.
You don't believe that I was hit from behind?
I believe my eyes, and they didn't see a thing.
Father Daly, who is Joshua Tree?
Where did you hear that name?
Henley told me, but not much else.
Joshua Tree. He was a man who, to the bottom of his heart, if he had one, was basically evil.
How did my uncle come to know him?
Well, he just turned up about 2 years ago. Your uncle took a fancy to him and saw a good deal of him, which I am afraid was the most unfortunate thing he ever did in his life.
Why do you say that, Father?
Joshua Tree was the very spirit of the devil himself.
I show you a photograph I took near my uncle's vault the day before yesterday. Is that Joshua Tree?
Well, I can't really make out the face. But the cape and the angle of the head, very similar, I'd say. But of course, how could it be? He disappeared a year ago.
Father, here's another picture. Is that the man?
Yes, that's him. You didn't take this picture, did you?
No. It was given to me by Henley. He took it. Now, if that's Joshua Tree, you notice he appears to be talking to someone, but there's no one there.
Oh, yes, there is. But the camera can't record an apparition.
You mean Joshua Tree was talking to someone, but we can't see him?
Because, my dear young lady, that invisible thing is a familiar.
What's that?
A familiar is an evil spirit visible to very few. The devil can see him, as can a sorcerer's apprentice.
So you were saying Joshua Tree was such an apprentice?
Xavier, are you in here?
There's nothing here. I'll try this drawer.
What are you doing?
There's nothing.
What do you mean, nothing?
I mean, there's nothing in any of my uncle's desk drawers. And he told me there was.
Xavier, why don't you answer me?
Because I don't have any answers. Let me see if I can get under this desk. Knock the wood, Maybe there's a secret drawer. Ah, yes, it's hollow here. Listen. One of these drawers is short. Behind it, there must be. Yeah, here. I'll pull this drawer out, and I'll put it on the floor. Then, I reach back inside. Yes, I feel something. An envelope. Well, here she be.
How did you know it was back there?
Before he died, the last time I saw him alive, Uncle George told me that if somebody was tampering with his mausoleum, I'd find my instructions in a letter with the word Joshua written on it. To whom it may concern... So... Oh, no. Oh, no. Murdered. He killed him. Oh, Lord in heaven, what are we to do now?
The ghost in the play Hamlet says, I am thy father's spirit, doomed for a certain term to walk the night, till the foul crimes done in my days of nature are burned and purged away. Is it so with Uncle George? Is he also doomed to eternal unrest until his sins are purged and burnt away? Mystery Theater will return shortly. It's all very well to pooh-pooh the occult, ghostly apparitions, phantoms that haunt, the deceased who cannot find peace until they find love or forgiven their earthly sins, etc., etc. But the fact remains that time and again, psychic researchers have agreed there are manifestations that defy and disobey nature's laws. And whether we like it or not, the unexplained does exist.
I shall never forget that evening. For even as I stood there, the letter of confession in my hand, Catherine waiting for me to read on, we were both suddenly so overcome by the cold I had to light a fire. And this was late July, mind you. We needed a fire. We lit candles. Something compelled us to light dozens and dozens of candles.
I feel warmer now. It's seeing the flames, I think. Go on, Xavier. Read your uncle's letter.
To whom it may concern, especially you, my dear nephew Xavier, I fear they have come to get me. They've appeared at the door of my mausoleum, or else you would not be reading this letter.
This letter. Stop.
Uncle George. Catherine, do you see him?
Yes. Is that your...
Don't be alarmed, my dear young lady. I'm sorry we did not meet before, but only your husband can help me.
Is this true? Am I really hearing this?
Xavier, you must find Joshua's body and destroy it. Burn it. You see, I had to kill him. I put his body in the crypt, and then it disappeared.
How horrible.
Catherine, Joshua Tree's death was not half so horrible as his life. I was a fool, a lonely old fool. I submitted to his black magic. I subordinated my will to his and became a crawling, craven creature. I lost control of my mind. It was all the doing of the hellish creature he conjured up from the world of the damned. His familiar.
Uncle, if Joshua Tree's body is hidden somewhere, how can I find it?
We will try. Anything to help you, Uncle.
Persuade Father daily to bless my grave. Help me, Xavier. Help me.
I'm glad you finally saw him too, Catherine. Oh, those heavy summer storms. We better check the library windows. I'll do the ones on the side, Catherine. You make sure the ones facing the front are tightly shut.
Look! The fire in the fireplace.
It's going out.
How strange.
Wait, it must be the downdraft blowing down the chimney. Now the fire's gone out.
Oh, the candles are going out.
Must be some strange air circulating in this room. Let me get the electric lights.
The switch is by the door.
Well, that's funny. Nothing's happened.
Can't you turn the lights on?
No way. Well, that happens often in the country. Get a big storm and the electricity just shuts off.
I'll look out the front library windows and see if there are lights in the other houses down the road. Xavier, come here. There's someone out there. Look, pressed against the big oak, a man with a cape. And next to him, a tall kind of man. They're both huddling against the trunk of the tree, trying to keep out of the rain.
Catherine. The tall one. It's turning around from the tree. It's looking right this way. Can it see us?
Oh, what a hideous face. Like death. The eyes. Do you see those eyes?
Now it's beckoning to the man in the cape.
I see him. Is that Joshua Tree?
In spirit. For I am sure now where his body is.
Where?
In that tree. That's why Uncle George was so haunted. Oh, it's all clear to me now. That time, I followed Joshua Tree to the mausoleum. They were trying to get at the corpse of Uncle George. It was the familiar who knocked me down.
Am I imagining it? But the both of them have come much closer to our picture window.
Hello?
Father Daly, is that you?
Yes?
This is Xavier. You've got to come over to my uncle's house. You've simply got to.
My boy, you sound quite upset.
Father, I implore you, come now. Catherine and I are here alone. Only you can save us.
Give me that phone. Father Daly, this is Catherine Zenith. There are two creatures outside the library window right now. They're not real people, Father. I have a very strong feeling they are not human.
Did you say two?
At this moment, they are pressing their faces against the glass of the library window. The hands are clawing at the glass as if they wanted to break through it.
Is one of them wearing a cape?
Yes, it is. Father, come quickly. Help us. Help us. They're raising their hands now and pounding at the glass. Ah! They're coming after us.
We ran out the back door into the raging, storming night, lashed by rain, not knowing which way to escape. The only path through the garden led right to the mausoleum, and before we could stop ourselves, we were practically on top of it.
It's there. It's standing at the door of the vault.
Grab my hand, Catherine. Hold on. We'll run for the brook.
Where are we going?
Into the water. Come on. It's not deep, Catherine. We can walk it. Stay in the middle of the brook with me. You see, these evil spirits cannot follow humans into water. If we just keep moving, it'll give up. I'm sure of it.
Oh, I hope you're right. It's got to give up before I do.
I was right. The thing gave up, finally, and by the time we'd climbed to shore, it had gone. There we stood, the rain beating down on us from above, and our legs and clothes soaked from the brook. Somehow, we found the main road to town and ran towards it.
Oh, there's a car coming. I see headlights.
Let's stand at the wayside of the road. After staying alive this long, I don't want to be hit by a car.
Xavier, Catherine, what are you doing out here?
Oh, Father Daly.
Oh, don't answer me. Just get in.
We've got to get back to the house.
All right. Close that door and let's go. Now, tell me, you two, what are you doing standing in the road wet from head to toe?
We ran from the house to get away from them. They actually broke through a plate glass window.
That's most peculiar.
Peculiar? It was horrifying.
Why do you say that, Father?
Because the spirit of Joshua Tree and his familiar are not after either of you.
Well, they certainly gave a good imitation.
You don't seem to understand. These creatures, the dead and the spirit they've called up, they're satanic twin, in fact. They're not after living persons. They're on the constant lookout for the newly dead.
Wait till you see the broken library window, and then tell me if there aren't exceptions.
Where are they now? It's time I wrestle with the devil.
What will you do?
I shall quiet the demons with my crucifix. There's only one way to drive out Satan, and the church has been doing it for centuries.
Father, look. The vault door's open. Someone's coming out.
Not someone, but some things. They're carrying out your uncle's coffin. Stop! I charge you, archfiends of Hades, thou hast entertained familiarity with Satan, the grand enemy of God. I charge you, put down that body and begone.
Father Daly advanced upon the two creatures, holding his crucifix in front of him. The familiar and the spirit of the murdered Joshua Tree halted, released the coffin, and ran. Father Daly and I carried Uncle George back inside the vault and closed the doors. It came to me in a flash. The big oak tree. It was there we would find the source of the evil.
You are right, Xavier. I can see their shadows. I'll hold them back with my crucifix.
Somewhere inside this oak are the remains of the man my uncle killed.
When we find them, I suspect they'll be wrapped in that long cape he wore.
There's a sizable hole on the far side. When I first came here last April, my uncle was up there cementing up some holes.
Since he knew Joshua Tree's body had been taken from the mausoleum by the familiar, your uncle might have suspected it was in this tree.
I don't look forward to finding a pile of decomposed bones. What do we do with them, Father?
Burn them.
I'm glad Catherine's in the house. Don't know how she would react to a funeral pyre.
We have no choice.
Look, Father. The familiar. It's still there.
Its minutes on Earth are numbered. Once we have destroyed the body of Joshua Tree, what held it here no longer exists, and the familiar must return to the black beyond.
And Uncle George must have known that his body could be invaded after death. And he would have had to walk the earth forever with this familiar.
When I find the remains, I shall light the fire to them and hold high the cross.
But what about Uncle George?
I shall go back into the mausoleum and bless the coffin. Requiescat in pace.
I'll be back shortly with a final thought. The flames consumed the phantoms from the grave, and the good father returned to the tomb and blessed the coffin. Will there be deliverance for the uncle, release from wandering the earth? Oh, yes. But in the dimension of the beyond, will the spirit of the murdered sorcerer allow his murderer to exist in peace? Or will Uncle George discover his eternal torture is just beginning? Our cast included Christopher Tabori, Fred Gwynn, Kurt Benson, and Betsy Beard. Associate Director, Marlon Swing. This is Hyman Brown, Producer Director, inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, then, pleasant dreams. Dark fantasy. I am your brother.
Remember about everything. You must not forget it. The first appearance of bleeding some days following operation is of the utmost significance to the surgeon. There will almost invariably be a recurrence unless measures are taken to prevent it, and it will ultimately prove fatal. The vessels most commonly affected are the lingual, the facial, and the internal maxillary arteries. Unless this offending vessel can be isolated... Mr. Briggs, it behooves me to pause in the middle of this lecture to remind you of one important thing. Apparently not important to you, but extremely important to me. I have been paid as high as $1,500 an hour for lecturing on the after-treatment of surgical patients. I lecture here for the college medical class free of charge. I at least expect the courtesy of attention. I do not expect my students to tabulate their meager bank accounts while I am making every effort to instill some portion of physical knowledge into their thick-covered craniums.
I was making notes, Professor.
Apparently. Mentally, you were tabulating your money in the bank. Gentlemen, I regret that the lecture this morning will not be continued. Dismissed.
Julius, is the lecture over so soon?
Stupidity. Nothing but stupidity.
Stupidity, Julius?
Trying to teach those idiots the secrets of surgery is like trying to drill the Alzonian theory into a 2-year-old.
Sit down, Julius. You're tired.
I'm not tired. I'm simply exasperated.
What's come over you, Julius? You've suddenly become so cantankerous ever since the death of Stephen Hamblin.
I know, Carl, I know.
He was very close to you, wasn't he?
Close? I wonder if anyone knew how close. I wonder if anyone knew.
You've known him ever since he was a boy.
Yes, ever since he was a mere child.
I remember when he first came here to the university. He didn't impress me as all the others did. There was no eagerness about him to learn. He seemed to have no ambitions to learn. And yet his grades were the highest that have ever been made in the history of our institution.
Yes, just so.
It's a pity that he had to die.
Perhaps.
Julius, all of us naturally expected you to be quite shocked to hear Stephen Hamblin's passing, but you fooled us completely. Well, you didn't seem the least bit startled when we broke the news to you. No, you seemed almost glad.
Did I, Dr. Miller?
Yes, Dr. Simek.
Has the body been cremated?
Yes, this morning.
Were my directions carried out?
To the letter, Julius. The brain of Stephen Hamblin was removed. I myself mixed the solution you gave me. I submerged the brain into the solution and removed the air from the container.
Where is it now?
In my laboratory. It's a perfect specimen. The best developed human brain I've ever seen, Doctor.
Take me to it.
Now?
Yes, take me to it.
But haven't you another lecture, Julius?
Don't argue with me. Take me to your laboratory. Or must I go alone?
Why, of course, Julius. Of course. This way. I have the second solution at the boiling point for you. Just as you ordered, Dr. Simek.
Good, excellent.
Here, the brain.
Yes, just so. Most excellent work, Carl. Most excellent.
I'm glad you're satisfied. Do you wish to add the solution now?
It should be done, I believe. Stephen Hamblin's brain must be preserved. This is one sure way of doing it.
I must admit I don't know what your method is. Certainly, I've never heard of it before. I wouldn't think a solution like that would preserve anything.
It is a preservance no one has ever known of before.
Are you ready, Doctor?
Yes, quite ready.
Yeah. We can insert this glass funnel through the rubber stopper on the container. I'll do it, Doctor. There. Now.
You may extinguish the Bunsen burner, Dr. Miller. You want the second solution just below the boiling point.
Yes. Very well. Is there anything I can do for you now?
No, nothing. Stand back now. About to add the hot solution to the other. There. Perfect. Yes, perfect.
Is it necessary to remove the air from the chamber again?
No, not now. Not now.
I'll replace the punctured rubber stopper with a new one.
Yes, do that, Dr. Miller.
Just a moment. Dr. Simek.
Yes, Dr. Miller?
This brain. Look at it.
I have looked at it, Carl.
Julius, that brain. It's alive.
Does that amaze you?
Julius.
It's a beautiful specimen, isn't it?
Alive. It is actually alive.
Oh, yes, indeed. It always has been.
Julius, I'm an old man. I don't much relish your tricks.
This is no trick, Kyle. I assure you. Why, that brain is displaying the normal reaction you've often witnessed in viewing a human brain by means of X-ray.
Yes, but this brain has no cranium. And the body. No body attached to it.
Yet it lives, Carl.
It lives. Only Stephen Hamblin's brain could do that. Live after his death.
Oh, it's a trick. The solution. It must be the solution.
No, Carl. It is not the solution that causes the brain to live. I admit it could not live without the solution. Mere pickling would have destroyed it. But the solution will preserve the life, Carl. The life that has never left it.
Impossible. Utterly fantastic.
No, my dear Dr. Miller, not at all. Not at all fantastic, nor impossible.
But the brain cannot live outside the body.
The human brain, no. But Stephen Hamblin's brain can.
But, Doctor, Stephen was human.
Was he?
Wasn't he?
No one knew Stephen Hamblin as well as I did, Carl. No one. Not even his parents. Oh, they knew he was different, yes. They knew he wasn't just an ordinary person. But they had no idea how truly extraordinary he actually was.
I can't believe a human brain existing after the body has been cremated.
Perhaps, my good friend, if I were to tell you his story, you would see the reason why such a thing could happen.
Yes, perhaps.
Sit down, Carl, sit down. Look deeply into the mystery you see there before you. The living brain of dead and cremated Stephen Hamblin. It was a most extraordinary brain, Carl. Yes, most. To know the mystery behind it was to know Stephen Hamblin. I remember the first time I met him. A little place in Kansas, a small town called Emporia. Stephen was born there 37 years ago. I was 10 years old when I met him. He was 9. And yet he was crawling about from place to place on all fours, like a mere infant. He'd been examined by the best doctors in America, taken to New York, to the West Coast, everywhere for observation. And each examination brought the same verdict. Perfectly capable of walking, but apparently unable to do so. Probably because of some mental handicap. A good enough excuse. A good enough diagnosis. For the stupid. It may have been a mental handicap, yes. But if it's so, it was of Stephen Hamblin's own making. He had never spoken a word, uttered a single guttural sound in all those 9 years. He'd never smiled, never frowned, never cried. 9 long years crawling on hands and knees, never uttering a sound. And yet, his vocal cords were pronounced perfectly normal, completely developed. And yet he had never spoken. Never. That first day I met him, I was put in charge of him while our elders attended a ball game. It was the first day I really knew Stephen Hamblin. It was the first day anyone ever knew him. When we had been left alone, I went off to a corner of the room by myself. I turned my back to that crawling bulk of a lout there on the floor and chose a book to help while away the time until my uncle should return for me. And suddenly, after a brief passage of time, suddenly there was a hand upon my shoulder. I probably should have been startled. I knew Stephen and I were alone in the house. But I wasn't startled. Instead, I turned my head and looked slowly around behind me. Looked up into the wide, innocent, staring eyes of Stephen Hamblin. He was standing there beside my chair, gazing down on me. Yes, down, yes, standing. Stephen Hamblin was standing. For a full minute our gazes met, confused. I was too startled, too amazed, too puzzled to speak. But after that long, burning minute, he spoke.
You don't like me, do you, Julius?
I was too bewildered to answer. Stephen Hamblin had not only completely astonished me by standing, walking, but he had actually spoken to me. And I knew he had never spoken a single word to a single living soul before in all his 9 years upon this earth. Yes, his walking, his talking completely mystified me. And yet there was something else. Something else. Yes, something besides mere walking. Something apart. Something far superior to mere talking. And then when he spoke again, I knew what it was.
I said, Julius, you don't like me, do you?
He talked with the voice of an adult. I was more speechless now than I'd ever been before. Stephen Hamblin, not only completely overwhelming me by a sudden and unheralded display of an ability to walk, but also causing my hair to stand on end by actually addressing me in perfect mannish English with the voice of an adult. After what seemed a compilation of eon upon eon, I found my voice. I've never had occasion to like you, I said.
Nor,
he said,
have you ever had an occasion to dislike me?
I admitted that was true. And then I said, why is it you never walked until now? Never talked? To which he replied,
I had no occasion to walk because there was no place interesting to which my walking could take me. And as for talking, so far I've never found anything interesting to talk about, or anyone of enough interest to talk to.
How long, I asked, have you been able to do both?
I have had the ability to walk and to talk,
he said,
ever since the day I was born.
After a while, we became acquainted. Long before the elders had returned joyously from watching their favorite ball club whitewash the visiting team, Stephen Hamblin and I were bosom pals. It was a friendship that was to exist until death did us part. After that, Stephen Hamblin stood upright on both legs, spoke like any other human. Did I say human? Forgive me. The only difference was that his was a fully developed mind, a fully developed voice, but a highly underdeveloped anatomy. I remember one day when Stephen and I were playing together on the school ground. I remember I was practicing high jumping at the time. Stephen was watching me. And all of a sudden, he jumped to his feet from where he had been sitting and stood staring wide-eyed. Then quickly he raised both hands before his face as though to shut out an evil, horrible sight. Suddenly there was a noise in the air. The noise of wheels upon rails of steel, spinning, speeding, racing wheels. Clickety-clack, 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 screaming as they went. And at that very instant, Stephen covered his eyes with his hands as though to blot out some unspeakable terror. A terrible, terrifying, resounding crash. As though a million planetoids had collided in the stratosphere and come crashing down around us like pellets of falling hailstones. When I looked at Stephen, he had slumped to the ground. I rushed to him. My heart leaped within me. I raised Stephen into my arms as I threw myself down beside him. When he opened his eyes, he asked, quietly,
Was anyone saved? anyone.
Saved? I frowned. Tell me, Stefan, what in the name of heaven happened? He was quiet for a moment. Then he pulled himself away from me, arose to his feet. He looked about him momentarily, on all sides. And then he spoke, still softly.
There's been a terrible accident. A train has just left the rails and plunged headlong into a 100-foot gorge.
The next day, our newspaper headlines screamed the details of the most destructive and death-dealing train accident ever to happen in the city of Paris. Yes, in France. It had happened at the very moment Stefan had covered his face in terror, and we had heard that pounding, awesome crash. It was not until several years later, when we both entered Oxford College, that I saw Stefan Hamlin again. At first, he had avoided me, tried to pretend he didn't know me. But when I finally managed to get in a word with him and remind him of our first meeting, he told me he was glad to see me again. But he was extremely cold, almost insultingly reserved. And the very few times I saw him after that first day for the next year was between classes. He never partook in student activities. He never strolled the campus or climbed the cliffs or swam in the lake or enjoyed soccer or cricket with the rest of us. He was never seen with the rest of us. There were constant whispers about him and his strange, weird actions. Many whispers, most of them ugly and vicious and vile. It was 4 long years before I talked to Stefan Hamlin again. 4 years at Oxford. I heard those whispers about him all that time. I heard professors say he was the most amazing student of all times. Perfect grades in all subjects, a born doctor, a truly great scientist, a prospect for the world's greatest surgeon. And then, Stefan and I suddenly found ourselves to be classmates. Even then, I had difficulty in finding an opportunity to make speech with him. But after much effort, having exerted a great amount of patience, I finally cornered him. Oh, now, look here, Hamlin, I want to talk to you.
Yes, Dr. Simek?
Oh, please call me Julius, Stefan.
I think I want to talk to you, Julius.
Good, excellent, my dear fellow. Where shall we go?
My room should be as good a place as any. Suppose we go there.
All right, Stefan, that's perfectly right with me. So we went to his room. There were no books there, none. But there were a few sheets of composition paper and pen and ink. I picked up several of the closely written sheets. It was the most profound and complete and exquisitely worded treatise in diseases of the human brain I had ever read in all my life. I remarked to Stefan that it was odd that he could pen such a masterpiece and yet had no books whatsoever for reference. He didn't smile when he answered. He simply said,
I don't use books, Julius, because I don't need books. What I write, what I recite in my classes, comes not from anything I have ever read, not from anything I have ever been taught or have studied, but from somewhere deep within.
You mean you're fully aware of all these facts without having studied or read or heard about them?
Yes. You see, there is nothing I don't know. To me, the theories of the scientists and the theologians and the professors and the doctors are merely nothing more than the alphabet is to you. I have no interest in them whatsoever, save that they are convenient at times to know. And most of those profound theories, profound to you, understand, most of them are so terribly false, so astonishingly wrong and untrue and unsound, that they fail to interest me in the least.
Yes? Stefan Hamlin was the fount of all the world's most intellectual knowledge. Everything that all mankind had ever known, the secrets of science, of medicine, of astronomy, of surgery, and numbers and mechanics, and all the millions and millions of other subject matters, were all embedded there. There, deep in that superhuman, unbelievable brain of his. After our graduation from Oxford, after we came here to medical college to study surgery, Stefan and I grew closer and closer together. Never did he open a textbook. Never did he study or concentrate upon the lectures of Europe's most eminent and distinguished scholarly instructors. And yet, his grades, his papers, his recitations were perfect in every degree. And then one day, Stephen Hamlin told me his secret, poured forth his very soul at my feet, and threw himself at my mercy.
You think I'm odd. You call me different. You despised me the first day you met me because I didn't walk, didn't talk, despite my apparent ability to do so. Men everywhere have always shunned me. All my life I've been whispered about behind my back. All my life I've been lonely. My heart has been heavy with loneliness that no human words, no, not even those words I can summon may ever describe. I'm different, yes. To me, complete universal knowledge has always been more an instinct than an acquirement. All my days I have had nothing to acquire, nothing for which to exist, nothing save one thing. Ever since the day I was born, I have been looking for my brother.
Your brother, Stephen? I thought you were the only child.
I am. I don't mean my worldly flesh and blood brother. No, I mean something far greater than that, Julius. I've spent my life searching for my spiritual brother, as it were, and yet not altogether spiritual, no. You see, Julius, I am not of this race. It startles you, doesn't it? But it's nonetheless true. I was born 10,000 years too soon. Yes, at least 10,000 years. Something went wrong in the plan of things, some mix-up in regeneration, some grave calamity in the routine of creation. For my kind, my race, it's not to be born into this world until thousands upon thousands of years hence. How I came to be, I have no answer, but I am, and so I shall be, till my span is ebbed. I had the complete knowledge of your universe because, according to the plan of things to come, all that is knowledge here with you now will be merely common inborn knowledge for the race in the future that is to be mine. That's why I need no books. That's why I'm different. Because the things you know are as mere nothingness to me. And because the things I know are 10,000 years beyond your understanding. I brought you here, Dr. Julius Simek, to announce to you the end of your civilization. I found the means of destroying it at one fell swoop. The sooner to bring about the appearance of my race, the better for the world. I've sought the world over for my brother, the one like me, one of my race. But now I'm certain there is none. That I am alone. I can foretell everything. I know everything that is to come. All save one thing. I do not know my destiny, my own individual end. I do not have the power to foresee that, or to foresee who will bring it about.
And then he outlined to me the most devastating, the most terrible, the most death-rendering plan of all history for the dispellation of the present race from the face of the earth. Bitterly he outlined it, poison dripping viciously from his every word. It was so simply done, so quickly, so painlessly, that its very program rendered unto me a nausea that I found almost impossible to overcome. I argued with him, pleaded, begged, I reasoned, bullied, threatened. All to no avail. He had made his plans. He was determined that they should be carried out. If he were to be destroyed too, he did not know. He could not foresee his destruction, nor his destroyer. His destroyer. No, he didn't know what his own end upon earth was to be. He could foresee all future things, save his own destruction, save his own destroyer. His destroyer. Someone had to destroy him. Someone had to. Someone. He was still babbling about that wicked, wretched plan of his, outlining it like a madman. I looked about me, cautiously at first. Then, desperately, when I realized he had forgotten my existence, I groped for a solution to this terrible, impending calamity. And just then, Stephen opened a desk drawer, withdrew a small compass. I caught a glimpse of a small gun in that drawer. I could see, even at that distance, that the gun was loaded. He was still talking about his plan, still bewailing the fact that he alone on this earth had the power possessed within him, still decrying the fact that he had searched the world over for his brother. Not his flesh and blood brother, but a brother of his kind, his race. He knew that were there another soul of his kind alive on earth, that soul could foretell the end, the destruction of Stephen Hamlin. Suddenly, he arose from his chair. He ordered me to come with him. He was about to work his havoc upon an unsuspecting world. And then, desperately, I acted. Quickly, I yanked open the drawer of his study desk, took out the gun. I leveled it at his head. He stood terrified a moment. And then there was a pleading in his eyes. A pleading. Not for his life, but a pleading to spare him the damage a ripping bullet would do to his masterly brain. And in that instant, in that final desperate second before he lunged at me in an effort to save his life, there was recognition. The flash of an age-old suspicion at last fulfilled. And as I lowered my gun to a level with his heart, I knew that the pain within my heart at that moment would never be removed. Like lightning, he made for me, speeding across the room, charging at me. I tried to stop him, tried to warn him, shouted at him. Keep back! No, keep back, Stephen! Keep back! He fell at my feet, kneeling, almost in supplication. He had not foreseen his end. He did not know. He could not know. For I was his brother.
Tonight's original tale of dark fantasy, I Am Your Brother, written and directed by Scott Bishop and originating in the studios of WKY. Ben Morris was heard as Dr. Julius Semek, Blois Wright was Stephen Hamblin, and Muir Height played Dr. Carl Miller. Next Friday at this same time, the 30th original dark fantasy adventure, The Sleeping Death, created for you by Scott Bishop. Tom Paxton speaking. Dark Fantasy comes to you each Friday night from Oklahoma City. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please.
Broadcasting System presents Quiet Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet Please for tonight is called Let the Lilies Consider.
Yes, I quite understand. I quite understand. Well, your stenographer is taking down everything I say. You are witnesses. When the stenographer transcribes his notes, I'm to sign them. And that is my confession, is that right? And whatever I say may be used against me, is that right? Oh, I'll sign them all right. Where do you want me to start? At the beginning, I suppose. All right. For your record, my name is James R. James. Roderick. 41, third-generation American college graduate. UCLA, University of California, Los Angeles. No occupation. No, not unemployed. No occupation.
Well, I have a small but adequate income. You have my address. I was married and... Gretchen. Gretchen McMonnies. Yes, Gretchen is a diminutive of Margaret. Margaret McMonnies. An orphan.
Where's your wife now, James?
Please don't try to trap me, Lieutenant. I've told you at least 20 times where she is.
Tell me again.
Right there. There.
Look, James, we dug that place up twice now. Your wife isn't there. Where is she?
I've told you.
What did you do with her?
I didn't do anything with her, Lieutenant. I've told you that.
All right. Go on.
I met her at school in 1930.
Did you bury her in the flower bed there?
May I go on?
Answer my question. Did you bury her?
No, I did not.
Then why do you keep saying she's there?
Because...
You killed her.
No.
Well, she's dead. What killed her?
I've told you she isn't dead.
You can't prove it, James.
I can prove it, Lieutenant, but you won't believe it.
Why don't you prove it then?
Shall I go on with my statement?
Did you plant that lily there to mark her grave, James?
I didn't plant that lily.
How come it grows there? How come it's so much bigger than the others? Answer me.
There were other lilies there alongside it before you and your men dug them up.
James, I think I know why that lily is bigger than the others.
You do?
Yes, and so do you.
You're wrong, Lieutenant.
You know why we left that lily standing, James, when we dug up the others?
Yes.
Because we know what's under it there. Because we figured the lily would remind you, would keep you thinking about your wife buried there. Because we hoped it might lead you to a confession.
It won't, Lieutenant.
You know, I have an idea that lily there is going to hang you, James.
No, it isn't. That lily loves me. Consider the lilies of the field, how they grow. They toil not, neither do they spin. And yet I say unto you that Solomon in all his glory was not arrayed like one of these.
What are you talking about?
We consider the lilies, and some of us love them. Do you suppose the lilies consider us and sometimes return our love?
I don't think you'll get by with an insanity plea, James.
I don't know very much about flowers. I don't know anything about them from the standpoint of books. I'm not interested in stamens and pistils and the anatomy of flowers. Well, I'm interested in their souls. In their souls. I believe flowers love and hate just as people do.
Shall we get along with your statement?
Yes. They love us and hate us in the proportions of the love or the hate we have for them. I said I've always loved flowers. My wife, Gretchen, she hated them. And they love me. Gretchen?
You know, James, I declare I think flowers don't like me at all. I can't do a thing with them.
You'll learn. I'll show you how to handle them.
I don't think I want to handle them. James, must we have so many flowers?
Why? I like them, dear.
But so many of them.
Well, I haven't anything else to do but raise flowers.
I know. That so bothers me. I don't like to see you wasting all your time pottering around flower beds every single hour. Goodness, I think it's just kind of wicked, James, when there's so many other things you could be doing.
Aren't you happy?
Of course I'm happy, but I could be happier if I didn't have to compete with a lot of silly flowers.
Well, I don't think they're silly.
Besides, there's so many lilies.
Well, they're so beautiful.
They're so depressing.
I love them.
That's what bothers me, James.
Why?
Well, I'm jealous of them, James.
Gretchen.
James, you do love me more than you love the flowers, don't you?
Isn't that a pretty foolish question?
James?
What?
Look. Look at the lilies.
Well, what do you...
Look at them. They're listening. They're waiting to hear what you say.
And I looked. And I tell you, there was a silence in the garden there that you could almost hear. And the lilies around us were leaning forward, leaning toward us as we stood there. And there was an attitude of expectancy about them, as their graceful stems bent toward us, trembling. They were listening. And suddenly Gretchen broke from my arms and ran sobbing into the house, trampling their beautiful, delicate bodies underfoot as she ran. No, I didn't follow her. And I stood for a long time in the twilight, considering these lilies of the field. And they watched me, considering me in silence as I lifted up the murdered flowers from the marks of Gretchen's shoes in the soil and wept a moment for them. And I never did answer Gretchen's question. I could have answered it, but she never asked me again. Perhaps she thought she knew the answer.
So that's why you killed her. Because you thought more of the flowers than you did of her.
I didn't kill her.
Go on.
I did love Gretchen. I love her now more than I ever did.
It sounds as if you did.
We were very happy for a long time that winter. There are no flowers in the winter, and she had no cause to feel neglected. It was very pleasant here in the house. But the spring came, and the buds appeared on the trees, and one day she brought up the subject again.
James, what about the flowers this year?
I'm going to start in the gardens tomorrow.
I wish...
Wish what, darling?
Do we have to have the flowers again?
We don't have to have them, but I want them.
It's been so nice all winter without them.
I've missed them.
I'd hoped you'd maybe forgotten them, James.
Forgotten them? Why, darling, I don't believe I could live without them.
If they all died, what would you do?
I don't know.
Would you die?
Why, what are you talking about, Gretchen?
I'm being very foolish and very silly, James, but I don't want the flowers. I hate flowers.
Now, dear.
I hate them.
You mustn't say that, Gretchen. They'll hate you.
That's just what's the matter. You've let those flowers become an obsession with you. You've begun to feel that they're alive, that they have feelings. You're letting these things take you away from me, and I won't have it.
Gretchen, you're being...
I said I was being silly. I know I am. But it's the truth just the same. Oh, we could do so many things this summer. Go to so many places.
But I don't want to go places, Gretchen.
You did before you went so crazy over flowers. Over those horrible lilies.
Darling, they're so beautiful.
You used to say I was beautiful.
Well, you are.
But not as beautiful as the lilies. Am I?
Why, dear, you're like a lily yourself. Your skin is so white, your yellow hair, and that green dress.
Don't you compare me with one of those things. Do you hear me? I'm not like a flower. I'll never be like a flower.
Dear, please, don't...
James, do you know what I think? Sometimes I think there's something wrong with your mind. Sometimes I think you're a little crazy. Do you realize that I'm your wife, do you? Or do you think you're married to those flowers? I won't have it. You've got to choose between those dreadful flowers and me.
I wondered if my mind was all right. There's nothing wrong with loving flowers, is there? Almost everyone loves them. But for my wife to be jealous of them, I wondered for a moment whether it was my mind or hers. Yes, I did spend too much time in the gardens, I thought. And I resolved manfully to change my way, to devote only a few hours a day to cultivation and admiration of my precious lilies. I would compromise. I would try to follow my wife's wishes, try to remember her first, instead of the flowers. I reckoned without the flowers. I planted only half as many this year, and Gretchen watched sullenly from the house. They came up eagerly, and I could have sworn that there were twice as many as I planted. Gretchen wouldn't speak to me for days at a time. In mornings when I awoke, I would sometimes find her staring out the window at the lushness of the garden. And in her eyes, I saw a look of awful hatred. It was her attitude, I suppose, that led me to spend more and more time in the garden. And the flowers rewarded me. They were more beautiful, more gracious, more abundant than I've ever seen them. And they returned the loving care I gave them. They poured out their love for me in waves of scent. And their leaves caressed my hands as I bent over them. And as I labored among them, they bent their perfect heads to brush against my cheek. And for long hours I could forget Gretchen, my wife. Until a rustle among the lilies caused me to look up and see my wife standing in the window in the house, gazing out hatefully at us. And the lilies and I looked back at her with something of fear in our hearts. And the garden grew and flourished beyond my fondest hopes. Slowly, I came to the realization that my garden of lilies was increasing in size, that there were hundreds more than I'd set out in the spring, and I smiled on them happily. And the lilies smiled back at me. The lilies loved me. But there was a summer night and a full moon, and I sat on the porch alone and dreamed of... What did I dream of? There was a voice, a murmurous voice above the little breeze in the garden, and the voice was without words, and yet it was the voice of a loved one, of a lover. And it spoke to me sadly, caressing me, in sounds that did not need the form of words. And I sat there, alone in the darkness, and listened. And at last the words came.
James!
I love you. Oh. Why, Gretchen.
James, I can't stand it any longer.
What's the matter, Gretchen?
I told you a long time ago that you've got to choose between me and those flowers.
Now, dear,
I'm not going to live in this house like a prisoner any longer. Those flowers are driving me mad. I never see you from morning till night. You've forgotten all about me. I don't mean a thing to you.
Well, that's not true, Gretchen. I do love you.
But you love those flowers more.
Gretchen,
Well?
I love you.
And what are you going to do about it?
What shall I do?
Do you want the flowers or do you want me? Choose, James.
Gretchen.
Love you.
I can't. I can't. And Gretchen turned away without another word and went into the house. I could not move. The chanting in my ears had become a hypnotic lullaby now. And my eyes closed, and I think I slept. And then suddenly I was awakened by Gretchen's shrill laughter somewhere and the flaring of a brilliant light. And the garden was a sheet of flame. Among the lilies, Gretchen dashed with a great torch she'd fashioned of a broom soaked with kerosene. And the noble tall lilies withered in its blast as she thrust it in their faces. And above the crackling of the flames, above her hysterical laughter, I could hear the keening of strange, lost voices, and I could make out words above the sound of the catastrophe that my wife had begun, and they were sad beyond belief. And I roused myself and ran to the garden, but I was too late. Like some avenging demon, my wife stood triumphant amidst the scorched and blistered, dying flowers, and she laughed again. And now she thought she'd won, and there were no more flowers to be jealous of. And when the sun rose in the morning, I went sadly out of the house to contemplate the miserable remains of my loved ones. It was as if nothing had happened on that dreadful night. The lilies that I had last seen, smoldering in the moonlight, had raised their smiling heads again, and there was no sign of fire about them. And listen to this, you who refuse to believe that flowers, too, live and reason and love. There were thousands more lilies now than there'd been the night before. They had burst the bounds of the garden, and they extended halfway across the graveled walk that bordered the garden. And from the house came the despairing sobbing of the woman who had tried desperately to destroy the flowers that loved me. I had feared for my wife's sanity. Now I feared for my own. It was hours before she could do more than weep. At last she spoke to me.
James, I'm going to leave here.
No, Gretchen.
I've got to. I didn't believe, but
I won't let you go.
you don't love me. Why should I stay? They've won. They'll never forgive me. They'll kill me.
No.
James, I want you to listen to me. I love you. I'll always love you.
I love you, Gretchen.
But you love the flowers more than you do me.
No. No, I don't.
You don't mean that.
Mean
But it's no use. They love you, James. They're going to have you. I tried to destroy them, and they can't be destroyed. If I don't get away from here...
I can't let you go, Gretchen.
I love you, James.
Stay.
What if I do stay? I'll die. They'll have you.
No.
They hate me.
Gretchen.
They love you. What can I do?
Well, I don't know, but...
You can't fight them. You won't fight them.
I know I can't fight them. They love me.
And I love you, James. It's too late now to choose.
I won't let them have you. I love you.
Look at the window.
I looked at the window. Outside stood another lily. There had been none there before this morning. There it stood. And as I raised my head, I could see more and more of them all the way across the lawn, overflowing the garden walls. Thousands of them, each with its flower cup turned toward the house, each one listening. And I turned back to Gretchen, miserable and afraid. She'd risen from the bed and was standing before her dresser. Gretchen, I called, for I knew what was in the second drawer of that dresser.
There's no other way, James.
Put it down, Gretchen. We'll think of a way.
There's no other way. I don't know how this has happened, but I believe now. I believe they love you, James, and they hate me.
Gretchen, no. Put it down.
No, James. This is the way out. It's the only way out. I won't let them have you. I won't give you up.
And she raised the pistol until it pointed straight at my heart. And I said once more, no, Gretchen.
It has to be this way, James. And then I'll go out and give myself up to them. Darling, I love you.
I must have lain there for a long, long time. At last my eyes opened, and it was dusk again, and I struggled to rise. My side ached horribly, and it was a long time before I could reconstruct what had happened. And I lay there thinking, wondering, what had happened to Gretchen? Was I to die here alone? Was she dead too?
Love you. Love you.
And then I heard the voice again.
Love you. Love
Gretchen.
you. You will not die. Gretchen has not died. We love you. We want you to be happy. You love Gretchen. Gretchen lives. Gretchen loves you.
And I drifted away again into the gathering darkness, with the voice
Love you.
still ringing in my
Love
ears.
you. Love you.
It's a fine story, James.
Yes.
You didn't tell us before that you'd been shot.
Here's the scar.
Yeah. What became of your wife?
That's a remarkably beautiful lily there, the big one. The one you couldn't remove when you were digging.
Well?
Gretchen was gold and white like a lily. Gretchen's green dress was the color of leaves.
What are you trying to tell me, James?
Do you Do you see something on the stem of that lily, Lieutenant?
Where?
Just below the flower.
Let me see. It's a ring.
Our wedding ring.
How'd it get there?
Gretchen.
What?
I told you she was here with us. Darling?
Love you, love you, love you.
No, I didn't get it signed, Chief. There wasn't anybody there to sign it. I'm telling you. I heard the voice myself. It kept saying, love you, love you, love you. That's right. We looked around to see where it was coming from, and when we turned around again, James was gone. I don't know. All I know is there were 2 lilies there now, close together, great big ones. And they looked as if they had their arms around each other.
Quiet Please for Tonight was called Let the Lilies Consider. It was written and directed by Willis Cooper. James, the man who spoke to you, was Ernest Chappell.
And Kathleen Cordell played Gretchen. The voice of the Lilies was Peggy Stanley, and James Bowles was the police lieutenant. As usual, music for Quiet Please is played by Albert Berman. Now, for a word about next week, here is our writer-director, Willis Cooper.
Of course, you will never meet any of the characters in tonight's story. They didn't exist before I thought them up, and they're not imitations of anybody. Next week, Quiet Please story will be called Vahini Paiti.
And so, until next week at this time, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell.
Quiet Please comes to you from New York.
The Sealed Book. Once again, the keeper of the book has opened the ponderous door to the secret vault, wherein is kept a great sealed book, in which is recorded all the secrets and mysteries of mankind through the ages. Here are tales of every kind, tales of murder, of madness, of dark deeds, strange and terrible beyond all belief. Keeper of the book, I would know what tale we tell this time. Open the great book and let us read. Slowly, the great book opens. One by one, the keeper of the book turns the pages and stops. Ah, the strange story of a man who hated his wife because she loved him too much, with a love that even death could not extinguish. A tale called Till Death Do Us Part. here is the tale till death do us part, as it is written in the sealed book. The story begins in the pleasant suburban home of Chris and Blanche Werby. It is late at night, and the moonlight shining through the window shows Chris Werby tossing and turning in his sleep, suffering from a nightmare about his wife.
Chris, darling, you really must put on this jacket. It's getting chilly.
Oh, really, Blanche? I don't need it. Oh, all right. Very well.
Your wife is on the phone, Mr. Werby.
Blanche, this is the 5th time you've called me this morning.
Chris, your wife is waiting in your office for you.
Darling, it looks like rain. I brought your raincoat.
Blanche, you know there isn't a cloud in the sky. You've got to stop this coming to the office all the time.
Your wife is on the phone, Mr. Werby.
Blanche is waiting in your office for you, Chris.
Darling, I've come to drive you home. Mrs. Werby is on the phone, sir. Chris, is there something I can do? Your wife waiting on the phone.
Darling. No. Why won't you leave me alone for a while? Leave me alone!
Chris, darling, wake up. You're having another nightmare.
What? Oh, Blanche.
Oh, you were having a nightmare, dear. I awakened you.
Oh, yes, I remember now. It was all so real.
Can I get you something, darling?
No, it isn't necessary.
Perhaps a glass of warm milk might help.
Please, Blanche, I don't want anything.
Well, now, don't you think you'd better see a doctor, dear? You've been having these nightmares for several weeks now.
A doctor can't help me. Blanche, we can't go on this way.
Can't go on what way? What do you mean?
I've never been able to tell you, but I will now. I can't stand living with you.
Can't stand living with me? But, Chris, I love you.
Yes, I know you love me, but it's an inhuman love. Your love is so overwhelming, it's smothering me at every step. I must have a divorce.
No, Chris. I'll never give you a divorce. For 2 years I fought to get you. Did everything to prevent your marriage to Anne Ballon. I have you now. And I'm going to keep you.
Even knowing how I feel about you?
Yes. My love for you, Chris, is greater than my pride. Oh, please, darling, let's not say any more. You'll feel better in the morning.
I'll never feel better. Not while we're together. Blanche, when I get dressed, I'm going to move to a hotel. I'm leaving you.
Darling, you're being ridiculous. Please go back to bed.
No, I can't live with you, and I won't. I'm leaving you for good.
Oh, Chris, you're funny. Oh, darling.
Your wife is outside, Chris, waiting to see you.
Oh, no, not again.
I'm afraid so, Chris.
I can't go on this way. Day after day, she phones every hour, comes down here to see me.
Well, now, perhaps you had better see her, Chris. Maybe you can reach an amicable agreement with her.
No, not with Blanche. Martin, there's only one way out for me. I must leave town, disappear.
Leave town? But your business?
That doesn't matter now. Nothing matters but to be free. I'm leaving the running of the business in your hands.
Yes, but where are you going?
I haven't decided yet. All I know is it's going to be someplace far away. Someplace where even Blanche can't find me.
Come in, Chris.
Hello, Tuffy. Glad you remember me.
I sure do. You were the best tackle Yale ever had outside of myself. Well, what are you doing in Texas?
Looking for a job?
Looking for a job? Are you kidding? What about that flourishing business you've got back in New York?
I've left it and everything else behind. My name is Richard Keller now.
Chris, you haven't gotten into a jam. I mean, the law isn't after you, is it?
No, Tuffy, the law isn't after me. It's a personal matter.
Oh. Well, sit down. Tell me about it.
Tuffy, I'd rather not talk about it. Not just now.
Sure, Chris, I understand.
Well, can you give me a job as Richard Keller?
Can I give you a job? Why, this company's dying on its feet for men like you. You're hired.
Oh, this is room 313. Will you send up a waiter, please? Oh, and the morning paper. Thank you. guest service. Come in.
Hello, darling.
Blanche.
Yes, darling. How are you?
I changed my name. I traveled all over the West before coming here. Never told anyone where I was. How did you find me?
Oh, I love you, Chris. No matter where you went or how far it was, I'd find you.
What do you want?
Oh, I want you to come home.
No, never. Not coming back, and that's final.
But, Chris, I'm your wife, and I love you. Oh, just give me another chance, darling. I'll do whatever you want me to if you'll only come home.
No, it'll just be the same thing all over again.
No, it won't, dear. I'll change. Really, I will. Do you remember you objecting to my calling you every hour at the office? Well, I promise I won't anymore.
You mean that?
Yes, Chris, I do. Won't you please come home?
All right. We'll have another try at it. But this is the last time.
Oh, Chris, you'll never regret it.
Gentlemen, this is to inform you that your order of the 25th was shipped. No, I'll answer it, Miss Nelson. Hello?
Hello, darling. How are you?
Blanche. Oh, just a minute. That'll be all, Miss Nelson. We'll finish the letter later.
Yes, Mr. Worthy.
Blanche, this is the 4th time you've called this morning. The one thing you promised you wouldn't do.
But I only wanted to know if you wanted me to drive in and pick you up. Oh, I'm sorry, dear, if I've upset you.
You say that every time you call. I see now that I'll never be rid of the sound of your voice till death parts us. Death?
Please, darling, say you aren't angry with me. You know I love you. Chris.
Till death do us part. She were to die, I'd be free. Free. I could answer the phone. I know it wasn't she. Hello?
Oh, darling, what happened?
We were disconnected, dear.
Oh, Chris, I thought something might have happened to you.
No, I'm all right, dear. I'm sorry I spoke so harshly to you before.
Oh, you know I don't mind, Chris. It's your nerves. You work too hard.
Yes. You know, I think I need a vacation. What do you say if you and I go away for a few days? Go to the seashore? Try some deep-sea fishing?
Oh, Chris, darling, it'll be wonderful.
And now to continue the story, Till Death Do Us Part, as it is written in the sealed book. Having made his plans with care, Chris Werby has taken his wife Blanche to the seashore for a holiday. And in a rented motorboat with fishing tackle spread about them, they are now far out from shore. Just Chris and Blanche.
I think we're far enough out now. I'll shut off the motor. Looks like a good spot.
Oh, Chris, it's wonderful out here on the water. And I have you all to myself here.
That's what you've always wanted, isn't it, Blanche? To have me all to yourself.
Yes, darling. Oh, Chris, look. There's smoke coming out of the engine hatch. The boat is on fire.
Yes, you're right.
Flames are shooting out of the hatch. The whole boat is catching fire.
Blanche, we'll have to swim for it.
Oh.
The gasoline tank is liable to explode any second.
But, Chris, you know I can't swim, and we're a mile from shore.
I'll keep you afloat until another fishing boat comes to our rescue. I'll jump first, and then you follow.
But, Chris...
It's our only chance.
Chris, I'm frightened. Someone on shore must have heard the explosion and seen the smoke. Why don't some boats come?
No boats are going to come for you, darling.
Chris, what are you saying?
When the boats do arrive, they're only going to find me.
Chris, you wouldn't let me drown.
Oh, wouldn't I? I tried to reason with you. And when that didn't work, I ran away.
Oh.
But you wouldn't let me alone. Well, this is the only way I'll ever be free of you.
You can't do it, Chris. You can't. I love you.
It's the only way I can get rid of you, so we're parting now, forever.
Oh.
This time you won't follow me.
I won't let you go. I won't.
But you will.
No.
Don't break that grip. You've been a millstone around my neck long enough. There.
Chris, don't let me drown. Save me.
This is the end, do you hear? I'm free.
I'll never leave you.
She's gone. I'm free. Free at last. Forever. Come in.
Excuse me, Chris, but there's a Miss Ballon to see you.
A Miss Ballon? Ann Ballon?
Yes.
Oh, show her in.
All right.
Ann!
Chris.
Ann, it's wonderful seeing you again. Oh, it's been 5 years.
6? You left Owensville in 1938.
6 years. Good deals happened in that time.
Yes. Oh, I've just learned that you lost Blanche a year ago, Chris. I want you to know how sorry I am.
Oh, thank you, Ann. But tell me, how's everyone in Owensville?
Well, you might have paid us a visit. Owensville is still only 100 miles away.
Well, I've always meant to return for a visit, but after the way I broke our engagement and married Blanche, I was afraid you'd feel...
Oh, Chris, you mustn't feel that way. I got over that long ago.
Well, how long are you in town for?
I'll have you know I am now a resident of this fair metropolis, as of yesterday. I have a job here.
Oh, Ann, it's wonderful. You may not know it, but you're going to see a good deal of me. In fact, don't be surprised if I propose to you again. Mighty soon.
Oh, Chris, it's the most beautiful house a new bride ever had.
Well, if you'll carry me across the threshold, Mrs. Worby, you can see what it looks like inside.
I should be delighted to.
Hey!
Oh, Chris, it's a lovely present. But you shouldn't have spent all that money.
What are you talking about? We've been married 1 week today.
Oh, Chris, I'm so glad we found each other again at last. We're going to be so happy together.
Chris? Why, Chris Worthy.
Why, Sidney Rand.
I thought I recognized you. How are you, Chris? Why, I haven't seen you since you left Owensville.
Good to see you, Sidney. How are the folks back home?
Oh, fine, just fine. I suppose you heard about Ann Ballon.
What can you tell me about Ann Ballon that I don't already know?
Well, I guess this will come as a shock to you, Chris, seeing you were engaged to her once. Ann died last month.
What did you say?
Ann Ballon died a month ago.
Why, that's impossible, Sidney. You're wrong.
Chris, I wouldn't joke about a thing like that. I was at the funeral myself with Sam Morris.
But that couldn't be.
It all happened so sudden. They never did find out what it was she died from. It certainly was a shock. Ann was so young and beautiful. Now she's dead.
It couldn't be. It couldn't be.
Chris, what's the matter with you? Chris, why are you so...
Dead a month. But Anne came to New York just a month ago. And she married me. She's alive, beautiful, everything I've ever wanted. Oh, Sidney's wrong. They buried someone else, another Anne Ballon. Yes, that must be it. Anne's home, waiting for me, waiting for me. Anne! Anne, where are you? Anne! Anne, answer me, Anne!
I was at the funeral myself with Sam Morris.
Sam Morris. Yes. Operator, I want to put in a long-distance call to Owensville, Pennsylvania. I'd like to speak to Sam Morris. I don't know his number, but... Hello, Sam. Sam Morris?
Yeah, speaking. Who's this?
Chris Werby. You remember me, Sam. I used to live right next door...
Of course I remember you, Chris. How are you?
Oh, fine, thank you. Sam, I want to ask you something.
Sure, what is it?
How's Anne Ballon?
Anne Ballon?
Yes.
Well, didn't you hear, Chris? She's been dead for over a month.
Are you sure?
Am I sure? I was at her funeral.
But, Sam, couldn't they have buried someone else by mistake?
Well, hardly, Chris. I saw her in the coffin just before they laid her away in the family plot. Chris! Chris! Are you there?
It couldn't be Anne they laid away. It couldn't be. There's someone else lying in the Ballon plot. Must be someone else. Must be. I'll drive out there now. I'll find out who it is.
And now to continue the story, Till Death Do Us Part, as it is written in the sealed book. After driving frantically for hours, Chris has reached Owensville, his hometown, and on the outskirts of town, at the entrance to the ancient cemetery, he is arguing with the old caretaker, who has come to the door in nightshirt and trousers.
But I tell you, I have to know tonight. Can't you understand? I only want to know if a girl by the name of Anne Ballon is buried here.
Look, mister, it's almost midnight. I can't go looking through any records now. You'll have to come back in the morning.
Please. I'll give you $20 if you look it up for me now.
$20? All right, come in.
Thank you.
What'd you say that name was?
Anne Ballon.
Let's see. Yeah, here we are. B. And Ballon. Yeah. She's here. Buried in the Ballon family plot, interred June 26, Section 15, Plot 5.
Can't be. Can't be.
Yeah, what'd you say?
I must see that grave opened.
You'll have to get a court order for that, mister.
I want to see it now, tonight. I'll give you $500 to open that grave.
You must be crazy, mister. It's against the law.
Listen, I don't want the body. I merely want to look at it. Would $1,000 make it worth the risk?
$1,000?
Yes, 1,000. You'll never make an easier 1,000. We'll be finished by dawn. Well.
$1,000, huh? All right, I'll do it. Can't have but a little more to dig.
A few more shovels full. We should reach the coffin.
Blast that moon. Anybody comes past this graveyard, they can see us.
You don't have to worry about anyone being around at 3 a.m. Keep digging.
We shouldn't be disturbing the dead. Rest in peace. That's what the minister always says.
There, I've reached it. The coffin. Quick, help me clear all this earth off it so I can open the lid.
All right. Anything to get this over with.
Hurry up. There, that's enough. All right, now hold up the lantern. I'll open it.
All right. There you are. Now go ahead.
There. It's unlocked.
Well, what are you waiting for? Go ahead and open it.
All right. Stand back a bit.
It's empty.
Yes, empty. Empty. I knew she couldn't be buried here. She's alive, do you hear? Anne's alive. Anne, where are you?
Here I am, Chris.
Oh, Anne, it's good to feel you in my arms.
Why, Chris, you act as though you never expected to see me again.
Well, there was a moment when I thought I wouldn't. You remember Sidney Rand, don't you?
Sidney Rand? Why, yes, of course.
Well, last evening, as I was coming out of my office building, I bumped into her. And she started telling me all the news of Owensville. And then she told me that you'd been dead a month.
That I'd been dead a month?
Yes. But when I got home, you weren't here.
Well, darling, it was only my running out of gas that kept me from being home when you arrived.
Well, I should have known it was something like that. But I got panicky. Called Sam Morris long distance, and he, too, said you were dead. Must have gone haywire after that. For I took the first train to Owensville.
Chris, you didn't.
Yes, I'm afraid I did. Went to the cemetery where your family's buried. And there I found your grave. Yours.
Mine?
Yes. The tombstone had your name on it. Anne Bellin.
What did you do then?
I paid the caretaker to help me dig up the coffin. And when we opened it, we found it empty. Anne, what is it? Why are you laughing like that? Anne!
Chris, Anne Ballin is dead.
Anne, you don't know what you're saying. You're Anne Ballin.
No, Chris, I'm not. Look deeply into my eyes, darling. Don't you recognize me?
Recognize you?
Yes. Don't you know who I am, darling? Do you remember that day at sea? I told you I'd never leave you, remember?
No, it can't be. You're Anne, you're Anne.
Close your eyes, Chris. Just listen to my voice. Don't you recognize me, darling?
Blanche.
Yes, Blanche. Blanche in Anne's body. Because mine was lost at sea.
No, it can't be. It can't be.
But it is, Chris. I couldn't come back in my own body, so I killed Anne to get this one.
You killed Anne?
Yes, Chris. And then took her body. I did it so that you and I could be together again.
No.
Forever, darling.
Together. Forever.
Yes, forever.
No.
Oh, no. I'll never leave you, darling. Never. Never. Never.
And that is the tale of Chris and Blanche Werby, till death do us part, as it is written in the sealed book. When Chris was sure that Blanche had indeed returned to him, even from the grave, he tried to escape by seeking death himself, throwing himself into the sea from an ocean liner. Weeks later, his body was cast up on the shore, tightly clasped in the dead arms of the body of a woman, later identified as Blanche. So they are buried now, side by side, together forever. And now, keeper of the book, before you close the great volume, show us the tale we tell next time. This one? Yes, the amazing story of a man who stole millions, and then found he had to steal himself a new face so he could protect those millions, but who discovered that his new face brought with it murder and sudden death. A tale titled, The Man with the Stolen Face. Be sure to be with us again next time, when the sound of the great gong heralds another strange and exciting tale from The Sealed Book. The Sealed Book, written by Bob Arthur and David Cogan, is produced and directed by Jock McGregor.
Appointment with Fear. This is your storyteller, the Man in Black. Here again to bring you another placid evening in our Far Side series, Appointment with Fear. Loss of memory, the eerie darkness which closes down on the brain, is a subject which has often amused me, and that is why I have brought a guest tonight, Dr. Gideon Fell, the celebrated schoolmaster turned detective, to tell you about the Barton case. There sits Dr. Fell himself, all 20 stone of him, with his 4 chins, his bandit's moustache, his eyeglasses on the broad black ribbon, his face fiery with controversy. And when he tells you about the Barton case, as he told it to me, we trust we shall keep our promise to bring you An Appointment with Fear. The Clock Strikes 8 by John Dixon Carr, produced by Martin C. Webster.
The Barton case, sir, was a grim business. I saw the last night of it. I saw what the human soul can endure without quite going mad. And I have no wish to see its like again. For I ask you to imagine yourself in the position of that girl, Helen Barton. Suppose, just suppose, that you wake up suddenly in the middle of the night. You wake up as though from a nightmare, with a feeling You've been asleep a very long time. The room is cold and nearly dark, with the faint glimmer of a fire almost out. Slowly, very slowly, you begin to realize it's a room you've never seen before. That fact, above all, strikes at you through a mist of fear. There's a queer atmosphere, like old stone and disinfectant, and no sound at all in that dim room, except...
What is it? What was that noise?
Now, lean back in your bed, my dear. It's all right.
That's good advice, Miss Barton. You take it easy.
I think I must have been dreaming.
You were having a nightmare, but it's all right now. Nothing's going to hurt you.
Not yet.
Be quiet, Hannah.
No offense, I'm sure, but some people who occupy this room get on my nerves.
I don't want to seem stupid. I know there must be some explanation, but I don't understand this.
Understand what, my dear?
Where am I? And how did I get here? And who are you?
Now, please, miss, whatever else you do, don't start that all over again.
Start what all over again?
Telling us you've lost your memory and don't even know what your name is.
Are you insane? Of course I know what my name is. I'm Helen Barton.
Well, it's a mercy you admit that at last.
At last? But I've never spoken to you before in my life. And where am I? Why on earth is it so cold?
Well, it's pretty hard to be cozy here in the middle of December.
Did you say December?
That's right. The 18th of December.
Oh, you're fooling me. You're playing a trick on me. Oh, my head feels queer and I want to cry. I won't. Could we have some lights?
Of course, straight away.
Can't be December, I tell you. That's impossible. It was only yesterday and all the flowers were out. I was going up to see Philip. That's it. I was going up to see Philip.
Philip who?
Philip Gale, the man I was going to marry. It's coming back to me now. It was yesterday, and I started up to see Philip.
Oh, for heaven's sake, miss.
Be quiet, Hannah. And don't turn those lights yet.
Oh, she's having us on.
Hannah, this girl's shaking all over, and she doesn't know where she is. Now, miss. Now, listen to me. I'm going to sit down on the bed beside you. Now, just take my hands and hold them. Tight.
What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that?
I've got something to tell you.
Is it about Philip?
It is about him. Yes, in a way. I want you to keep tight hold of my hands.
You see, Miss Barton, this is Maidhurst Prison.
Steady now, steady.
I'm still dreaming. I must be. It was the end of August, and I started up to see Philip. You can't mean I'm in prison.
Now listen, my dear. I'm afraid it's worse than that.
Worse than that?
Look over there. You see where there's a little bit of fire in the grate?
Well?
And paper on the wall, and pictures, and a carpet on the floor.
Why can't you come out straight and tell her? They're going to hang you in the morning, Miss Barton. This is the condemned cell.
With sudden shock, the prison clock smote on the shivering air. But I won't quote that any further. I have too vivid a memory of sitting up that night with Colonel Andrews, the governor of the prison. It was in a little office with the lampshade tilted so that I could see his face. And he said,
I hate executions, loathe them. Can't sleep the night before. If you hadn't offered to come here and save my life,
This is a strange time, sir, to talk of saving lives.
It's no good being sentimental about the thing. That's the law. I didn't make it.
But I gather you're not exactly happy about this case.
I'm not, and that's a fact. Mind you, there's no doubt whatever about the girl's guilt.
I am gratified to hear it.
But if only she'd confess. Most of them do, you know.
They confess to you?
To me or to the hangman. Sometimes I wish I had any job in the world but mine. If only the girl would confess. If only she'd just stop this nonsense about not remembering.
Not remembering what?
Not remembering how she shot Philip Gale. Not remembering anything, even her own name. Total amnesia, covering a crime.
Do you mean to say that a woman suffering from loss of memory can be tried and sentenced to death?
No. Not if she really has lost her memory. But this amnesia defense was a fake.
You're quite sure of that?
Oh, naturally. The judge would never have allowed it to come to trial if he hadn't been convinced she was shamming. Even then, she might have got off with a life sentence or even with manslaughter if it hadn't been for the nature of the crime.
She didn't cut anybody up, I hope.
No. It was almost as bad. She shot a man who raised his hands and begged for mercy. That completely damned her in the eyes of the jury.
And yet, you have doubts.
Tell you I haven't any doubts. And in any case, it's none of my business.
How has she acted since she's been here?
Oh, model prisoner. But I wish she'd stop this business of seeming to be in a daze. It's getting on my nerves. Nice girl, too. I knew her grandfather.
She lived near here?
Yes. Born and bred in Mayhurst. She got mixed up with a thoroughgoing swine named Philip Gale. Mad about him. Wouldn't hear a word against him. Then he threw her over for a woman with money.
I see.
Yeah. He had a bungalow on White Rose Hill. She went up there one Sunday afternoon.
Alone?
Yes. Herbert Gale, Philip's brother, heard them screaming at each other. He ran in to see what was wrong. Philip was trying to chase the girl up. She grabbed a .32 revolver out of a table drawer and told Philip to put up his hands. Well, that scared him. He did put up his hands. Then she shot him dead and went down in a faint.
And afterwards?
Afterwards, she couldn't remember.
Couldn't remember anything?
Pretended she didn't even recognize her own family. She said, "Who is Philip Gale?"
And you hang her tomorrow morning?
Yes.
Without even hearing her side of the case?
Confounded man, there's no doubt about the evidence.
Are you sure?
She killed Philip Gale. Gale's brother, Herbert, saw her do it. This hypocrisy about not remembering...
Emotional shock could do just that, you know.
She wasn't so emotionally shocked that it disturbed her aim. She drilled him clean through the heart at 15 feet. The bullet entered in a dead straight line through coat, waistcoat, shirt, and heart. Could have run a pencil through the holes. Now don't sit there puffing out your cheeks and waving a cigar at me. I'm only trying...
Tell me, Colonel Andrews, aren't you talking to convince yourself?
No.
Suppose that the girl is telling the truth. Suppose she has lost her memory.
I tell you...
All right, you don't believe that. But suppose it. And then, suppose in some black hour just before the hangman comes, that her memory returns.
Don't talk rubbish.
Sir, I have lived long enough to know that mental suffering is the cruelest form of suffering on this earth. Imagine yourself in that position. You come out of a daze into what you thought was a safe and pleasant world. You don't know where you are. You don't know what's happened. You only know that when the clock strikes 8, they are going to take you out and hang...
Did you hear that?
Yes.
Are you thinking what I'm thinking?
Yes.
It isn't possible...
I very much fear it is.
Sometimes, you know, we have to use drugs.
Drugs?
Yes. When we take them to the execution shed. It's only a short distance, and we try to get it over in a matter of seconds, but sometimes they can't walk. Yes, what is it?
Beg pardon, sir, but I thought I'd better get you. For the doctor or for the chaplain, or both.
What's the matter with you, man? You're white as a ghost.
Can't help that, sir. I've been a warder in this place for a matter of 15 years, but I never knew anything like this.
It's the upstairs room, I suppose, Miss Barton.
Yes, sir.
Hysterical?
Yes, sir. She says she remembers now.
I see.
She's carrying on something awful, sir. That ain't all. She claims she never done it.
What's that?
She claims she never killed Mr. Gale at all.
Never killed?
That's all, Harris. You can go.
Yes, sir.
Any other disturbances in the building?
Well, sir, they're a bit restless in Wing A.
Well, that's usual.
Yes, sir. And there's a bloke outside the prison, who keeps hanging about in front of the main gate. You can see him by the street lamp. First he'll take a few little quick steps back and forth, and then he'll run and stick his face against the bars of the gate. And then he'll go back to the pacing again. Fair gave me the creeps even before this other thing.
You don't happen to know who it is?
It's the other Mr. Gale, sir. Herbert Gale. I hadn't the heart to chase him away.
All right, Harris, all right. Go ahead, I'll be along in a minute.
Yes, sir.
So the girl claims to be innocent. You heard that?
Yes, I heard it.
What do you mean to do?
Well, I'll see her, of course. It won't affect the issue.
Not even if she does happen to be innocent?
Well, in the name of heaven, try to understand my position. I'm dreading this interview. It's against regulations, but I wish you'd come along with me.
If there were only
Well, there
something...
isn't. Now, where's that whiskey? I think a little stimulant.
She will need the stimulant.
Well, it's a cold night.
It will be colder yet, where she's going.
But I didn't do it, I tell you. I didn't do it.
Miss, quiet. All right, my dear. It's all right. The governor and the other gentlemen, they believe you did
Oh, no, they don't. You needn't try to fool me. Look at them over there in the corner whispering.
Phil, she's lying.
I heard that. You said, Phil, she's lying. But I'm not lying. I'm not.
Miss Barton, you've got to pull yourself together.
Please listen to me. When I first woke up, I didn't even remember Philip was dead. Then it came back to me.
Yes?
I remember standing outside Philip's bungalow on a hot day with the sun in my eyes. I heard a shot inside the bungalow. I ran into the living room and found Philip lying on the floor by the couch with his mouth open and blood on his chest. That's all I do remember. Something hit me.
Something hit you?
On the head, or that's what it seemed like. Please.
The doctors found no injury at your head, you know.
I tell you...
One moment. Miss Barton, can you forgive the intrusion of an old buffer who sincerely wants to help you?
Oh, I'm sorry, Dr. Bell. I'll try to be sensible.
Now tell me, when you arrived at the bungalow, Philip Gale was already dead?
Yes.
You didn't go up there to quarrel with him?
No. And why should I have killed him anyway? I only went to tell him I was through, finished, fed up with him. Oh, what's the use?
They haven't told you, then, that there's a witness who claims to have seen you shoot Gale?
A witness? Who?
Herbert Gale.
But that's a lie.
You didn't take a .32 revolver out of the table drawer?
Oh, it's the first time I've even heard of any revolver. Please believe that.
You didn't order Philip to put up his hands, and then when he did put up his hands...
High above his head?
You didn't shoot him from a distance of about 15 feet?
No.
Your fingerprints were on the revolver. You were still holding it in your hand when Herbert brought a policeman.
It looks as though you've got me, doesn't it?
I'm afraid it does. Just who is this brother, this Herbert Gale?
He's the good member of the family.
Now then, my dear, now then.
I can't help it.
Steady.
Herbert is the good boy, where Philip was the bad one. Younger than Philip, horribly respectable. Pillar of the church, never smokes or drinks. Has to work hard because Philip inherited what money they had. Oh, let me laugh. You don't know how funny it is.
Herbert's word certainly carries weight.
It's carried weight against me, hasn't it? Why should he want to get me hanged? Why should he tell such a complete bag of lies?
Yes, I wonder why.
Every second I imagine I'm going to wake up and find myself back in that living room again, looking at Philip's body, just standing and staring at it and feeling sick. And of all things to think of at a time like that, wondering why he was wearing a waistcoat on such a hot day.
Hawkins of Athens, what an idiot I've been. What a turnip. What a thundering dunce.
Lower your voice.
The murdered man was wearing a waistcoat. You told me so yourself.
What if I did?
The murdered man was wearing a waistcoat on a hot day. Grasp that beautiful fact, my friend. Keep it in splendor before you. 3 hours of sheer nightmare, and all because I never thought of the waistcoat. Let me ask you just one thing. What happened to the court exhibits in the Gale case?
As a matter of fact, we've still got them. The case was tried at Madehurst decided.
You've still got them?
Certainly, but what good can they do now?
Sir, let me shake your hand. Let me slap you on the back.
Just a minute, my friend. Stop a bit. Quiet.
I beg your pardon.
Have you you forgotten where we are?
No.
Let's face facts. The prisoner has been told that there's, well, no hope.
Please.
I'm sorry, but
Please.
there it is.
Please, Lucas.
The cruelest thing you could do now would be to raise hopes that I can't fulfill. You understand that?
I understand it only too well.
This can't be pleasant for any of us. There's nothing in the evidence that justifies any change of plan.
Except, of course, that the girl isn't guilty.
Can you prove that?
To my own satisfaction, yes.
I'm afraid that's not good enough.
Suppose I proved it to you. Conclusively, mind. Out of evidence you gave me yourself, what would you do?
Are you bluffing?
No, speak up, man. What would you do?
That's easy. Phone the Home Secretary and ask for a stay of execution. There's a private line from my office to his country house. But I warn you...
Dr. Bell, is there any hope for me? Is there any hope?
I warn you, Phil, they won't accept fancy theories. They'll only accept facts.
Tell me, Miss Barton, how tall is the estimable Mr. Herbert Gale?
How tall?
Yes. Is he anything like the same height as his brother, Philip?
They're about the same height, 5'10", but I don't see...
If I remember correctly, one of the warders told us that Herbert Gale has been hanging about the front gate all night. I should very much like to speak with him. Colonel Andrews, will you send someone out and ask him to come into your office?
I can't do that.
Why not?
It's against regulations. You have to get a special pass.
Then write to him. Curse it all, can't you get it through your correct military head that an innocent person is going to swing in less than 2 hours?
Dr. Bell, I don't know what you're trying to do, but can you do it?
Dear, I can't
But
tell.
you are going to try.
I'm going downstairs now. Maybe in a very short time, a certain gentleman will be entering this institution without any need of a pass. But don't hope for anything, my dear. Don't hope for anything. Seven o'clock. 7 o'clock. Less than an hour to go. Oh, why doesn't that warder come and bring the exhibit I want? What's delaying him?
Probably he can't find the stuff.
But you said you had it here.
Things like that I have to get mislaid. It's been a month since the trial. Must you have these exhibits?
In order to prove it to you fully, yes. But if he doesn't come in 2 seconds more...
I can't stay here much longer myself. The chaplain's with us now, but I shall have to take over before the end. Yes, come in.
Sorry to have been so long, sir. I could have sworn it was in one place, and lo and behold, it turns up somewhere else.
Never mind that. Did you get the exhibits?
It's all here, sir, in this suitcase. Where shall I put it?
Put it on Colonel Andrews' desk. Now let's see. Move the lamp over here, will you?
And about Mr. Herbert Gale, sir.
Where is he?
Out in the hall, sir. You want to see him now?
Yes, my lad. Very much so. Ask him to come in.
You can come in, sir. This way. Thank you. Morning, Herbert. Glad to see you. Sit down.
Thank you, Colonel Andrews.
Let me have your hat and coat. This is Dr. Gideon Phil.
How do you do?
The warder said you wanted to see me. I came, of course, but do you think it was quite the right thing to do?
Well, why not?
Well, people might think I was holding a grudge against Helen. Because of Phil, you know.
And you don't hold any grudge?
No. I pity that poor girl from the bottom of my heart. I only wish I hadn't had to testify against her. But what else could I do?
You mean you'd like to help her even now?
Of course I would. If there's anything I can do to soothe her last moment.
There is something you can do, Mr. Gale.
Well?
You can come with us to the condemned cell.
Are you joking?
No.
But wouldn't it be horrible for Helen?
Yes, probably. But as you point out, she has only a very short time to live.
Yes. Excuse me, but what have you got in that suitcase?
In this suitcase, Mr. Gale? A flattened bullet. The bullet that killed your brother. A .32 revolver. A tweed coat, bloodstained. A tweed waistcoat, also bloodstained.
Phil, what do you expect to prove with that stuff?
Will Mr. Herbert Gale go with us to the condemned cell?
Of course, if you think I can do any good there.
Then, with your permission, I propose to prove that a straight line is the shortest distance between 2 points. Will you walk into my parlor?
Easy, my dear. Easy. Easy.
They're not coming already, look! Herbert Gale.
I'm very sorry for you, Helen. Please believe that.
Thank you.
I shouldn't have intruded at this painful time. Believe me, Helen. But Dr. Fell and the Colonel here made me come to see you.
You mean you come to confess?
Confess? What should I confess?
You didn't see me shoot Phil. You know you didn't.
I'm sorry, Helen. I pity you, and I bear you no malice even now. But you did shoot poor old Phil. You shot him in cold blood after you'd asked him to put up his hands.
How high did he put up his hands?
I beg your pardon?
I said, how high did he put up his hands?
Look here, you're only upsetting poor Helen. Is there any purpose in going over all this in the last few minutes before the hangman...
Please.
We might even illustrate what happened with a little experiment. I have here in this suitcase a blood-stained tweed coat and a blood-stained waistcoat. You see them, Mr. Gale?
I see them, yes.
I should like you to take off your own coat and waistcoat. I should then like you to put on this coat and this waistcoat.
I'll do no such thing.
Why not?
Haven't you tortured poor Helen enough? Colonel Andrews, I appeal to you.
I don't see what the game is, but where's the harm in it?
Helen's feelings.
Never mind my feelings, Herbert. I've only got a few minutes left. Put on the coat and waistcoat.
You hear a condemned person's last request, Mr. Gale. Will you do it?
Yes, if you insist.
I still don't see what this is all about. If something isn't done very soon...
Colonel Andrews, sir?
Yes, Harris?
I thought I'd better tell you, sir, that the chaplain's here and the witnesses are ready and the other person, too.
You mean the hangman, don't you? You mean the...
Dear, easy.
He's got to come and bind her hands, sir. It's 5 minutes to 8.
Sorry, Phil, but this has got to stop. I must ask you to clear out of here immediately while we...
For God's sake, man, wait. I can prove it now.
You can prove what?
I can prove Mr. Herbert Gale lied when he sentenced this girl to death.
You must be out of your mind. You can't do any such thing.
Oh, yes, I can. Do you notice, all of you, that he's wearing the dead man's coat and waistcoat?
All right. Suppose I am. What about it?
You will imagine, Mr. Gale, with this powerful imagination of yours, that I am threatening you with a revolver. Now, hold up your hands.
What the devil are you gabbling
Hold
about?
up your hands, sir, high above your head.
I won't do it.
You better do it, Herbert. You better do it.
Do as I told you, man. I'm asking you now.
That's it, Mr. Gale. Don't let your hands tremble when you raise them. Just lift your hand higher, higher still, while I'm threatening you with a revolver. Now look at his coat, everybody. Look at the coat.
I refuse to...
Don't lower your hands, Mr. Gale, and the rest of you. Look at his coat.
The coat, it rises when he lifts his hand.
But of course it does. And the bullet hole in the coat, you notice, rises with it. But the waistcoat is buttoned close to the body. The waistcoat doesn't move.
I think I begin to see.
The bullet hole in the coat has risen at least 4 inches above the corresponding hole in the waistcoat. Yet, the bullet, you told me, penetrated in a dead straight line through coat, waistcoat, and shirt. Therefore, Philip Gale could not possibly have had his hands raised when he was shot.
It's a damned lie.
It was a damned lie, sir. You killed Philip Gale yourself. When Helen Barton walked into the middle of your crime, you knocked her out with a weapon that left no bruise and put the revolver into her hand. Then you discovered, as a gift from heaven, that she had lost her memory. You could tell any lying story you liked. But it's upset the apple cart now. The prosecution, the evidence, the verdict were all based on the evidence of the shooting of a man who had his hands raised. Destroy that single lie, and you create the reasonable doubt that destroys the whole case.
This is true, Colonel Andrews. Is it true? Can't you at least say something?
Harris.
Yes, sir?
Do you know the private telephone line in my office?
Yes, sir?
Get me the Home Secretary.
And so, with the end of the story, the clock strikes 8. we come to the end of our present group of stories in the series, Appointment with Fear. If you have been pleased, if you have been entertained, if you have been able to say that only the graveyards have yawned, then we are deeply grateful. Indeed, with the slightest encouragement, I, who am amused by such things, should return to tell you more tales of corpses and the midnight hour. But until that happy day when we meet again by some evil crossroad of the future, this is your storyteller, the man in black, saying good night and goodbye.
This is Greg Fordyce from An Evening of Old Time Radio. Thank you so much for listening and watching and enjoying the video. Hit the like and subscribe buttons if you did. It really helps the channel out. And again, if you're seeing this video on any other channel than An Evening of Old Time Radio, there are no numbers in my channel's URL name, then you are watching a pirated copy of my video where the thief has stolen my audio track and republished it with a different background on their channel. Thanks again for all of your support.